Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Day 3 of the International Wildcard Invitational. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberi. We've got 5 huge games to round out the group stage of the tournament. Heading into then the playoffs, of course, semifinals and finals to be following, but we've still got to work out who's going to be getting in there, and there are a few favorites moving in, and of course, one of the teams already completed all their matches so far, hard random. 4-2, that's a difficult record to get up to for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, some of the teams is completely impossible. So they have secured the first spot. If everything goes right for the next couple of teams below them, they can go into the weird tiebreaker and finish as low as 4th, but they cannot miss playoffs. So the CIS region, the first team to lock it down.
Yeah, really looking good so far, but we still have 5 more matches, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we are going to be working out exactly who's going to be meeting hard random in those playoffs, potentially, of course, seeing whether we're going to have some gnarly ties. And, of course, it can be a little bit ridiculous there if certain things go right for our top few teams.
Yeah, it certainly can. So if all the favorites wins today, we'll have some tiebreakers to finish out the day. But the first match of the day that we kick off with, Bangkok Titans up against KLG, is a huge game. Bangkok Titans, if they win this one, they're another team that will join into the playoffs straight away. And we're already into Champion Select, so a must-win game for Bangkok Titans coming through. And KLG, they're just starting to piece it together. They look much better going into the end of yesterday, and we'll see if they can pick up another win.
Yeah, they had some super carry performances as well. You can see the Gragas band already coming through from the Bangkok Titans. Julius Tito was a god on the Fat Man in their previous series and looked very, very good. Whereas on the other side of the rift, 007X, take away the Udyr and the Nunu, doesn't look quite as powerful.
Yeah, force him onto the second tier of junglers. And, you know, Jarvan is something that we've thrown out there for 007X to play. I want to see what they go for. Do they just go extremely aggressive? Because, you know, these guys have already shown from the Sia region they're willing to dive turrets pretty much at random. And they're real brave when it comes to setting up the mid game. But you see Nautilus and Hecarim also joining the ban list. So no top lane Hecarim coming through. I'm really happy that this has started to be a regular ban.
Finally, teams have caught wind of the fact that, yes, Hecarim relatively strong at the moment. That one is going to be taken away, but Reggie going to lock in Zed for the first pick. It's a pick away from G4, but also a favorite here for Reggie.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they do this pretty often actually in the late AM server, able to pick up just a blind pick mid laner. It's an assassin, so with all the control mages still available, definitely is a risky pick. I'm looking at you, Orianna, primarily, who, if you dive onto it, punishes you very heavily, but we'll have to see exactly how it works out. Things like Cho'Gath can also be used in it. If G4 wants to once again take the Ahri, who he played fantastically yesterday, he'll be able to do that as well. So we'll have to see what the pickups are, but Bangkok Titans, they're starting to take a little bit of time.
They most certainly are. No cheeky hovers to come through either. Bangkok Titans really taking this one very seriously and taking all of the time that they can to make their choices. A lot of concern here on the faces for our Southeast Asian team, and 007X looking at the Rek'Sai for some early control, and the Kallista's locked in for Lloyd.
Yeah, that's a little bit strange coming out of Lloyd. We've seen that he's been willing to pick up the Graves. Also likes Solution coming through as well. Prefers a mid game AD carries. Callista can fulfill that role if she gets rolling and grabs Bloodthirster Hurricane. But we just haven't seen that happen very often this tournament. Callista seems to be falling away a little bit. The Rek'Sai, on the other hand, power pick coming through for 007X. Extremely potent jungler still. Can go Warrior if you get very far ahead. Can also build the Cinderhulk if you just need some late game scaling. I like the pick away.
Yeah, definitely strong here, and we've seen in this tournament especially Rek'Sai being severely powerful. You talk about the tanky junglers, the Gragas, of course, banned away in this game, but Sejuani's there, Zack's there as well, potentially sitting on the outside, but it hasn't necessarily been the story, that it hasn't been the tanky junglers that have been taking over this tournament, and have to think it has a lot to do with the fact that we have a lot of these really aggressive power play junglers.
Yeah, exactly right. We're about to see another one. Lee Sin locked in for Julio Cito over there on the blue side. Corki will follow, of course. That will be an 80 carry Corki, not really a flex pick because Reggie's already grabbed a Zed for himself.
I like that pickup though.
So Zycro, he'll be having it, and it is a good pickup in lane, especially against the Callista, a little bit of a bully.
Yeah, and it also is going to make up for a lack of magic damage potentially if they still take an AD-focused top laner.
Yeah, wave clear in abundance coming through from Corki, able to get the rockets out as well to help clear out some waves. So definitely agree with you, Corky. Very good member of a three-man unit roaming around in the mid-game if you do get your Zed to start split push.
Well, we'll see whether they can do that and whether the Bangkok Titans are going to put a super tank there in the top side of the map. Of course, a lot of super tanks have been seeing play, and Corky struggles just a little bit to break through that one, and Sion would be the optimal example of that.
Yeah, it certainly would be. Sion,
oh my goodness, is G4 going to do it?
Tank coming through there. Is swapped out at the last moment, but there is a Jarvan locked in.
Is that mid lane Jarvan into Zed?
Potentially. I would prefer a Lissandra into Zed because it's a much harder counter pick.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I just want to see the Jarvan versus Zed. I feel like that is the most testosterone-fueled matchup there in the mid lane that you could possibly get to.
No Garen, mate. Not enough testosterone.
Okay, that is a very good point. The Tryndamere-Garen matchup always taking that one.
Oh.
Unfortunate. Of course, we haven't discussed that for quite some time, Spawn. We are going to head over to the other side of the rift as KLG thinking about their final 2 pickups to fill out this lineup. And what would you like to see coming through into the top lane there, Spawn?
Yeah, I just think that they need something tanky. Maokai is the one that automatically screams out to you. As soon as I mention it, it is hovered coming through. That would be in the top lane for Helios. I think that they also go towards a little bit more engage in their support position. They don't have much hard CC. I don't agree with the Morgana. I was looking more in the direction of something like an Annie. Corky Annie, such a dangerous lane coming through here, and I do feel that they lack a little bit of kill potential now that they have gone with the Morg.
Yeah, do you think maybe Bear was picking that away from the Bangkok Titans? Of course, fantastic to take a Morgana with a Kalista there, just make sure that she can't get locked down by that CC, or I guess the option of a Kennen here. Nautilus is banned away. Kennen support has been fantastic with that champion as well.
Yeah, exactly right. So Kalista being able to pick up the Kennen is a massive one, and I actually disagree. I don't think Morgana is great with Kalista at the moment. The Black Shield's good, but the initiation just isn't really there, as we have Moss now giggling very profusely and hovering a Kassadin.
Moss is the support player that has played Gragas support, though, in the past. The sub-support here for the Bangkok Titans. He is moving around with some different choices. In the end, is going to be Kennen locked away. I wouldn't have been surprised if he went for Cassiopeia support, though, to be perfectly frank.
Yeah, no, definitely wouldn't have been too surprised, but this game is a must-win coming through for Bangkok.
Oh,
so
yeah.
They do lock in the Kennen support, and that's a very potent bottom lane. And you see it is the mid Jarvan, so taking that head-on matchup that you mentioned, matching aggression with aggression, this is very dangerous for G4. If Reggie dodges out of any of the flag and drag, his auto attack will just be way too potent for G4 to be able to deal with.
Does that mean that Reggie can't use that Living Shadow in lane in order to get some extra long-range harass down with those shurikens, though?
No, not necessarily, because you just put the Shadow on top of him. As soon as he goes aggressive onto you, you click your W, you dodge out on it, then you just start hitting him as he goes past. So I think that Zed should be able to win out a lot of the trades. He can also dodge the Cataclysm as well as the EQ combo with the ultimate, the Death Mark that can come through. I just think that a lot of the damage can be negated. Warlock, on the other hand, he's going to be able to easily deal with Reggie throughout the mid game. Lissandra actually split pushes relatively well for a mage because she has that gap closer. And then, of course, being able to ult herself or the Zed, depending on whether you're getting ganked or other people are coming to you, just means that you have a lot more flexibility in these fights.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether that is how it's going to play out. Whether we're going to have some cheeky lane swaps coming through here as well. You may not necessarily see Lissandra on the top side of the map. It might be just a very different way of playing this one. The Bangkok Titans have felt free to mix it up in the past, and we'll see see whether that's what they want to do. Of course, dodging out of a 2v2 here for Kalista, is that something that you generally see?
Yeah, it is, but Kalista Kennen really strong in lane, actually. They've got really good poke coming through, and you can't get on top of her. So I think that they would nearly be happy to take the matchup. Morgana typically loses out on a couple of lane matchups. Yeah,
well, and it is Corky Morgana as well, so not necessarily, like if that Dark Binding doesn't land, of course, if you do, that's a lot of guaranteed burst damage to come through. Corky is a fantastic champion for that, but if that Dark Binding misses, there's not a whole lot stopping Kalista and Kennen from sort of going nuts.
Yeah, exactly right. Unfortunately, guys, we do have a pause to start off this match coming in, so we'll get you onto the Rift as soon as possible. But as you're saying, there's, I guess, an element of risk of running Morgana in the support position at the moment because she hasn't got a point-click stun. It is a skill shot. It travels quite slowly at times, so especially if you've got two people that are highly mobile, something like a Kalista and a Kennen coming through, it will be difficult to tie them down. The other thing is that Kennen will be able to break majority of the black shields that come through from Morgana just by getting some auto attacks through and using that W. Morgana typically maxes the Q coming through there and then maxes the Black Shield afterwards, and Kennen does a lot of base magic damage, so the CC should nearly be guaranteed.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether it does actually work out here and whether we are going to see these 2v2 lanes. I was thinking about the wave clear before. Of course, Puddle plus Phosphorus Bomb, decent for pushing that wave, so they might be able to get that early level 2, but is that necessarily going to be enough? And what we're saying here is it may not necessarily be.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they will definitely push out a lot better. You got 2 range champions, you got the Puddle, you got the Phosphorus Bomb. Nearly no one can outpush that lane. So they'll get the guaranteed level 2. It's what they do with that. And if Callista Kennen just stall out, wait till they hit their level 6, really good combo coming through there. Especially because we're seeing Pierce maxed a little bit more on Callista.
Yeah.
It gives you a lot more burst damage coming through. If you get an auto attack Pierce on range, you can nearly max the Phosphorus Bomb auto attack that will come through from Corki. So I like the build a little bit more. She gets sustained through the Bloodthirster. So things are just turning this a little bit further into Callista's favor than it used to be. It used to be an outright win for Corki.
Yeah, well, Corki actually going to have a little bit of a better time here. Assuming G4 is going to be going more of a carry-focused build there on that Jarvan in the mid lane. Rek'Sai sort of notably more of that damage type jungler there skirmishing in the early game, and Lissandra definitely no super tank, so you're not going to have the Mundos, the Maokais, the Scions running around this map that Corki needs to cut through.
Yeah, exactly right. So Corki going to be in a good position. On the other side of the map, though, we have a Maokai, and he is a super tank, and there's not really much tank shred coming through from Bangkok Titans.
Well, we'll see whether there is or whether there isn't as we are under the rift, ladies and gentlemen. KLG taking on BKT, the Bangkok Titans against Chaos Latin Gamers. And we'll see who's going to take the debut game here for our third day of the IWCI.
Yeah, and already they're going for an early invade. They get the slow. Can they nail the bind?
Yeah, they do have a whole lot of damage available here as Bear and Helios trying to lock down. Oh, misses the flash. There's the Phosphorus Bomb. Easiest first blood of Zychro's life. And KLG already with a fantastic start.
Yeah, and a nightmare start for Warlock. Doesn't get away and burns a 5-minute summoner spell. Going to be kicking himself on the back end of that one. And now they have control over the top side of the map, can get their deep wards and potentially look for a lane swap.
Yeah, and I'm terrified of Julius Dito here on such an early focused jungler here at the same time. We saw his Gragas. It was terrifying. And he was always able to be in exactly the right places around the map as well as KLG looking to continue their aggression here on the top side. Some decent wards to come through from the Bangkok Titans, but they're going to answer this aggression with some more deep vision here on the bottom side. Sentinel's already roaming that red side jungle, and Warlock, he's made his way back to lane. And if he leaves the underside of that turret, you have to think KLG probably just going to dive him again.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what they're looking for. They're sending their duo up there, and they're starting on the red buff of Bangkok Titans. So that means that they will be looking to get the early dive through. And Lissandra can't deal with dives at all level 1, especially if she's skilled the Q. She's in a lot of trouble.
Well, waiting now underneath that turret as Bear and Zychro are up here.
Good decision, just recalling straight away.
And does that mean that Warlock going to be going for that jungle follow here or moving towards somewhere else around this map to try and get something done? Because Rek'Sai, of course, very far away.
Yeah, it needs to get link up for some experience coming through there. You see that Rek'Sai already able to pick up some camps self-sufficiently, so we'll be in a position to jungle very strongly as they're behind G4.
Oh my goodness, Helio coming through here. G4 in a bit of trouble. Sonic Wave does land. There's the flag and drag sent. Sapling, sorry, going to chase down the Jarvan, but he is going to escape and keeps the flash.
Yeah, and confusing coming through. If they had a given complete experience over to Helio there, he would have had the W available, could have even held down that mid lane for a little bit longer. But once again, you see that Warlock teleported top. He has no flash, has no TP. They're sending Kennen up there, but if they shove this really hard, might not be soon enough.
Oh, Sonic Wave not going to find the mark here as the ward. Not going to quite get taken out. Warlock going to know exactly what's going on.
Oh, I really disagree with this. They backed away. That's a cannon creep wave. You should be able to dive. Even with 2, it's a level 1 cannon.
Yeah, level 1 cannon, level 2 Lissandra as well. Not a whole lot of extra damage there available as Moss with some shurikens, they're able to offer a bit of damage.
All right, so really questionable decision coming through from KLG. They could have completely secured their early game with the point-click CC that comes through from Maokai, would have just been able to get in there. Bear, as well as Julio Stito, could have followed up with all of the CC required. And how do you get away from Lee Sin's early game damage if you have pretty much 2 guaranteed stuns coming through?
Yeah, and Julio Stito does have that red buff as well, so could have been permanently slowing. 007X staying around here on this bottom side of the map, stealing away the Krogs at the same time. Not going to be ganking anyone because, of course, there's no one here on the side of KLG. And Reggie just going to continue to farm out this mid lane. Does have a decent CS advantage as G4 is trying to farm up the best that he can. G4 on J4, that's quite good.
Yeah, I already did it once as well. It's going to be a rough game.
It is going to be a rough game, Spawn, but we'll get through it. It will be fine, and we'll see whether G4 is going to be able to play out this Jarvan lane as effectively as a lot of his others. Of course, a very proficient Zed player, and may sort of understand this matchup quite well.
Yeah, exactly right. So you see going in for the auto attack harass, that's Jarvan's passive coming through there, just does so much work. When you get that once every 6-second auto attack through, also helps with CSing, means that you can run purely armor penetration just the exact same way as Zed. And this really is a bad early game now for KLG. They got the first blood, but all of a sudden they've lost their lead, as we might see a gank in the mid lane, because they gave so much experience.
There's the spike to come through. Reggie's taken a lot of damage as Julio Cito trying to get through here. The flash away here from J4. As it is going to be followed through here. Julio Stito just hanging around. Rek'Sai was there on that top side. May actually find Bear as he's moving down the river. He's going to need to escape as Black Shield's there to stop the knock-up from coming through, but a bit of damage. Dark Binding comes down, though, and 007X not going to follow through.
So what I was speaking of, Atlas, is the fact that there is a 27 CS Lissandra on the map to a 3 CS Maokai. And that's all to do with the fact that they didn't dive. They shoved 2 waves in, hoping that they could set up the guy. Dive Moss showed up at the perfect situation, scared Chaos Latin Gamer away, and all of a sudden Warlock soaked 2 full waves, one of which was a cannon creep wave, and picked up all of this extra gold. 30 CS to 3 is an absolute mammoth margin coming through for Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, and Reggie actually going to get his back stopped here by that Prey Seeker.
We'll lose a cannon creep wave for it as well. Good move coming through there from W7X.
Yeah, G4 able to push that wave through exactly how he wants to. Julio Stito just here on the bottom side, taking down some Krugs as well. And you're exactly right. I was going to mention that the fact that this Kalista has had free farm, being able to do exactly what she wants for the entirety of this game. Moss going to use that Lightning Rush just to get himself to safety there as Lloyd finally pushing this wave back. There's the Twisted Advance. Arcane Smash to come through as well. Helio level 6 though as Lloyd. Lloyd level 6. It's Helio level 3. Julio Stito has to be careful. Doesn't have the kick, and Lloyd does threaten quite a lot with that Ren damage.
And Lee Sin players out there, W before you Q. That was a sloppy play coming through from Julio Cito. He threw out a max range Q, missed it, and then you saw got the W to put him in melee range anyway. Could have just taken the opposite route, got in nice and close, would have at least guaranteed to blow the flash at that point. Instead, both summoner spells back up for the AD carry player for Bangkok Titans, and Lloyd now, he got a better trade across onto 2 members and can continue to free farm.
Yeah, no worries at all. And a Kalista with free farm, we've seen it before, terrifying on this map, as Lloyd probably going to head back now, can pick up that BF sword if he feels like. We'll see whether it's going to be that or the recurve bow. We've been seeing a lot of double lifesteal options to come down from Kalista players, but it is going to be the BF sword first up, so that could be the way again.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the way. They're going for an early dragon coming through here. You saw that they had first blood and gave up the entire... Wow.
There's the Cataclysm. The auto attack was there. Reggie's burning down. Does have a potion. Is going to survive the final tick.
He must have survived on single-figure health there, Atlas, because he was so low already. They pick up the first dragon, but they have... Wow.
Moss is going to have to be careful. Dark Binding not going to find him as he's trying to juke around as best he can. Phosphorus Bomb doesn't even land here as Moss with some fancy dancing shoes on.
Mid lane, complete wash in the favor of G4 now. 20 CS the advantage. Went the Brutalizer route, a little bit more aggressive. And they forced off 2 massive waves now. Turret's even under fire as Julio Cito has to clear out a massive wave. So some of the maps starting to fall apart now, you'd have to say, coming through for KLG. They've got a 1,000 gold deficit even after they picked up first blood. And it was just because they didn't take the advantage in the top lane. Warlock wasn't repetitively dosed.
a lack of confidence in a lot of these plays as well. 007's looking for Reggie. Gets a nice knock up there, but a lot of damage offered back here by this Bilgewater Cutlass Zed. Reggie is going to be fine. Lloyd took a massive burst trade from Zycro here, who has the Sheen. There's the Fate's Call, though. Zycro flashes out of the way of it as Mossy's going to get the stun through. Chasing on after, cancels an auto attack, but Zycro probably was going to survive that one anyway, but cannot enter this lane. Lloyd tanked up an entire creep wave for quite some time. Yeah,
so Lloyd, he's very low as well, but the wave's pushing in his favor. He's going to be able to see us absolutely fine. If you were Zycro right now, you're just looking for the miracle snipe coming through from some big ones. And the bind hits.
Yeah, speaking of miracle snipes, the exhauster comes through. It was Moss, trying to get some work done. The flash forward, Lloyd picks up the kill on the first blood. AD carry. Bear is in so much trouble now. The turret doing some work there as Julius Tito is going to aid in the death of Rek'Sai. Reggie picks that one up. Living Shadows out of the way of G4 though, but Warlock comes through with the Frozen Tomb. And the Zed gonna die for it. It is 3-2 now, KLG's favor. But the Bangkok Titans have definitely been moving around this map a whole lot better this game.
Yeah, they're just a little bit more confident. You can see decisive in their movements is the way I would describe it coming across. And the teleport down from Warlock secured its kill for his team. Actually might have just packed up and walked in the end. And they're 50 CS up in the top lane pretty much, 40 CS up. They're 20 CS up and a kill in the mid lane. That was like pretty much a solo kill coming through from G4, whereas Zed's relegated to killing the jungler at the moment. And even this Lee Sin hasn't really been as effective as you would say the Rek'Sai are.
And Warlock a bit out of mana here. Helior in a bit of trouble as the Vengeful Maelstrom going to try and keep him alive. 007 gets the knock up. Helior makes his way underneath the turret though, and he is going to be fine. Yeah, so able to survive that one, but a big gank comes through, forces him out of lane again. He's going to lose even more CS. And there's just not any wins coming across as there's a gank in the mid lane. Maybe they can get this going. Yeah, Julio Cito, he does land the Q there, follows through on it, but Julio Cito taking a bit of damage here as G4 on this J4 does do a whole lot more damage than you'd otherwise expect because a lot of these Jarvans come out of the jungle. They don't have as much gold and they're going to be building more tanky. Yeah, exactly right. You see already zoning away from the pink ward, so G4 staying aggressive in this lane. If he EQs in there, he's in a little bit of trouble, but they've also set two-level advantage too. Their mid support player into the mid lane to try and catch him out. It's left Zycro by himself down here, and now a gank coming in the other way. Yeah, there's the flag and drag though. Reggie going to get knocked up. Bear looking for it as Reggie moves on the other side, but 007 picks up that kill so easily. Vengeful Maelstrom in the bottom side of the map. KLG falling apart in multiple lanes at this 11-minute mark. And damn, the Bangkok Titans, they looked fantastic on day one, and it's looking the same here on day three. Yeah, they're picking up exactly where they left. off. They're going to be able to take two turrets as well. This lead will snowball out of control very quickly. They're actually looking to kill as many minions as possible in that mid lane as well. It finally does fall. But you saw that was just a little bit of a misplay coming out of Reggie. He held the ultimate. He didn't get his W off to dodge any of the damage. Was pretty much unsuspecting that they would commit that hard onto him. But if you're Reggie, you've been playing against this G4, J4 all game, you know exactly what he's trying to do. He's just been trying to repeatedly kill you. Yeah. And he's more than happy to do so. Has been playing out this Jarvan lane very, very well. Now with that 22 CS advantage, they are going to head back into a laning phase, but Dark Binding dodged out of here by Lloyd, and he's going to easily pick up the kill onto Bear. The minions helping out at the same time, and I'm not sure what Bear was expecting. Yeah, he just walked in there, was able to face tank, and had his exhaust available. Didn't even choose to pop it in the end. So 2-level. 30 CS advantage, 40 CS advantage actually to Lloyd right now over Zycro, who picked up the first blood, you have to remember, Atlas. And things just not going the way KLG would like at this point. No, and it seems that the Bangkok Titans, despite the fact that they did lose out there in the very, very early game, nothing going right here for KLG. Julius Tito has had some questionable plays on the Lee Sin. Now finished off the Sightstone, but doesn't quite have the Warrior enchant, whereas on the other side, Cinderhulk and Sightstone completed here for 007X. G4 looking for a sneaky play onto Reggie. Does have level 9 to the level 7 Zed. And G4 not looking to stop building damage as well. Has a pickaxe as well as those Ninja Tabi and the Brutalizer from before as well. And man, this Jarvan is going to be able to be capable of quite a lot of burst damage moving forward in this game. Yeah, certainly will be. And, you know, if he goes... Wow, they're going in. Yeah, Julius Tito looking for it here as he lands the Q. There's the Glacial Path. Flashes out of the way as well as the Tempest cripple, not quite enough to lock down this Lysandra. Helio probably doesn't want to dive as the Frozen Tomb comes through. Julius Tito takes 2 turret shots, and Warlock almost... Oh my goodness, there's the Vengeful... the Slicing Maelstrom, and Moss is going to pick up that one, and Warlock, just a cheeky Q, nets him one as well, and that's 2 dead on the top side after they were the ones provoking the gank.
Yeah, and now Lloyd going to try and solo out Zyko.
Yeah, it does have the Bloodthirster as well, a whole lot of sustain in this lane, and you can see the Callista just pressuring out the Corki. Not going to get the kill there, as he was, in fact, auto-attacking some creeps during that one, so not too worried about it. And Reggie going to try and farm up this mid lane, but they're losing turrets, they're losing kills around this map as well. KLG just losing control.
Yeah, they've just lost everything in this early game, and it looked like they were set up for such success, Atlas. That's why it's so surprising. They had Warlock really on the ropes, but it was just the unwillingness to commit. And if anything we've seen out of this IWCI tournaments, teams are normally the opposite. They're normally willing to go extremely deep.
Yeah, and KLG have been one of those teams here as well, as Lloyd looking for another kill under Bear. 007X is going to take that one away as G4 looking to try and get amongst it. Juliusito does have the red buff, so he managed to lock that one down as a cute little Krug going to do some work. Pierce to come down as well as KLG now looking to go aggressive. Nice phosphorus bomb, but the trade damage from this Callista with a Bloodthirster, more than this Corki can handle.
Yeah, well, it's Bloodthirster Zerkagreaves to not even a finished up Trinity Force right now. So even though Bangkok Titans haven't picked up a Dragon yet, they're going to look to do that. Now, every single key measurable on the map, they are ahead. Kills, CS on everyone, levels, advantages. Now equalize out the Dragons. And this is a scary team once rolling. We mentioned the fact that they don't have a tank, but levels just do that for you, honestly. If at this point in the game you're this far ahead, everyone is tanky because you just have the raw statistical advantage.
Yeah, and the Bangkok Titans now have exactly the right team comp to be able to take over this early game as well, because everyone's capable of a whole bunch of damage.
Yeah, exactly right. You saw once again, Bear missed the binding. This is what we talked about. As soon as you do that as a Morgana, completely zoned away from the wave because you don't have any weapons left in your kit. And all... like 40 CS advantage in the bottom lane, it's still 20, it's 50 in the top lane. Every lane is massively winning coming through from Bangkok, and they didn't even really do it as a team. They just systematically won every part of the map solo.
Yeah, and they just did whatever they wanted. KLG were trying to make plays, but they, as you mentioned before, didn't commit. They didn't really pressure it through. They didn't think out exactly how the jungle follow was going to work, because Warlock, he was absolutely fine. They tried to shove through to try and get a cheeky dive. That never happened either.
Warlock should have died. Warlock should be completely out of the game. The fact that there is 130 CS Lysandra running around is actually a little bit strange, given how... Wow.
Yeah, G4 actually going down very, very low as the Deathmark's going to pick up that kill. G4 had a few too many friends to handle there in the mid-side. The middle of the map.
Yeah, but Last Whispers come through from Reggie. That's a pretty desperation build coming out. Not even going for a Brutalizer. Would probably be a little bit more efficient compared to how much armor is currently in the map. So a little bit more late game coming through. Maybe just realizing that not going to get that much gold, so needs to be late game ready as soon as possible. But just going back to Warlock, you said that they navigated it well, but really they sent a level 1 cannon up there, and it was a level 2 Lysandra. She wasn't going to do anything, had no flash. Cannon doesn't have the ability to CC at level 1, can only throw out that Q. And there was 4 members, 2 of which had hard CC. 1 has point and click. So the fact that they were able to live through that really was more of a mistake from KLG than a good play from Bangkok, and it just set the tone for the game.
Yeah, well, it has certainly set it up to fail at this stage. KLG really on the ropes this part of the game. 7,000 gold to lead for the Bangkok Titans at 17.5 minutes. Dragons are even as well, as the whole outer rung of turrets has fallen down. A lot of map control for our Bangkok team, and you can see already with a whole lot of vision around this map. Topside still warded up fairly well here for KLG, but Bangkok Titans, they don't really care too much about that, because they're spending all of their time here on the bottom side. Lloyd pushing out this wave will rend this one down.
Probably.
Yeah, well, Frozen Tomb's available. Warlock can get in amongst it as he sees fit.
Actually playing it slow, just rotating through the jungle, making sure that they're the ones with the inside lanes, getting to turrets first. Will probably be able to take this one out, and they do it without even having to dive. That's just good play coming through from BKT.
Yeah, 007 is going to get through here. Nice kick from Julius Tito, but he gets frozen for it. There's the slicing Maelstrom. Helior getting stunned up there just a little bit. Lots of AoE damage to come through from the Zed as Fate's Call comes down. Moss dodges out of the damage. Helior's going to fall down as the Callista flashes forward into this fight. Zycro now on the backside will be able to pick up Moss and blows the heal at the same time. Phosphorus Bomb. Lloyd gets taken down. Zycro, the carry for his team, answering back, and it's an even trade.
Yeah, they go even. They lose out on the turret, but Zycro comes up huge in that little bit of a skirmish. Gets the shutdown now, 3, 2, and 3. Reggie also got some good damage out and zoned a couple of members at the start. As Warlock goes back in, needs to be careful.
Yeah, was looking for the stun up, but wasn't quite in range for that Ring of Frost.
Yeah, Valkyrie got Zycro out. He'll go back, spend up a lot of gold in the backside, and that was a little bit of an overcommit. A good kick came through from Julio Stito to get that one started up, and from there, they took out the Lee Sin, but he kind of done his job already, CC'd up and started a fight, and it really was about Reggie and Zycro just free hitting on the backside of that team fight.
Yeah, they certainly did well. Of course, Zycro came there a little bit late, you have to say, but was able to clean up beautifully.
Yeah, and when they've got something like a Fed assassin like Jarvan, who at this point isn't a bruiser, he's a complete assassin with the build he's gone, maybe it's better to show up late. Make sure that he's used his spell reel before you come anywhere near him, because you know he can probably one-shot you with a full combo.
Yeah, he can probably one-shot Helior at this stage of the game. Almost has that last whisper as well as... Yep, there's a perfect
Exhibit
example.
A. Thank you, G4.
Yeah, Julio Stito, sorry about that, but we had to use you as an example. He is going to respawn, though, ladies and gentlemen, and he does know now not to go anywhere near this Jarvan.
Yeah, who is still relatively squishy. So the thing about their lineup is they don't have any tanks, but that might not matter as Baron is started up. This is a very risky call because Baron doing meaningful damage, and maybe, just maybe, KLG can get in and fight this one.
Yeah, it's a very young Baron as well, only alive for about 25 minutes on this map. Helior is going to notice what's going on as he's going to get destroyed in this fight. Does CC up Warlock just a little bit. The Baron falls down, though, as Rend able to tear it to shreds, and Helior, he suffers the same fate.
Yeah, and guys, Atlas meant 25 seconds, not 25 minutes. We understand it's only 20 minutes into the game. However, extremely young Baron comes through. Callista absolutely shreds that one. Jarvan does a lot of damage at this point of the game as well. Rek'Sai surprisingly tanky coming through with that locket, so they're able to pick it up. 21 minutes, they've got the Baron now. They don't have a really good siege composition, but right now they can just dive recklessly. They've got the Zhonya's Hourglass, they've got the 40% CDR coming through from Warlock, so he definitely gets at least 2 spell rotations through. And this is just awesome news for Bangkok Titans. They will start their game off with a convincing win, it looks like, and have all the confidence in the world heading into playoffs.
Yeah, Bangkok Titans looking fantastic. KLG running out of options here on this map as they're down 10,000 gold at the 21-minute mark. And we've seen, as far as League of Legends history is concerned, 10,000 gold at 20 minutes is often a situation that you cannot get out of. Dark Binding onto Warlock, but they're just going to focus on taking down these wards. Warlock does take half of his health, though.
They are actually just very good at prioritizing what their next objective is, and currently bottom side of the map, vision control, seems to be where they're putting a lot of onus, because they want to be able to rotate around. You saw that they got the last turret simply from moving between mid and bottom uninhibited, and they'll be able to do that as they get a big wave crashing into the turret now. The dive!
Yeah, Moss actually gets kicked out as he blows the ultimate there as well. Warlock has to Zhonya's a little bit early. You have to think it's Julio Stito. He's going to fall down. Nice Phosphorus Bomb. That's one for Zycro as well, as he's doing a lot of damage around this fight. Fate's Call going to save the cannon as he's going to throw himself backwards in this one. No more use of this cannon in this team fight, but look at the Ren to come down. The shutdown here for the Callista, and he tears apart the backline. Lloyd thought that he'd finish the job there. He's just going to dive the base. Pierce looking to come back up relatively soon, but Bear, he's going to survive for now, and they're going to take down the inhibitor turret, and there's not a whole lot that this support Morgana can do.
Yeah, exactly right. Absolutely nothing they can do, and that was with Warlock once again outplaying. Misplaying. If anyone looks out of sorts, it is Warlock as Bear. You're now in heaps of trouble.
Yeah, Julio Stito is around here. The Ren not quite stacked up enough here from Lloyd, but he does manage to pick it up. Sonic Wave not going to land either, and this Callista just dancing around this fight.
Yeah, she can do whatever she wants. She has those 2 big items, also has a QSS, so not really much fear of dying. And that was with Warlock. He dove a turret, burnt Zhonya's Hourglass, then came out of Zhonya's and died. So that was pretty much a 4v5 turret dive.
Yeah.
They were still able to win because Lloyd is an absolute monster at 12-1-3.
Yeah, and Lloyd also just decided, okay, there are enough cooldowns now off that I can just go very, very aggressive in this fight. And he sort of turned it on towards the end there, cleaned up the rest of the members of KLG. And it looked like he possibly could have done that a little bit earlier in that fight as well, as Bangkok Titans really looking powerful moving forward in this one.
Split push coming through from Reggie in the top lane. He's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, there's the death mark. But Moss has a Zhonya's Hourglass as well. Living Shadow going to mean that none of these shadows, I mean, shurikens are going to find anything. And 007 ends up just cleaning away that kill. And not a whole lot he could do. Gets
a top turret, buys some time for his team. They're able to clear out some CS in the bottom as well. Now in the mid lane, G4 does so much damage.
Whoa, Bilgewater Cutlass and another BF sword as G4 is going to get kicked out. Julio Cito, though, he's going to die to the Callista as there's the slicing Maelstrom. Bear always seems to be in a whole host of trouble as G4 picks that one up with help of the Ravenous Hydra. Moss and Warlock still here, and everyone from Bangkok Titans has so much damage, and they can just take down this base. 007X, he wasn't even present for that fight, and it was only Zyko left over after that. Reggie, he's respawned. Deathmark not there, doesn't have the Ignite either. And these carries for the KLG lineup, they're going to try and do what they can, but I have a feeling they're not going to be able to stop the onslaught.
Yeah, I definitely think that this game is past the point of no return. It's 15,000 gold now, Atlas, and every member is just ridiculously huge for BKT. You see the Jarvan, and he hasn't stopped. He's pretty much got the ideal Zed build. This is what Zed wants to pick up. But Jarvan, he's got none of the finesse of a Zed. He just launches himself at you and auto-attacks you to death as Helio goes in.
Yeah, he's going to flash onto Warlock here as Julio Cito trying to get something done. Safeguards into the backline, but can't find the kick target. Helio is going to take down the Lissandra, but G4, you saw that auto-attack. That was disgusting. Deathmark from Reggie gets exhausted from Moss. KLG actually coming out better in this fight than you'd otherwise expect considering the gold gap, as it is a 2-for-2 so far, but BKT still with a whole lot of power in this one, and they've got positional advantage around this turret.
Wow.
There's the flag and drag. Look at all the damage from G4 as he nets himself another kill. Reggie with some nice poke in the backside, but Lloyd, man, these Ren sets are really doing work, and when you can pick up 2 massive items like BF Sword and the Bilgewater Cutlass, you know something's going right for your Callista.
Yeah, exactly right. So just in a position to be able to carry this game through. You also saw how much damage G4 did with that double knockup. He was exhausted as it came through and still chunked out 2 members. So huge props to how BKT have played this game. They're in such a good position now because we talk about tournaments, everyone's kind of beating everyone. Bangkok Titans as well as the CIS team Hard Random kind of are now the top of the table coming through. Well, they are the top of the table, not kind of. But they've done it in really convincing ways. And everyone was talking about Turkey. Everyone was talking about Brazil. And then kind of Oceania as a third. No one was really throwing Bangkok Titans as well as the CIS region out there.
You have to remember as well that the Bangkok Titans, this is the 2nd seed team coming from the Southeast Asian region. The Saigon Fantastic Five unable to make it, but still having fantastic representation of their region.
Yeah, exactly right. So they're playing with not only their pride on the line, but their whole region, really, because they were the 2nd seeded team. So the fact that they can come into this tournament and have such dominant performances just bodes even better for the Southeast Asian region. And they've only got one out of turret, I guess, base turret left. It's in the mid lane. Looks to see where they're propping next because 007X, he's preceded every aggressive move for his team this game. 3, 3, and 12. Very supportive role coming through. Yulo Stilto going in.
Yeah, there's the kick flash to come down as well. 007 going to get knocked out of his takeaway. Warlock comes through, but he might actually die for this one. There's the ult on himself. Does still have the Zhonya's slicing Maelstrom to come through from Moss as Bear takes so much damage. G4 just wants a kill. He'll get one, but in the end, it'll be a 2-for-1.
And he didn't ult coming into that one as a knock-up.
Yeah, there's the Fate's Call. Zyko, what? That was filthy damage.
Yeah, so able to pick it up. They'll also get the game with that as there's...
Oh, Lloyd's not finished. Julio Cito gets rendered down. Not actually going to find the death, but Lloyd says, okay, well, if I can't kill you, then I'm just going to win the game. Oh, actually, Reggie offering him a target. Beautiful pierce. And the legendary Callista going to finish this game here for the Bangkok Titans. As Julio Cito is going to take down Moss, and Lloyd wants to get some revenge, so they'll, you know, hold off winning the game just for now. Julio Cito is going to pay for that one. 007X going to pick it up. Bear comes through now. Is there going to be another offering here to the Bangkok Titans? No. Lloyd picks up the 50 gold. And man, Bangkok Titans, especially Lloyd in that game, were looking very, very scary. And you have to think they were playing the last stage of that game without a care in the world.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, Lloyd got like the 1v0 lane because of how long in the top lane Helio wanted to dive Warlock and just never got it done. So in the end, even though I guess Lloyd kind of was given a lot of farm and then was against a very under-leveled Maokai, the ability to transition that into a late game is still very impressive. So picking up all the kills for his team, turning into that hard carry. Once again, Callista Cannon, such a potent duo, and they were just able to get it done for everyone on the map.
Yeah, and they weren't even a duo for the majority of that game. That was ridiculous. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to mean that KLG unable to get into the playoffs. It is going to be hard random up there, but KLG not going to be meeting them. And I find that a little bit interesting because I believe one of the losses hard random suffered was to KLG.
Yeah, it certainly was. So hard random will be kicking themselves for that one. Would have thought that they could have gone 5-on-1.
Yeah.
But KLG did pick up that win, so now they're just playing for pride. So definitely still want to be wanting to win in this one. We'll also maybe play a little bit more freely. It is a lot of pressure if you have to close out every single game in a day to even have a hope, and then you're relying on other teams to lose. So the fact that KLG dropped that one, it's very disappointing for them, but I'm sure that they'll be able to turn it around by the end of the day.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. And also, it's such fantastic experience here for this team. Having experience on the international stage, brilliant, because you can get an idea of what other things that these other regions are bringing to the table, and you can work that into your playstyle, figure out exactly where the holes are, because a lot of these teams sort of been playing against the same opposition for quite some time, and it's really good to mix it up.
Yeah, and one thing we're seeing is kind of similar mechanics, but a little bit of difference in how these teams tactically play. We've already mentioned the turret dive.
Yeah.
The other thing that really affected this game was how Bangkok Titans controlled vision of the forest. So if we actually pull up one of the replays we have, this is where they were rotating from bottom lane to mid lane. And before you even roll it out, you see two wards in the bottom side of the jungle for KLG, but nothing else because it's all being swept through, and they get the inside path through the jungle because of fantastic aggressive warding, and all of a sudden there's 3 members that aren't there to defend KLG's turret. You roll this one out, and because they're so far behind, Julio Cito feels like he has to make the play. He gets a 3-man kick and then gets completely destroyed, and it actually goes fairly even because Zycro, with fantastic positioning on the outside of the fight, was able to chunk out
That big one
Lloyd.
was huge.
The big one's coming through the entirety of the time. You can see he's free hitting. Reggie had done a lot of work in the middle of the team fight. And then Zycro, he just has better understanding of the bush control here. So it started very well for Bangkok Titans because of how they set up their wards and where they were able to move around the map. That's what KLG need to learn to do if they're going to be successful. However, the actual 5v5 team fighting, the mechanical prowess is actually, especially coming through from Zycro, is really impressive from KLG.
Yeah, and KLG moving forward as well, they had exactly right. Their star player, Zycro, definitely impressed everyone here. They're definitely going to be playing with him on the team and being very excited about that bottom lane player. He was very, very strong.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I think that we have another replay coming through here. It's the turret dive that comes through. This one is just a little bit too much gold for Bangkok Titans. You can see 22 minutes. They've got the Baron. They've got the 10,000 gold advantage. We roll this one out, and it's an overcommit from Warlock. He dives the turret and almost comically is forced to Zhonya straight away because Kennen gets kicked out. Everyone is moving in here, and you just see how much damage G4 does. Warlock falls without doing anything. Really is a little bit of a misplay there, but they're retreating, and Lloyd, all of a sudden, full health, just understands, hey, I've countered their CC. They have absolutely nothing less. I can get in there, really start mixing it up. No one can stand toe-to-toe with me at this point. Picks up the double kill. Should have got a triple there. Bear is able to get away, but they got the first inhibitor of the game off that, and it was just good understanding of when to re-engage and exactly how their team comp worked.
Yeah, well, it's exactly right. And Warlock, he started that engage poorly, you have to say. That was a misplay. And if you're a team watching here, Bangkok Titans still with a few to go today, and we'll see whether they were watching that, saying that, Warlock looking a bit flustered today, potentially. Maybe we can focus that lane. You have to think that giving away a lot of the things in your hand is difficult at this stage, because Bangkok Titans definitely a favorite for getting through to those playoffs, and any bit of extra information that any of these other teams have is very, very useful.
Yeah, well, now with 4-1, they're actually definitely through to the playoffs, coming through there. They can go into that weird tiebreaker we mentioned, but the Chiefs, who do have to play them at some point today, I think it's our second last match, would have been watching that and thinking, wow, this is a good team, but they're also very, I guess, have some holes strategically.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether that can be capitalized on. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the Chiefs, they're going to be taking on Detonation Focus Me from Japan right after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. I'm Atlas. This is Spawn, and we're up for our second game. The Chiefs are going to be taking on Detonation Focus Me after the Bangkok Titans really dealt with KLG.
Yeah, they certainly did. They came through. They pretty much smashed the game, wound it up in pretty convincing fashion, and now they're through to the playoffs. On the other side of the rift, we have two very polar opposite sides right now. The Chiefs, they came in, they beat Ints first game. They were looking fantastic, really moving through. So since then, they've dropped 2 straight. They're now 2-2, and they're coming up against the Detonation Focus Me lineup that they looked god-awful day one. Don't get me wrong, but coming into yesterday, something clicked. Udapon went absolute massive on Vayne. They had a Shyvana running around the map, some weird AP Corki, and they were able to really put together some solid team fights.
Yeah, and they described it as, we just wanted to pick the champions that we want to play, and they picked up a victory off it. It does go to show that comfort is exactly what you're going to be doing. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at how the Chiefs managed to get here and what they're thinking moving into this tournament.
So we have competed abroad before, about a year ago at WCG, but since our hiatus from the international scene, it definitely feels awesome to be back here again, competing abroad.
I think as a team, we would really like to take out this tournament because we want to put OC on the map. It's known as probably one of the weaker regions, and I don't think a lot of us believe that, so we just want to show what we got.
I think the toughest team heading into it will be the Turkish team. Just based on the videos that we've watched, they seem the most structured and individually probably the best players. So yeah, looking forward to playing them. They seem like a solid team.
As a team, our goal is definitely to win. It sounds really cliche, everyone wants to win, but I definitely think we have enough. Our players are really talented. We've practiced a lot. Our teamwork is really good. I think we definitely can be the best team at Wildcards, and our goal is to win.
Oceania as a region is definitely developing really fast at the moment, and before us and Legacy were only really the teams that were arguably at a top level, but now with all this young talent coming through and the region developing really quickly, I think we're ready to make an impact on the global stage.
Competing abroad, it's kind of a weird feeling because it's not the same as being at home, because it's kind of like it's an outside environment. It's really different because like being in Turkey is, I mean, we've been to Germany before and China, and like Turkey is just, it's really like busy, like everywhere is just going. So I guess, I don't know.
Oceanic esports has really developed this past year with the OPL, introduction of the OPL. I mean, all teams kind of somewhat getting more of a salary pay rather than just purely from tournaments. I think just based off that infrastructure, it encourages a lot more players, a lot more depth within Oceania, and I think that will definitely reflect in the amount of skill that the top level, that the top Oceanic team, so us, would demonstrate.
And you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the Chiefs more than proud to be representing the Oceanic region and showing that they do have a lot of up-and-coming talent. There's been a lot of upsets throughout the Oceanic region, especially just recently. A whole lot of different teams taking that top spot, and it is going to be the Chiefs, of course, have been former champions, but there have been some changes moving forward.
Yeah, there certainly has, and you see that they're all very hungry. They were coming into this tournament expecting to do good things, so missing playoffs would be an absolute... It would be crushing for this team. So you have to see how they come onto the Rift against Detonation Focus Me. This is a team with relatively little to lose now. Detonation Focus Me going to play another 2 games, so they can still end 3-3 and would have the head-to-head against Besiktas if they do beat them later on today, which can put them in good steads to still make playoffs. So these guys aren't out of it yet either, but if they lose this game against the Chiefs, they can pretty much cancel any campaign they hope to take to MSI. Puts the Chiefs in a relatively okay position. If they win both games today, they're outright second seed, I believe, due to the fact of how the heads-to-heads will work, unless we get some crazy 4-2s in there from everyone else. So Both teams really have to win if they want to continue at all within this tournament, and everything is on the line.
Yeah, and it's looking a lot like 4-2 is going to be something that everyone is going to be getting to. It's sort of like the Converse shoe of this particular tournament. Everyone seems to be wearing it. I've watched a lot of Chuck recently, but of course, it looks like a popular scoreline heading through here. We might have some massive ties moving into the end of the day.
You took a right turn in the middle of that sentence, and I did not jump on at all throughout the end of it.
I honestly think left most of my brain behind.
That's absolutely fine. I want to talk about AD carries, not Converses, and Radiant versus Unifon is going to be absolutely the show match to watch in this one. Radiant, a very flashy AD in his own right. We saw him when he was at his best, flashing in on Sivir, trying to pick up those extra kills. Unipon is a duelist. Radiant does like to team fight, so I think he actually can throw Radiant off his game. If he picks up something like Sivir and then just tries to fight him in lane, because Radiant, very calculated play. You can even hear from the way he talks, very respectful, very knowledgeable about the game, and tries to carry that over. But if Unipon is able to get inside of his head, and if he can tilt anyone on the team, it probably is their bottom lane in Radiant and Rosie and really throw them off their game. I think it will be Kazu and Unipon.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and this is a team that has come through. They've picked up victories playing on their comfort champions. They're saying, okay, to hell with it. We just want to play what makes us happy, and that's how they're going to go into this one. And the Chiefs, if they don't get early advantages, can often fall apart, and we saw that yesterday.
Yeah, exactly right. They need to get an early advantage. They're picking scaling comps, which any Oceanic fan out there just looks really strange.
So
These
weird.
are guys that popularized Elise jungle on the current patch to try and destroy scaling compositions before they got to the late game. All of a sudden, they're on the hype train, and I think that they are the first people that have to abandon ship.
Yeah.
They need to do what Detonation Focus Me did so well yesterday and get back on comfort champions, play your style of League of Legends.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I actually had a recent conversation with Swiffer saying, you guys look the best when you're comfortable. Why don't you just play that all of the time? And he didn't really have a good enough answer for me, and I hope that maybe he's listened.
Yeah, maybe he will have to come through and show us something here. I really think that this is one of the polarizing parts of the tournaments. This is going to tell us so much about what playoffs will look like, which team will be able to scrape their way there, and everything really is on the line, Atlas. This is going to be intense.
It is most certainly going to be intense. We're going to have Champ Select very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see whether Detonation Focus Me continue their trend of just let's pick up the comfort champions. And you can see already into that Champion Select, already through the bans as well as the Chiefs. They've locked away the Gragas here for Spooks, and you have a little bit of experience convincing Spooks of the fact that Gragas is a good jungler.
Yeah, Gragas, a very good jungler on the current patch. Spooks has picked that up recently and looks extremely comfortable. I thought the 3 bans that the Chiefs were going to see the entirety of this after the LeBlanc game was going to be Gragas, Hecarim, and LeBlanc if you were on the red side. But it does look like they're happy to give the Gragas over, instead choosing to ban away the Nautilus.
And Rosie looked good on that champion.
Yeah, on the side of Detonation Focus Me, they've picked up Shyvana as well as Corki. You would assume that Syros in the mid lane picking that one up, but we'll have to see.
Goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, Swiffer, most definitely a notable Ahri player. We saw it left open. We saw his LeBlanc, how powerful that was. He's better on Ahri.
Yeah, exactly right. This is the thing that really was amusing coming into this one, as they flashed a Tryndamere as well. Do not be mistaken, Swiper's favorite champion is Tryndamere. Will be willing to take that into the top lane, although it looks like they're happy to run some tanks. They pick up Morgana as support and the Maokai in the top.
Yeah, well, at least Swiffer knows that Ahri is available and in his champion roster. So he's remembered it. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully we may see that one come through as Detonation Focus Me making some quick choices.
Yeah, they've hovered a Sivir as well as a Rek'Sai.
Oh man, the mid Corki yet again.
Yeah, so a mid Corki coming through. This is once again a double AD carry composition. They've got the huge tanky threat in the top lane, so they've got a good front line as well. And the thing is, we mentioned Rek'Sai in 3-man groups. The knock-up is so hard to dive. Once again, they can push out waves with Udapon and Bonzen, set up sieges around the map, rotate around extremely quickly with the Sivir. I like where Detonation Focus Me's composition's going. A little bit more to their comforts once again. And once again, Chiefs look like they're just playing standard.
Yeah, Chiefs more than happy. But these are comfort picks here. Rosie, a fantastic Morgana player. Of course, Swiper played close to 60% of his OPL games on the Maokai, and Spooks has looked very comfortable on the Gragas just recently, so picking comfort, something that we said would be a good idea, and it seems like both of these teams have been taking that one through. Of course, Swiffer with some experience against Corky mid, but I believe it was a couple of years ago against Heaven's Curse from the Oceanic region.
Yeah, it certainly was. So we see now Chiefs rounding out their lineup with Illusion as well as an Orianna coming through here. Good ball carry system coming through. Two very solid carries and some protection for Radier. So we'll have to see whether they have enough damage to take down Bonzen. Bonzen has a real potential here to run over the top of the Chiefs lineup. I think they do lack a little bit of the damage coming through, but Bonzen currently is sole tank, and there's not many tanky supports left. Something like a Leona might work. Alistair's another one that you can go for, but they're nearly running a solo tank lineup here unless Asatore can really get going.
Yeah, and I guess Asatore is going to be able to pick up the Cinderhulk if he wants to, as Kazu thinking about a Nami's is going to lock that one in, so that is about as far from a tank as you can get without being Sonar.
Yeah, it certainly is, but what they do have once again with Janna being banned is they have this 3-man unit that is extremely hard to dive. You can't dive Nami, you can't dive Rek'Sai, there's just too many layering of CCs to come through. And who runs with Bonzen? There is no option here to shut down the Shyvana. He's going to be absolutely massive wherever he goes. Maokai's not going to be able to force him off farm. You can almost guarantee that. And the Chiefs do not have a split pushing threat.
No. I mean, Swiffer generally is the team's split pusher, but on Orianna, they need all that utility in potential team fights.
Yeah, exactly right. And even Orianna not going to be able to solo out the Shyvana once the second, third item comes through. So we'll have to see how this one works out for the Chiefs. I think that just from the pick ban phase, they have a better team fight, but the composition that Detonation Focus Me is running is extremely hard to deal with. They have the wave clear coming through from Corky as well as Siva. Even deals with the Baron up minion pretty well because of the magic damage is not really there. It's just going to be a lot of AD coming through, and we'll have to see how it works out on the Rifts. You feel that either team, if they get an early advantage, might be able to run away with this one.
Yeah, well, seems to be the aim of the game here is going to be those early advantages, making sure that they can get in amongst it. But you mentioned wave clear, and if you want 280 carries in your lineup and you want wave clear, these are the perfect champions for that. You've got the Boomerang and the Phosphorus Bomb, and that's all you need.
Yeah, exactly right. You send one Boomerang across, all of a sudden Corky can just clear up every piece of CS. Even if you're down, you have relatively good anti-siege. You can't dive, as we mentioned, unless you go absolutely massive on Maokai. I think that, yeah, Detonation Focus Me. I like their comp. I like what it brings.
Well, we'll see whether it works out, ladies and gentlemen, but you have to think that Bonzen going to have a lot of attention there on the top side of the map because they have to keep that Shyvana down. We are going to start, ladies and gentlemen, with another pause, but we'll talk through it. It'll be fine. Don't you worry, and we'll be into that game as soon as possible.
Yeah, exactly right. And you mentioned the Camp Bonzen style. This is something that they ran, especially against carry top laners, and Bonzen appears to be that way on the Shyvana, so they're more than happy to send Spooks up there every single time. And we'll take a look at their standings while we're waiting. Bangkok Titans now on top, 4-1. They can finish the day 5-1 if they are able to beat out the Chiefs.
Yeah, and that is on, I believe, our second last or final game of the day. Second last is going to be the fourth game of the day. Ints as well with a couple more to play. We'll see how they finish off. Of course, only one more to play. That's not a couple. I just can't count, and I think I'll put it over to you there, Spawn.
Yeah, all right, cool. So the big ones here coming in is Bangkok Titans hard random secured. And now it's out of the next four teams. Ints, Chiefs, Besiktas, and Detonation Focus Me to make a push there. As you can see, if Chiefs win 2 games now, they would have beaten Bangkok Titans, so they'll have the head-to-head advantage. So whilst all the teams will be 4-2, there will be some crazy, weird 3-way tiebreak. There will be another team that also follows them in. So this is the schedule we got. Chiefs versus Detonation Focus Me now. Then Ints take on KLG. You would expect from what we just saw that Ints would be in the driver's seat for that game.
Yep.
But we've definitely
This is a KLG
seen
with nothing
things.
to lose.
Yeah,
though.
exactly right. So that would also put Ints onto 4-2. Then the next really important game, especially if you're an Oceanic viewer, is the game 4 of the day, which is Bangkok Titans versus Chiefs. Chiefs must win that one to qualify. And then Detonation Focus Me, they'll round that out with Besiktas.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Detonation Focus Me can continue potential momentum if this game goes well, but they've had a we've got nothing to lose style, and it's worked out for them so far, and we'll see whether they can take it through to this game and through to the final.
Yeah, exactly right. And I like what you're mentioning, the nothing to lose. KLG, Detonation Focus Me, they're in that similar situation right now where all you can do is win. You're relying on other people to lose if you are Detonation Focus Me, or rather, I guess, some very big upsets to go through. So if all they do is win, they have a very good chance of making it because they'll win some of their head-to-head. So all you can do is keep chugging along, keep winning. Same if you're the Chiefs. You have to win both. That secures you your spot. Then you don't have to worry about anything. KLG, they're trying to battle for a little bit of Latin America pride right now. So all they can do is really throw caution to the wind, play their brand of League of Legends, and try and take it to Ints as well. So across the board, we have some teams that can now shake off some, I guess, early nerves from day 1 and 2. It's the last day of the group stage, and just go out there and play some good, aggressive League of Legends.
Yeah, and they've got to make sure that they're playing exactly their game as well. We've seen a lot of these teams, the reason that they fall apart is because they're dictated to in a way that they're not used to. They don't know how to play a lot of these separate styles because this is a clash of so many regions.
Yeah, exactly right. You come in, and also, you got to remember, these are the top teams from every region. So
yeah,
a lot of the teams, especially like the likes of Chiefs, the likes of Detonation Focus Me, they're not used to losing games. They're not used to teams really taking it to them. These guys have been on top for a pretty long time. Chiefs lost some majors last year, but they were still probably undisputably the best team in the Oceanic region. LJL, relatively new, but Detonation Focus Me seems to hold a similar flair over there going through. So you have to think that these guys, they're not used to falling behind. They're not used to having to battle these games out. So every game that they do it, it really is a big test, and we're finding out something new.
Yeah, and the Chiefs actually had a next to flawless series there in the OPL. They dropped one game in the entire season.
They were 14,000 gold ahead in, by the way. So the game they lost, they were 14,000 gold and 6 turrets up.
Yeah, so a game that they probably shouldn't have lost is what Spawn meant there. But we are on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. The Chiefs from Oceania taking on Detonation Focus Me from Japan. We'll see who comes out on top because both of these teams, this game is so important.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you see the early group up from the Chiefs. Yesterday, they were beaten by a good lane swap, so straight away they're moving in there with the Morgana, trying to secure a level 1 advantage, get some deep wards down. Nice ward come out of Radiant, make sure they don't get collapsed on, and they're trying to find this Shyvana early.
Yeah, they possibly could too as they're moving towards that top side. Bonzen already up there. As the Chiefs just getting down as much deep vision as they possibly can. They will get the ward over the wall. Bonzen going to spot that one out. And Radiant and Swiffer are going to head back to base. So Chiefs successful movement around the map, picks themselves up some vision.
But probably a better ward actually coming through from Kazu in that bottom lane. It's going to spot out between the two turrets.
Oh, it has been pinged though.
Yeah, so they know it's there, so they're going to wait. So they will secure the 1v1 lanes you would hope coming through as Kazu as well as Udapon. They've stayed on the bottom side of the map. Rosie and Radier are down there as well. Please, one of you change your name so there's not so many R's in your bottom lane. But they will be able to get the 2v2 standard lanes secured for both teams.
You're talking about R's in the bottom lane when the whole rest of the team starts with S.
That's fine. I can deal with those guys.
I can't. Swiper and Swiffer? You try that in a team fight. Ridiculous.
That's why you're the play-by player. As they start up, the Gromp, you see the Astator, he was happy to smite that one because it gives him the Gromp aura. And then he can just go solo out his blue pretty quickly, and he has some sustain because he's Rek'Sai, who is a female, but Astatore is a male coming through there. That's
nicely
why I keep
done.
saying
Well
he.
gendered.
Yep, so they'll be able to get the early level 2 if they're able to push out Udapon and Kazu. In the bottom lane, Rosie and Radiant, they didn't pick up anything, so unless they can really shove out this wave, they're going to be in a little bit of early trouble.
Yeah, Piercing Light is going to be helpful there, and of course having that puddle level 1 for Rosie is going to be helpful as well, but of course level 2 going to be achieved right now, in fact, from our Detonation Focus Me bottom lane.
Kazu so deep already.
Yeah, Dark Binding actually going to find the Nami here as Rosie skilling that one up first, but this bottom lane from the Chiefs is going to be zoned early on. Udapongo, though, pushing relentlessly.
Yeah, so Udapon shoving that one in. They won't lose out on any CS, though, because they weren't able to control the wave. Instead, it was a full shove. So Radius should be able to pick up the majority of these minions.
Oh, all of them so far.
Rosie
is he going to get it? Oh, there it is.
Rosie
Beautiful.
got one of them.
Still, the team managed to get all of the CS.
No,
Spawn.
Not impressed.
Okay. Well, Rosie is known as being a relatively carry-focused bottom lane player.
No Zyra, thank goodness, coming through here.
What do you mean, thank goodness? That's one of his best champions.
Gragas finishes up his jungle a little bit quicker than Astatore, who, of course, didn't have the help early on. Actually had to burn Smite on a camp. He didn't finish up for that level 2, so you expect that to come through. But Udapon and Kazu, they're just repetitively shoving out this lane on Sivanami.
That being said, Radiant able to stay up in farm. He's actually ahead just because of better skill last hitting under this turret, you have to think, with this Lucian.
Yeah,
sorry.
definitely. His last hitting was perfect, Atlas.
See?
We'll give it to you.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Spawn. You give me that cheek with the Rosie taking 1 CS. He managed to get all the rest of them.
He did. You were lying. You can't lie to our viewers, Atlas.
I talk about Radier as having a pocket Rosie that takes everything else for him. He's holding on to that one.
I like that. That's a good way to look at it. Also, CS distribution, something of the past, but double Bruiserblade, never forget.
We may see Blitzstar again, ladies and gentlemen. One can only hope. Tarek Garen, bring it back. Okay, let's get back into serious casting mode, though, because Swiffer going to get a ward down here in the mid lane. And how does Orianna face up against Corki? Corki with a lot of poke past level 6, but so far in the laning phase, Command Protect generally going to be strong.
Spooks has got a gank in this bottom lane, can get in. We'll see whether he can make it work. Needs to go for Kazu, you think?
Yeah, there's the flash after the body slam as well. Kazu's going to get exploded. First blood goes to Spooks, and the Gragas already rolling.
Yeah, and Flash Body Slam is an absolute mammoth gas closer early on. Not to mention the fact it's a knock-up, which is just so hard to get away from. You can follow up CC with it, and you see already the Chiefs having a much better time in this game. You were talking about the mid lane matchup. It is going to be a little bit hard for Orianna early on, more so than anything. Her wave clear will start to take over. But if anyone can go with an AD carry in terms of auto attack trades, it is Ori with that passive we like to talk about so much.
Yeah.
Adding a little bit more punch in there as Astatore, looking for his first gank top, is spotted out by a ward.
Yeah, and we haven't spoken too much about this 1v1 matchup here on the top side, as Bonzen's taken a bit of harass damage from Swiper with, of course, the sustain advantage up there. You can see able to offer back a lot of damage here with that arcane smash as well. Astatore just deciding that, you know, top lane's not where he wants to be, but Gragas, he's very, very
Gragas
close.
knows now as well because the Wolf Spirit just chased him out.
I
Surely he
believe that
must
was
have seen
Astatore.
that. Yeah, no, but it chased Gragas. So
yes.
if you see a Spirit all of a sudden start chasing you in your jungle, pretty good chance that someone just smited it.
Yeah, okay. Good point. Good point. Would have assumed that if you're walking around in the enemy's jungle and there's a wolf spirit there, didn't really figure on the fact that it's his jungle.
Yeah, exactly right. So coming through there, you see Udapon, even after the first blood went over, it did go to the Gragas player. He wasn't shoved off too much CS as the wave was pushing in, so they're completely even. No backs have gone through yet, so Radiant won't be able to pick up any advantage from that. As Swiffer in the mid lane, he's 6 CS behind. That's about a creep wave. It's exactly a creep wave if you don't count the cannon one. So all of a sudden, Syros, he's starting to get a little bit of an early advantage coming through, but it has been Spooks that got the early first blood in, so a 500 gold advantage over to the Chiefs.
And we'll see whether Spooks can carry that through as well, really affect these lanes. Swiffer is able to get the command protectors. Astatore looking for something. They get the flashes. Kazu moving towards mid, and Swiffer says, all right, I'm out of here.
Yeah, exactly right. Just wants to go back. Probably going to pick up an early Morella Nomicon for himself just to be able to sustain in this lane. Spooks will pick up some farm. Actually, going for the Athene's Unholy Grail, even without some of the magic damage coming through there.
Yeah, and of course, Corki going to be doing the majority of his burst damage in Magic with the rockets and, of course, the phosphorus bomb, but it is an interesting decision.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we'll have to see how it works out in the long run. Of course, much better teamfight item as they tag up Kazu again. Udapon a little bit late on that spell shield. Radiant-esque, some would say.
That's rude.
Oh, his spell shields
They
were
were bad.
Not
They were pretty terrible. You are correct. But Udapongo just going to make him feel a little bit better about himself there on the bottom side, missing that piercing light, which is a difficult spell to spell shield anyway. Swiper does a beautiful job with that arcane smash and the sapling to clear out the back wave.
And all of a sudden, they've timed the blue buff transfer perfectly with the first dragon. They sent 3 members up there. There was also a back that came through from Rosie. Radiant hasn't shopped, so they're not in really much danger of getting this one stolen away. And it looks like Detonation Focus Me will pick this one up for free.
Yeah, Chiefs just saying, okay, we don't have enough people. We're not going to be able to...
know.
Well, the bottom lane's gone.
Yeah, so they will probably know now, but it's also a good time to recall for the bottom lane.
Whoa, Bonzen uses the ultimate there on the top side, but Swiper, we've spoken about this guy's Maokai before. I mean, he does play aggressively, but Shyvana unable to stay in this lane.
Yeah, actually didn't push hard enough, Swiper there, so it might freeze a little bit off the side of the lane because that that creep will hold them up just a tiny bit, then it'll stack up, push into his lane. He's playing well, but now that the skirmisher stave has been finished up with that Cinderhulk,
wow.
do not expect him to get much more bullying. In fact, Shyvana is relatively well known for just ignoring you as a laner and farming creeps instead of you. You get a lot of CS when you're against a Shyvana unless you get some incidental damage down on you, so Swiper will definitely farm up. As you can see, he's looking a little bit nervous in the bottom left of the screen, biting his lip, not looking too happy there for some reason. But he has got an early advantage in being able to at least get to the point where he's going to be mid-game relevant.
Yeah, certainly looking serious. That being said, Swiffer now with a level advantage slightly here and has evened up the farm almost completely.
Yeah, it certainly has. His Orianna is really good in the mid-game, so he'll be able to farm up an absolute storm. Expect him to maybe even start getting ahead of Syros, who grabs the extra CS there, so he'll reclaim a 1 CS lead.
Oh, look, we'll keep you updated, ladies and gentlemen, on the 1 or 2 CS gap here in the mid lane that may occur based on last hitting. Oh, that dissonance was huge as Swiffer locks down another one. Oh, and a second. Beautiful work here in this mid lane, but misses the final melee
And all
minion.
of a sudden, Spooks, who we normally call Swiffer's shadow, isn't in the mid lane, and they're sending Kazu as well as Asator back here. He's held it off the turret really importantly, and wow, he's going aggressive.
Yeah, there's the shockwave for Swiffer with no flash, unable to do anything, and the ebb and flow adding insult to injury. Detonation Focus Me with 3 men in the mid. They lock down the next kill of the game.
Yeah, and they're looking to hard shove the mid lane turret as well. Spooks needed to get there earlier as he throws out the ultimate to just keep the turret safe. So you got to think that's another win for Detonation Focus Me as they take a blue buff away from Orianna and give a kill over to the Corki.
Yeah, really terrifying stuff coming through as...
Wow, and I have to mention something. Yeah. That is a full AP Corki this time around. He's not going for the Trinity Force. He's picking up a Morellonomicon.
That is very strange. Saros did in fact go for that Trinity Force into Leandries, I believe, in the last game that they played. But
all right, so I'm going to correct you there. That's not strange. That is outright a bad build as Yutapon in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Radiant uses the Relentless Pursuit to escape there. Does blow the heal as Yutapongo actually running away with the ult. Tidal Wave to come down. Nice black shield as Yutapong. He's going to get taken down. The 2v2 victory comes through for the Chiefs. And Maokai coming through the back. Flash into the Twisted Advance. Gets the knock up as well as there's a Ventral Maelstrom. Spooks comes through. Could pick up the kill if he wants, but Swiper's going to net it as Spooks happy to give that one over to his solo laner. And Radier's getting rolling. The tree's getting rolling as well. Detonation Focus Me. They might be able to take down the first turret, though.
Yeah, they're looking to get in on the first major objective of the game. After that, Dragon also fell in their favor, but 2 kills going across to the Chiefs will definitely start their members rolling at least, get some excitement going in the team. It really is only Swiffer who's currently falling a little bit far behind, and the Chiefs looking to answer in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Athene's on Holy Grail is almost completed here for Swiffer, though, and of course has had a lot of focus by the Detonation Focus Me lineup, and you have to think that did allow them to get a...
nearly got it.
Yeah.
They're going for maybe a dive in the mid lane, though. Swiffer needs to be very careful.
I believe that Swiffer probably, you know, the once bitten, twice shy factor going to be helping him out here as Detonation Focus Me have been focusing Swiffer more than anything else. Is hanging very, very deep under that turret.
They've got 3 members once again in here. They'll be able to take out the turret because no collapse coming through from the Chiefs. And they're just completely zoned. Wow.
Beautiful shockwave gets Saros out of the turret range, but okay. Not going to quite get there. Nice flash.
Yeah, had to burn flash. Really good ultimate coming through from Spooks. Now they've sent Swiper in here as well. Yutapon, in the meanwhile, got some free time in the bottom lane. Radiant was sitting on about 2,000 gold. Had to go back. He's nearly finished up that Infinity Edge. But now, Detonation Focus Me, with superior objective control, you have to say, at this part of the game, has been able to pick up a gold lead. They've got a Dragon as well. And they might even be able to push in on this mid lane turret.
Yeah, they are going to head back to base at the moment, of course. Kazu hanging around just to get some vision down. Swiper heading back to base as well as he shoves the wave in. CS very even between these top laners. Bonzen not going for any aggressive choices. His second item just wants that giant spell for some extra tankiness.
Yeah, so able to get in there. Kazu actually shoved that lane for his team. I don't know why he did it exactly. It probably won't mean anything, but just because you use CC on the creeps, it means they can't auto-attack. Obviously, yours can auto-attack. If you do it to a back lane, it will start shoving against you. So, like, it's obviously going to mean nothing because they're 2 wave clear champions, but just something to point out to the viewers at home. That's why you generally don't use CC on creep lines, because it pushes against you.
Yep, Rosie hanging around here. Thank you for the sweet creep
I like
wave information.
creep wave.
I know you do. I learned how to freeze a wave because of your information, and I learned what a slow push was a little while back. Good news. Thank you very much, Spawn. In the meantime, though, Seros does have a few friends here in the Chiefs who are hanging around, but he is going to make his way back towards the mid. Rosie now finally giving Swiffer a little bit of attention here in the mid lane, because there have been a lot
Kaz
of...
has been here for a long time.
Oh, yeah. Sort of forgotten which AD carry he's supporting, I believe.
Yeah, as well. Spook's going in.
Yeah, Astatore is in a little bit of trouble here, taking a lot of damage. Swiper looking for something. Twisted Advance wasn't there. Righteous Glory was used as Spooks. Flashes over, picks it up with the final auto attack. Swiffer and Rosie, they're closing in. Dissonance going to speed up the tree. Just waits to get that down, and Rosie actually blows the ultimate, I believe, as well. Bonzen trying to fight back. This is a massively tanky dragon, but Swiffer locks down his first kill.
Yeah, so able to get it done there. That was a 2 for nothing, but they pick up another objective. So whilst the Chiefs are chasing kills and getting a gold lead, the map is firmly in control of Detonation Focus Me, now collapsing on Radiant.
Yeah, Radiant might be in trouble here on the bottom side of the map. That turret, of course, has fallen down, so no protection to be had there. But the Dragon, it's now live. The Chiefs moving over towards it as Spooks not quite at the health that he'd otherwise like. Void Rush going to get Astatore down here to this Dragon.
They have teleport available as well. This is probably Detonation Focus Me's objective. I don't know how they fight this one.
Yeah, Spooks might be looking for some sort of body slam base steal away, as the ward in that brush does give away Rosie going for a potential engage. And no Soul Shackles. There are a few ultimates that are on cooldown here. As
they can engage here, and they probably will get the team fight they want.
They're looking for something as Udapongo blows the ultimate here on the hunt. Rosie's being focused as Swiper looking for something. Astatore just gets exploded, and Rosie flashes out of that fight. Radiant, he gets bubbled, but not a lot of attention on him while that goes through. And the Chiefs, they pick up a quick kill.
Yeah, so they're able to get a kill at 6-1 right now. They're dominating in that. They're just not able to grab any objectives. Detonation Focus Me have had them on lockdown. Can they defend the mid lane turret now? It looks like they can. They're backing away. Chiefs, whilst winning the little skirmishes, they're ganking a lot better. Detonation Focus Me has just got a better eye for objectives.
Yeah, and it does mean that this gold lead nowhere near what it should be at this stage. 6-1 makes you feel like the Chiefs are going to be in the control, but Detonation Focus Me 2-0 in the Dragons. They're behind by what? 900 gold? That is nothing here, because they've taken down the whole outer ring of turrets. The whole outer ring of turrets. As Detonation Focus Me, they now have control of this map, like you mentioned before, and Astatore, he'll be able to take down a whole lot of the Chiefs' jungle, and he'll have so many ways to get out.
Yeah, well, I still don't know if they can invade the jungle without good vision, because they are actually still weaker. So it's not like that they can use their map control more. It's just that at this point, the Chiefs have to travel much further out of base. That the waves can start shoving. It actually opens up Shyvana more than anyone, as we're seeing the components
of everything for Seros. He wants so many options. Udapongo looking to try and get out of this one. Does flash out of the way. Swiper doesn't get the memo. He wants to dive this one. Bonzen's coming through as well. Swiper taking a whole lot of auto attacks, but Radiant's here. Bonzen could be in trouble as Udapongo might take a bit of damage there. Bonzen does end up using the ultimate in order to escape this one, but the Chiefs, what they want is the turret. There is a lot of standing gold on the map for the Oceanic side, and they're going to take it down if they can. Bubble doesn't quite find anyone, as the Boomerang's going to be used to clear out this minion wave, and Detonation Focus Me demonstrating the fact that they have wave clear for days.
Yeah, they certainly do. The rest of their members rotate up, so they're able to get a little bit more control over that top side of the map. Swiffer will head back mid lane to try and shove that one in. They need to be careful they don't get caught in rotation here, the Chiefs. Actually being fairly lazy with some ward placement on the way back through, so we'll see how that one works out. But in the end, everyone just ships in the Night Atlas. Nothing much happening, but it's right back down to 100 gold only. Detonation Focus Me. They're securing some of the farm now left standing on the map, and the Chiefs not able to get any advantage.
No, Swiper down here on the bottom side, going to be able to clear out this wave pretty easily, you have to think as well.
You have to think this is now turning into a frustrating game for the Chiefs. They feel like they're beating Detonation Focus Me to these fights. They're getting the tiny team fight advantages, but by losing out on all the objectives, they're just not where they want to be in the game. And this Shyvana all the while is getting bigger and bigger. 20 CS ahead is not going to be unbearable in the late game. Bonzen really is rolling, and that's probably the only member that the Chiefs could afford to not get ahead.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. They have taken down the Shyvana once, but you're going to need to be able to deal with her in the later stages of this game, and the Chiefs probably wanted far more of a lead at this stage. Spook's going to smite away the red buff, fix that one up for himself, as Seros going to be hard shoving here in the mid lane. Might be in trouble here as Rosie's looking around for something, but...
Yeah, I want to know whether Swiffer goes the Luden's Echo here, or whether he just goes Death Cap into Leandries. I think that actually if they go Leandries, he has a better chance of dealing with the Shyvana, who's going to be health stacking. There will, of course, be 2 Cinder Hulks coming through as well. Some of the flat penetration early really does help out Oriana's kit. So we'll have to see whether he does make the adaptation that we've been seeing or just goes a very standard build with all the AP in there.
Yeah, and of course, the Rabadons plus the Athene's on Holy Grail, always a fantastic power spike just to have as much shield control and everything like that as well. Of course, Oriana able to use that AP both offensively and defensively, meaning that, you know, magic penetration not quite as important for that champion, but you're exactly right. They need someone who can build something to deal with this Shyvana.
Yeah, exactly right. They just need a way to shred the tanks because Radier, he's not going to be able to do it by himself. They have some percentage health damage coming through on Spooks with the Gragas, but that's probably not going to get it done in the late game either. Once again, same thing on Maokai, very similar situation with the W, but he doesn't do ridiculous amounts of damage, especially with the Righteous Glory build. So you can see Bonzen, he's having a free time. There's no way that he can force the Maokai off the turret, but it's going to get to the point in the game that we've seen with Shyvanas and Hekarims alike, where they just don't care. They just tank it up, get a few pot shots through there, able to take it down. And now, Swiper, he's getting even more focus on him in this bottom lane.
Yeah, there are 4 members here on the bottom side of the map. Swiper spots them out with a decent ward and does have a fair amount of wave clear, as you can see. Righteous Glory completed, does have the Ninja Tabi as well, looking to get even tankier as this game goes on.
Wow, and this is very Udapon out of Radier. He was the one setting up the bush camp this time. Thinks he's firmly in control of the lane as Udapon going for his double Doran special, trying to get some more life steal in there and also just some more dueling potential, but he was the one that actually left the lane this time around.
Yeah, he doesn't have the control that he's used to here. Of course, very aggressive on that. On any AD carry that he's playing.
Yeah,
I mean,
period.
my goodness. Yeah, ever. Just in general. 30 CS down, though, is this Sivir, and doesn't have the kills at all. 0, 1, and 0 in comparison to the 1, 0, 1, 3 here for Radier.
Kazu trying to hold up the wave here. That's very aggressive coming through, but it will be cleared out by Seros, who's picked up the Leandries Torment now. Also has a blasting one. Still the components of the Morella Nomicon coming through.
It's like he's trying to build a, you know, Wooglit's Witch Cap from the Twisted Tree Line.
I don't even know what that is, Atlas. I'm not going to pretend I do.
It's Twisted Tree Line, man.
Yep. I know what that is.
Yeah,
I just don't know what a Wooglit's Witch Cap is.
It's like a Zonya's. I just know the name of the item and what it builds out of. It's basically Zonya's and Death Cap mixed together.
Okay, no worries. Thank you for that information that will take up precious space in my brain. As we see Detonation focus me.
I've got plenty more.
Going towards another dragon. This time they don't have the teleport available on Shyvana. So once again, they use Astatore on Rek'Sai to be able to pressure that lane. Shyvana, as you said, just picked that one up. But the Chiefs doing a pretty good job of clearing out the tunnels coming through here, so they might actually have an advantage here and might be able to get their first dragon of the game.
Yeah, Spooks actually had the opportunity to try and take down that tunnel, but
that
decides
damage
not
is
to.
So rough coming through from Zero. So they need to be able to catch that one because you can see that's only 2 missiles coming through. They weren't even the big one, and Rosie already at half health.
Yeah, and Radier actually taking one of those as well. As speaking of missiles, the Prey Seeker going to come down. Swipe having to deal with that as well.
But Radier is so strong at this point in the game. I mean, he's got the...
yeah, this is a Phantom Dancer in comparison to a
Edge.
Brawler's Glove on the side of Udapongo.
But the poke, just too much coming through here. You see they're in complete control of this siege around the Dragon area. They're sending 3 members back now. And straight away, Detonation Focus Me, they start it up.
Yeah, they've got a ward over the side here as well. You can see Spooks able to see
this
dragon.
Again, this is a 3rd dragon in the game. Once again, Chiefs, they feel like they're stronger. They just can't fight.
And they're unable to make the decisive moves in this game. And that's exactly what you have to be doing against a comp that's going to poke you out.
Exactly right. They've now got the Warmogs finished on Shyvana. She is absolutely massive. As far as 2 items go, effective health pool, that is huge coming through.
Yeah, they're the best.
Yeah, outright the best. She's absolute monster. Not even a half dragon anymore. We'll give her the full dragon award coming through, but...
Oh, never go full dragon.
We're seeing the Chiefs, they're struggling in the decisive play. They've got the gold advantage, but they definitely don't have any objective advantage. And you think, with how Detonation Focus Me are playing, 12 minutes time, oh, Kazu.
Yeah, there's the Dark Binding. Spooks actually gets the body slam as well. The hula hoop goes around him, but that's only because Kazu died a little bit too quickly.
Yeah, exactly right. Deathcat was picked up. Actually misplaced his damage there, Swiffer. Didn't need all of the extra coming through from the ultimate. And now they might be able to siege out mid, although 3 members already rotating across. Creep Wave decimated by this Corki, who just does ridiculous poke damage, and they're not going to be able to get it done.
Yeah, not going to be able to take that one down. And I don't blame Swiffer, because even when you're playing Orianna, it's really hard to understand quite how much more powerful you get when you pick up that Rabadon's Death Cap, as well as the Athenes. It's a crazy power boost.
So they might get the first real meaningful objective here. They are able to pick up Corki's blue. That means that he won't be able to spam out the missiles as much as possible. You see, he's actually running relatively so they may be able to get the mid lane turret just off a good invade coming through in the jungle.
Yeah, nicely done. But the Chiefs, they sort of don't really care about many of the objectives around this map. They've taken 1 turret. That was almost incidental because Radio wanted to get to probably the creep wave behind it. They really need to start prioritizing taking down these structures.
Yeah, they certainly do, especially with the late game carry like a Shyvana on the other team going to come up absolutely massive in the late game. So I agree, they need to be able to get to a point where they can take down structures and maybe in the next 5-10 minutes. Otherwise, it's going to start creeping up on them. The 5th dragon, it always sneaks up on you. You think the dragon, especially with how early Detonation Focus Me took it. Remember, they took it whilst the Chiefs were grabbing their 2nd blue.
Yeah.
So it was about the 10-minute mark coming through there, and they're already on 3. Mustn't have been, yeah. So they're on track for, as we said, like the 35-minute dragon, the 5th dragon that will come through, and just put them in great steads.
Yeah, and the thing is, at that stage, they can continue to get 5th dragons as well. Void Staff has been completed by Seros, as you point out. He's been sitting on the components of that Morellonomicon for a long time.
And it's really weird because they're very gold inefficient components when they're combined. One of the most gold efficient items in the game. So the ability to sit on them is a little bit strange coming through from Seros. It isn't the most, I guess, gold... It's not the most gold-thirsty build coming through as the Chiefs now forcing in the mid lane. They can't dive as we... Oh, wow.
Seros gets exploded. Spooks picks up a really nice ultimate there to gather himself most of the wave clear, and definitely all the wave clear in the lane as there's a split push coming through from the Sivir. Spooks trying to get some work done. Bonzing going to teleport in here. Oh, beautiful shockwave. Kazu gets exploded by the piercing light, and the Chiefs, they're finally making the decisive plays, but Yuta he might be able to take down an inhibitor turret.
No, he certainly won't. Swiper's on his way there. They will back away. They'll trade the 2-for-1 turret. As Yutapon needs to be very careful here. He might give up an inhibitor and his life instead.
Yeah, and who has sticking power more than a Maokai? I don't know who. Does he have the flash, though? He does have it available, but no twisted advance. But look, the inhibitor turret's falling down. Mid lane inhibitor gonna follow as the Chiefs, they hit the go button at about 26 minutes.
Yeah, exactly right. They're now fighting
Bonzen,
again.
though, ulting into this fight. The huge dragon in amongst it, but he's just getting torn apart. Not enough effective statistics. The culling tearing apart the Corki as well as Yutapongo. His back was stopped for so incredibly long, and he's now on the top side of the map.
Yeah, so he will be able to get back, but they save the turret. They break the base. All of a sudden, the side waves have so much effective gold. The Chiefs have finally managed to get the real meaningful objectives they were looking for.
Oh, yeah.
And it came off a huge Gragas play from Spooks. 4-0-2. He has been the spark that the Chiefs have been waiting for. And he's got Radier in there. He's got Swiffer in there. He's been the playmaker that the whole team has been able to gather around this game.
He was the hero that they were looking for, most definitely, Spawn. Void Staff going to be completed outright, I believe, here for Swiffer. The trinity, the trifecta of mid lane items there. The 3 items, probably much better. I believe trifecta has something to do with how horses come in a race, so it has nothing to do with the amount of items. But that is 3 brilliant ones coming through for Swiffer, irrespective of whether I'm correct or not.
It certainly is. Still hasn't got the boots too, so Swiffer, he did this on his LeBlanc as well. Obviously doesn't prioritize boots too. movement is actually a very good stat on Orianna, so...
We've seen Alacrity boots being picked up very, very
Yeah,
early.
Alacrity Aether Wisp is like a very common build right now.
Very common build with Godvi in the LPL.
To just get yourself around the map a little bit quicker, also be able to get more effective damage through, as they might actually look to trade Baron for Dragon here. Swiper gets the read, able to put down a ward. Now maybe the collapse, but Udapon once again, he seems to have one... I'm going to throw out a name. Lots of people know him. His name's Double Lift.
Yeah, no, I heard of that guy. Heard of that guy.
Seems to have a very similar playstyle to Season 2, Double Lift.
Yeah, my team, they've stopped being able to win team fights. What do? Never be with them.
Yeah, exactly right. Soak as much farm as you can in the bottom lane until you can 1v5.
Man, Seros does not want to finish that Morellonomicon. He got the Home Guard enchant instead of it. He got all sorts of different things.
Maybe he doesn't know they build into an item, wanted them separately, and now just can't figure it out. That's not the case. Just very strange.
I'm not
item
sure whether
purchases.
anyone has
and
ever decided to build a forbidden item.
Baron coming through. Teleport so soon. He's going to get collapsed on.
Yeah, hey guys, we've got a ward here. Swiper though, that ultimate not quite tanking up enough, but there's the culling tearing apart. Detonation focus beam. Swiper just explodes Kazu as Swiper comes in as well. Does get a lot of work done before falling as Udapongo going to flash away. Nice boomerang. Does a fair bit of damage, but they lose Swiper for 2.
Yeah, so able to pick up 2. They stop the Baron. More importantly, they pick up the Dragon. So they're able to get a lot of work done around the map again. Minion waves pushing in their favor. One thing we have criticized the Chiefs for is not having great side wave control, so they're going to have to go sort that out. And you would think maybe the next objective will be that top lane, as you see the ridiculous damage Radier is currently doing.
Yeah, Radier's Lucian has always been incredibly strong, but sort of fell out of his kit of champions moving forward, but this season picked it back up again, and man, he looks good.
Yeah, he kind of fell out of everyone's kit, and then all of a sudden people were like, wow, he still does exactly what he used to do, just like 10 less base damage. Why did we never keep playing this
why
guy?
did we stop playing him? Yeah, I believe he played it in more than 50% of his games in 2014. So definitely played a whole lot of Lucian. The beginning of the season, in fact, it was almost the sole champion he played.
Yeah, so Detonation focused me. They're now able to get around the Baron area, and they've got some good wards out there. So Detonation focused me. They understand what their team comp needs to do. They've fallen a little bit behind. Can't win the team fights anymore, so they've started the split push.
Anymore? Have they won one before?
Yeah, they were in a much better position to be able to win a team fight earlier when they were equal in gold. So now they're sending Bonzen into the bottom lane to continue to push out. Once again, still very few people can go with the Shyvana. But the Chiefs, they don't really care because they've got an open inhibitor in the mid lane. They can just start a fight.
Yeah, they don't need to siege. There's no turret to worry about. This inhibitor really going to open up the map for the Chiefs. And with 5 members here, teleport's available from Bonzen, but it's going to take a while for him to get in there. He is going to use it. The flank is going to be coming in as he launches his way into the backside. Radier manages to dash out of the way. Nice tidal wave. Going to lock up the Chiefs just a little bit as Asteroid going to tank up that culling. Detonation focus me though. They are backing off. Swiper engaging on top of the Dragon, who's down to quite a small health bar here. As the shockwave on Seros as well. He can't do anything, and the explosive cast locks up Asteroid. He's using that as a pick tool, is Spooks, and he's doing so beautifully, netting them the inhibitor. The Chiefs, they can go get a Baron. They can do whatever they like.
And the Chiefs once again through Spooks and a good barrel zoning out, but Swiffer's Shockwave, 2 priority targets. He kept it on Swiper for a long time, put it on the other side of the inhibitor just for zoning purposes, and they've got another person.
Yeah, Radier, oh my goodness. Swiffer and Radier's damage is silly, and Udapongo was there for a second, and then he's dead.
Yeah, they need to be careful. This Baron's still very risky. Syros is available, and he does very good poke damage, not to mention the fact that Rek'Sai ultimate is up. I think they need to pull off this one and overcommit coming through from the Chiefs.
Yeah, Command Attack is going to get that ball into position there
they
as well.
They actually might have given it up
poke
in response. Udapon only 20 seconds away. No, they will all just peel away. Bonzen will go get the massive wave top. He is now like 70 CS ahead of Swiper.
No.
He is absolutely huge.
So big. And he doesn't have any damage items, of course, but we saw he tanked up so much in that last team fight. But Detonation focused me. They didn't follow up with their Shyvana engage at all.
Yeah, they don't really have much follow-up to come through, to be honest, Atlas. They need to poke out a lot more with Syros. That's why Trinity Force is kind of a better option as a first item, because it gives you some more
He finished the Morellonomicon, though.
Power. He has finished up the Morellonomicon, but the full AP, Corky, just isn't doing the same thing as what the hybrid Corki was doing in their victory.
Yeah, like auto attacks. This guy, none of them whatsoever.
Maybe he goes for the Lich Bane.
I hope so.
Gives a whole different meaning to the Phosphorus Bomb auto attack proc.
Yeah, that's a Phosphorus Bomb ridiculous proc coming through there. We'll see whether he builds up a death cap as well. That would be silly damage to come through from that particular combo.
Radiant still not going for a defensive item, by the way. Has picked up a pickaxe.
Bloodthirster.
Yeah, it's true. Pseudo-defensive coming through there, of course, with the shield, but not much armor finished up, even though he is going towards that last Whisper.
Yeah, Swiffer as well. Full damage here so far. Might be building towards that Zhonya's Hourglass, although I really hope it is going to be that Luden's Echo here for the Orianna.
Bottom lane finally in the Chiefs' favor. They've managed to get their side waves firmly under control. They will probably be able to pick up a Baron off this if they move very quickly, because that is a huge creep wave.
Yeah, there's still a lot of vision around it for Detonation Focus Me. Asteroid going to be easily able to finish off this creep wave underneath the turret knocking on the door, but that's the jungler a long way away. He does have a few tunnels prepared, so that Void Rush going to be helpful as Spooks. He's over the wall. Bonzen in through the backside, though, as Detonation Focus Me do manage to stop the Chiefs from taking down this Baron, but Yuta Pongo again caught out of position, exploded by a barrel. And man, we have seen this jungle Gragas from multiple players this tournament go completely ballistic.
And this is why I thought we weren't going to see it again. Spook's obviously very comfortable on it. There's some very good late game junglers, and Gragas being one of them is just a huge threat.
Oh, Dark Binding lands on Asteroid here as well. Flashes out of the way of that shockwave, means that he can't flash over the wall here. The Baron down to 2,000 health. Are they going to be able to smite his way? Oh my goodness, no, it is not going to be the steal as Bonzen. He's going to fall out for it. Swiffer picks up a kill as well. That was way too close, Chiefs. A bit of sloppy play, but they do manage to turn it around.
Yeah, so they're able to pick it up against a Shyvana with Smite as well as a Rek'Sai with Smite.
That's the strongest Smite on the map, though. Bonzen had the biggest Smite
The
there.
only person that didn't Smite Atlas was the Gragas. And in the end, it went over to the Maokai. So you said it was too close. It was just somewhere between ridiculous, and I don't know how the heck they got it.
Yeah. Between those two statuses that are pretty normal.
Exactly right.
But in the end, the Chiefs, they do manage to do what they were expected to do there. Of course, maybe not necessarily as cleanly as they would have liked, but the inhibitor turret going to fall down.
Zeros again.
Oh my goodness, Spooks' ultimates have been fantastic. Yuta Pongo getting exploded. Radiant going down low, though, forced to use that flash, but man, that red buff doing some work. And Kazu, this has been a very, very melty mermaid lady.
Yeah, it certainly has been, and they're moving it even further. Shockwave.
Oh, the shockwave on the last two members. Detonation Focus Me. Not a lot left in the tank as the quadra kill comes through from Radiant. The hard carry Lucian. 9-0 and 5. 5-0 and 11. The Chiefs' scoreline's looking fantastic. It was a more difficult early game than they otherwise would have liked, but still finish up with a 13,000 gold lead. And our Oceanic side now make it 3-2.
Yeah, so they're looking much better to be able to make that playoff push. One more game, and you see much happier. The big hugs coming through between Spooks and Swiper.
And you know, Swiper always with a grin on his face, but he's grinning a little bit more than normal here. And the Chiefs definitely looking happy after that one.
Yeah, they certainly are. So they dropped 2 games. One on day 1, one on day 2, the only one, but they're able to pick up the first win of the day versus Detonation Focus Me, who once again played a good brand of League of Legends. They were able to crush down the early structures. They were able to take the first couple of dragons. In the end, they just couldn't team fight with the composition they put together. I really do question Siros's item build there. I think if he had the Trinity Force, they were in a position to nearly even win that game.
Yeah.
With how they were playing the early...
Well, their objective play at the beginning of the game was fantastic. They were able to get that early advantage.
Yeah, exactly right. They had control over the entirety of the map.
Yeah.
If you time that with the Trinity Force and Boots 2 Spike on Corki, not much can keep you behind. But unfortunately, with that loss, Detonation Focus Me now no longer able to make the playoffs. So their last game today, which I think is against Besiktas, is just for Besiktas to try and make that late game push. Once again, Detonation Focus Me not playing for a spot.
Yeah, and I believe Besiktas are going to be going for that 3-3 with that particular game. So, 3-2 with that game. Can actually 3-3. My production Oh, my goodness. My producer trying to tell me, and he has managed to. They're 3-2 now, going for that 4-2. 2-3. I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, so they're 2-3. They're looking for a 3-3. They have the head-to-head with the Chiefs. So if in the end the Chiefs lose to the Bangkok Titans, Besiktas win, that means that Besiktas go through.
Thank goodness you understand, because I'm just losing my mind. My goodness. Let's go to a replay, though, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get us off your screen and get into this game, because the Chiefs, this is one of the ones that looked very, very good.
Yeah, so it certainly did. Bonzen, he's trying to do what he wants to do in the mid-game, split push, but because of the fact that the Chiefs had already taken down the first inhibitor turret, he's forced to start a fight. So when we roll this one out, Bonzen teleports to that ward on the bottom right part of your screen. And when that happens, the Chiefs kind of just collapse back really quickly, and it's impressive because they're able to protect Radiant. Bonzen flies on top of him, but you see all the peel comes through. Spooks Swiper up the front, being that beefy front line, and all of a sudden, the engage tool, the one engage tool that they have on the lineup of Detonation Focus Me is used. So Swiper, he zones well. The ball goes over to the other side, and a huge shockwave comes through, forcing Syros out of the fight. Another good Gragas through, barrel through from Spooks, secures a kill.
That was a massive bubble, though, on the backside.
And from there, they're just able to take down the inhibitor, walk out of the base, set up control over the rest of the map. When you take an inhibitor and you have 3 outer turrets still up, there's just so much standing gold. Even if that point you're only a couple of 1,000 gold up, you can nearly make it 5,000 just because through the super waves pushing and not having a good tool to deal with them. You know the teleport was just burnt before that team fight. No longer can Shyvana push out the mid wave and teleport to one of the side waves. You're just able to take the rest of the standing objectives.
Yeah, that's right. It's all sort of free gold then sitting on the map. And if it is in the bottom side, you can also potentially be picking up that Baron at the same time. That leaves that one open. There are certainly far more options given to you. So that is huge. We are going to have a replay of the last team fight. And the Chiefs, this is something that they definitely know how to do if they may have been a little bit behind in the strategic play early on.
Yeah, exactly right. They're a fantastic team fighting organization. You see Bonzen and Astatori, they're already down. That was from the Baron earlier where they got caught in the pit, but they're about to respawn. But the Chiefs, they just hit the go button. You see Swiper's tanking it up. We roll this one through, and Gragas once again just goes in, gets a flash body slam, barrel back onto Syros. He gets blown up, and then Radiant just decides that he wants to duel Utapon on the back. Red buff burns him down, good calculations, and they just keep going. This is one thing that the Chiefs will do to teams, and teams need to look out for, is go in on the team fights.
Yeah, but Spooks is waiting alongside with an interview.
You can say that you have dominated this game. Did you have any tactics in mind, or did you just improvise?
So basically, we just pick the strongest comp we can and just like make the best of it. Essentially, we identify our win conditions, and once we do that, we play accordingly. So in this case, we wanted the standard lanes, we forced the level 1, and yeah, it just went smoothly from the start.
So, although she's not an extremely popular champion, Orianna was always been in the meta. Was that a specific reason that you choose this champion?
Yeah, Ori is, well, first of all, we were blind picking, so Orianna is a very strong blind pick because there's no real champion that counters her too hard, aside from maybe like a strong mid lane champ with jungle pressure. But yeah, aside from that, like, she did suit our team comp. She just offers like a lot of wave clear and team fight potential, so she's just a really solid blue side pick.
So, in case you have qualified for the semifinals, which team do you not want to see as your opponent?
I guess we feel confident that we can beat every team here. If we play our best, I feel that we can beat every team. But I guess maybe I would say Ints are probably the strongest team. It's hard to say. It's because the tournament in itself has been so close. Like every team has, like, one team has beaten the best team and then they've lost to like, yeah, just like we just focus on our own game and hopefully it goes well.
Okay. Is there anything you want to say to your fans or to your supporters?
I just want to say hi to my Oceania fans back home. Thanks for supporting us, and any like new fans that hopefully we've gained from this tournament. Thanks for jumping on board, and we hope to play well in the future.
Thank you for the interview. Now we're back to Scarlet.
Thank you very much. And Man, Spooks is adorable. I'm just
He's
going
a
to say it right
politician.
now.
I'm just going to say that right now. He shrouded every answer he had. Oh, we think we're the strongest. We don't really mind who we want to play. Why did you pick Oriana? Threw out a reason out there that wasn't even a reason. It wasn't a blind pick.
Pretty sure they knew.
Sivir and Corky. He was just, he gave nothing away in that interview. You can't really blame him because everything's on the line.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Doesn't want to give up anything, and most certainly didn't. May have even thrown out some curveballs. But ladies and gentlemen, we're only 2 matches in, 3 more to go with maybe some tiebreakers. We're going to have a short break, though. We'll be back with the 3rd game right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberi. I've reattached my brain just in time for this game. Of course, it's Brazil taking on Latin America. KLG are going to be up against INTZ, and INTZ, arguably one of the most, I guess, exciting teams heading into this one. Favorites coming through for a lot of the other teams that were heading into the tournament, but KLG have had a rough time and INTZ had a difficult day one.
Yeah, we've already seen KLG play today. Unfortunately, not able to pick up the win in their first match coming through there. Bangkok Titans just proving too much, and you think that INTZ, they're also one of the stronger teams in this tournament right now, only losing to the Chiefs, I believe, in game one. Actually, no, they lost to Hard Random as well, so they've dropped 2 games so far. With this, they can clinch their way into the playoffs as well, so a very important game. But if they lose, they go down to that 3-3 margin, and that's a very precarious place to find yourself.
Yeah, 3-3 is a little bit frightening here because a lot of these teams will be falling out with that scoreline. We'll see whether it is going to be, of course, this one coming through here, because KLG, they might be able to just go back to some comfort picks, find some style, and they've been scrimming against a whole lot of Brazilian lineups as well. We have heard this about the KLG team, and that is something that they've been able to do. Maybe they understand the meta a little bit more coming over from Brazil.
Yeah, it might be a comfort thing. Remember, KLG also were able to pick up the 1 win against Hard Random, which is a pretty impressive team to take out in this tournament. So they've proven that they can come up with the massive upsets already. This one would definitely be the case with how INTZ have been playing after that day one. They're really gone onto the offensive. Their jungler as well, Revolta, has started picking up Lee Sin Rek'Sai only and just destroying people on it. So really, this game tells us a lot. I feel out of every single game, bar the ones of who actually gets into the playoffs, this shows us whether INTZ will go in there with the CIS as well as Bangkok Titans as being the favorites in this, kind of like dominating the top 3 spots, or whether they're more down in that second tier, because we've seen that the CIS region and Bangkok, they seem to be right now very dominant.
Yeah, well, this is true, and this is something we weren't expecting moving into this tournament. One of my favorite things about this kind of wildcard tournament is the fact that it's exactly that. These are wildcard teams. It's very hard to do power rankings for these guys, which you saw a lot of us getting things very wrong.
Yeah, so for those watching at home, I'm going to get there before Atlas does. I put Bangkok last in my power rankings.
And I put Detonation Focus Me 4th.
The reason I did it is they went 0-3 in their final against Saigon Fantastic 5, and they were able to come through there. So there's... Thank you, the graphic with my beautiful face at Bangkok Titans.
Oh, man.
I also had Hard Random 4th. So one of my teams, at least, is not making the playoffs. I can't get everyone in.
Yeah, and KLG in the 5th spot. All of us putting them there. I believe that they should be a little bit further down when all of us basically have Hard Random at the bottom.
Smithy, he put Hard Random 2nd last, and they were the first team to qualify. So go hate on him a little bit. Stop throwing it at me.
I believe most of us put Hard Random at about
Hey,
there
I had
as
them
well.
like 4th or something, 5th maybe. So.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
4th. So,
whoa, look at you.
I actually watched those games. Hard Random are good, man. I like that.
I'm very well aware. They're at 4-2. They're looking pretty to head through towards the playoffs.
Yeah, so I don't know. Coming into this one, a little bit weird. But if we get into this game, INTZ, they've shown that they're very comfortable playing mid-game. Yang on the Rumble, he was able to solo out a Nara in one of those games. He has a beautiful laning phase on that champion that were also able to really take it to, I think it was Besiktas, with energy falling very low against the LeBlanc coming through from Tockers. So they're willing to play like mid-game centric to a T. And if you are able to build the leads that INTZ has been able to do, or INTZ coming through, it really has snowballed their leads. So maybe they've shown that on this League of Tank patch, the 5.7, where Sejuani, Gragas, all these huge guys in the top lane like Hecarim, like Shyvana or King, that they are the guys that can take the early advantages and kind of snowball it to a victory.
Yeah, we haven't necessarily seen this play style coming through very much at all on this patch. So maybe throwing a little bit of a curveball, a little bit of a surprise through to a lot of these teams that aren't used to playing for the early game anymore, because that's how it's evolved. That's how League of Legends is played at the moment. And when you are a team that's able to mix it up and change the focus and force you to play to their play style, that is something incredibly powerful in a tournament like this.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we have to throw it out there again. These guys are the top teams from their region. If you can get a good, solid early game advantage against them, they're not used to playing from that far behind. And INTZ has really shown that in the game they won. When they start picking up these objectives, teams keep trying to fight them, and then they keep running over the top. You can't run through Yang's equalizers. They're just too good.
No.
Toka's was exploding people. Revolta was going nuts. He was repetitively ganking. People aren't used to being camped that way. They're used to being able to mechanically outplay. And they just really ran away with some wins yesterday. The one that was really impressive was the one against Besiktas, because I don't think anyone expected Turkey to go 2-3 so far in their group. Their home crowd, of course, coming through.
Yeah.
And everyone put them as a favorite.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams moving forward as well. You've seen a whole lot of the videos, ladies and gentlemen. Besiktas, definitely one of those teams that was being feared, especially Hard Random. Of course, we heard their interview saying, look, the Turkish lineup are looking phenomenal and they're really, really scary, etc. But sitting at 2-3, it's not looking that way at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. They have a chance to actually miss playoffs if they are,
a good
if the
chance.
Chiefs are able to win their last game coming up later on today against the Bangkok Titans. So everything on the line. Besiktas, once again, one of those teams that unfortunately in a situation where they just have to keep winning and hope other teams lose, which is a horrible situation to be in going into a playoff run.
Yeah, it's very, very frightening, but we are going to have this game coming forward. Of course, Brazil taking on Latin America, and we'll see whether KLG are able to sort of get over the jitters, because their last game they were unable to make committal plays. But look, we'll see whether it's represented here in the Champ Select, because they can now pick up some power picks. Vladimir and Zed are going to be taken off the board here for Ince. They're losing a lot of mid-lane picks, as Hecker and Azir going to be taken away as well. Hecker could potentially be a mid-lane pick. Often in that top lane as Azir going to be removed. So 3 mid-lane bans so far.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. Tokas, he still has a LeBlanc available though, so that would be one that I would expect maybe KLG to take a serious look at. The Zed ban is, I guess, a respect thing towards Reggie. Is actually looks like INTZ, they lost a ban and LeBlanc will be the last one away from KLG. So they automatically lock in the Gragas on the side for Revolta. A little bit more late game. We saw him go very mid game yesterday, but it looks like Julio Stido, he's going to go full out on the mid game and lock in that Rek'Sai.
Yeah, he is hovering it for now. Helio does have some options down, and I would actually not be surprised if Helio locked away the Rumble. He's a Rumble player as well. Looking at a Swain, not entirely sure whether that one's going to be coming down, but Yang, he looked brilliant on the Rumble. Why not just pick it away?
Yeah, exactly right. It serves a double purposes. You have a knock-up to keep people on top of a Rumble ultimate already, so some good CC. Also does some good mid-game damage. You're committing very much to that composition, but they've sat on Swain for a very long time, so I'm going to say that's almost a serious pickup at this point.
Well, I think it most definitely is a serious pickup, because Swain, one of my favorite champions to watch,
it's
but it is going to be switched away to Thresh here for Bear. He has landed some fantastic death sentences. His Morgana left a little bit to be desired, but his Thresh has been strong. Ince now thinking about their picks. Draven would be incredibly exciting by Macau, but early days, still 46 seconds to make up their minds, and see what Revolta does land on here as Toka's thinking about a Cho'Gath. And Ince, they'd be changing it up because, of course, they do now have the Gragas. They have the opportunity to go mid to late game instead of this early game power picking. But we'll see what the decision is going to be once they do decide to lock in these picks, because they have been looking at that Draven for quite some time. We'll see whether Revolta does lock that in.
Yeah, they certainly have, and they've been sitting on these picks for a very long time, so we'll have to see what exactly they want to run here. Cassidy, a very strong pick in the current meta, although blind picking it with the likes of Orianna available, I don't know much about that decision. Swapping over now to an Ahri, much more mid-game focus, kind of fills the same role as LeBlanc. That's locked in, as well as Sion at the last moment. So all of a sudden, tanky top laner and a pick mid laner coming through for INTZ.
Yeah, and a very versatile jungler coming down as well, going to get massively tanky in the late game. And the front line from Ince already terrifying coming through. And look, KLG now have the opportunity to pick away from that. They've seen both of the solo lanes, which gives them great opportunities. And I liked KLG picking up the support and jungler because it gives them a lot of flexibility at this stage.
Yeah, it certainly does. They'll be able to counterpick every single lane now nearly, because realistically they can take mid and top lane, leave their AD carry for last, and Thresh doesn't really win or lose very many lanes by himself, is very AD carry reliant. Although, yeah, I actually think that there's not much danger picking a mid and top laner here. They can take an AD if they want, although Kalista, that's a big risk because there's always a potential that some kill lane comes through. So they go with the Graves, they go with the Maokai.
Yeah. Ooh, Sivir in the last second. They really want to be able to get this Maokai in amongst it. Of course, Giving him a little bit more movement is going to be fantastic. Make sure he can get in range for that twisted advance into the back line and locking down an Ari. Something that's pretty difficult, makes it a little bit easier. Jockster has the opportunity to pick up the power pick support in the Janna. But early days, and we've seen that Ints really like to take their time in this pick ban phase.
Yeah, they certainly do. So let's not talk about that. We'll talk about the KLG lineup so far. They're waiting on a mid laner, but so far have very good engage coming through. You can speed up the Maokai, you can get Julio Cito into the team, be able to wreak some havoc. The problem is, who do you currently want to engage on? Because Ari going to be a very hard target to lock down, can dash away from you. Sion and Gragas, they're big tanky men. If you're engaging onto them, they're probably extremely happy, you would have to think.
Oh, yeah.
However, if they go with the Jinx, I'm going to be very worried for Jinx's lives because there is a very good chance that they just repetitively try and dive Macau as a duo.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. I believe now that that Jinx has been locked in, a whole lot of red is now in the eyes of these divers.
Yeah, so they're able to get in there. They've got a very good late-game team fighting coming through with some pick coming through from Gragas as well as the Ari. You saw Spooks from the Chiefs last game able to use this Gragas to start up team fights with those flash ultimate engages. And Tockers, we've seen him so dominant on these mid lane assassins. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what they get done here. Mid lane to come through last for Reggie. He's got the counter pick. His Zed's being taken away. His Vladimir's being taken away. Does he run something like a Xerath, although that's extremely risky, into an Ari?
Well, all of his top picks have been taken away. Like, he plays the Zed, Vladimir, and LeBlanc. They banned away LeBlanc just because Tockers has got a whole lot of work done on that champion as well. He now needs to sort of reach deep into his champion
This
pool.
is great. I love the Cassiopeia pickup. Just try and bully lanes. They've picked nearly every lane winning with the exception of Maokai here, who will go relatively even. Sivir Thresh is going to struggle against Jinx Janna, but if you get one favorable hook, even that lane turns in your favor because of the burst damage that can come through. So just try and crush early game KLG. Like the fact that they're getting behind their mid laner. Throw Reggie an aggressive mid and see exactly what you can get done.
Yeah, and Reggie does like to play aggressively as well, so you may as well put him there.
Yeah, and one fun fact coming through, if people do get Gromp Poison, you can just keep throwing your E out as Cassiopeia. So anytime someone hits Julio Cito late game,
Helio, pick up the smite.
Be very prepared for Reggie to go berserk.
Well, we'll see whether he is able to pick up those resets off the Gromp Poison, because that is a very exciting idea there. Don't even need to hit your skill shots if that comes through.
Yeah, exactly right. Just keep spamming E.
Too easy. Too easy indeed. That being said, I mean, you mentioned the fact that, you know, Zycro and Bear, Sivir and Thresh against Jinx Janna. Jinx, sort of a known counterpick to that Sivir, and I guess Sion and Maokai both do fairly well in that 2v1 situation. We'll see whether KLG are going to opt for a lane swap.
Yeah, they definitely can opt for a lane swap coming through there. The one thing that is to note, though, is that Jinx kind of wins lanes against Sivir when she has an aggressive support that can lay a CC. Zap, a very good tool against Sivir because she doesn't have any gap closers to get away. So she's not like a Corki that can Valkyrie over your flame chompers that come out. Something like a Thresh pairs up very well for Sivir for that reason because the lockdown is just so strong. However, what they do is late game, fantastic pill for your hyper carry. You have another BF sword through a shield, all that good stuff. It just means that the early game, a little bit more volatile. So there is a window for Sivir to win. It's not like a shutout lane like Nami, Jinx, another lane. That is a terrifying lane if you're a Sivir because all of a sudden you can't get away from the rockets. You're just getting slowed by the Tide Caller's Blessing. Once again, the layering of CC. So I like Janna Jinx late game. I don't like it as a laning tool.
Yeah, well, Janna in a lane generally not supposed to be winning in almost any of those matchups. We have seen it happen, though, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to head on to the Rift here as Int's going to be taking on KLG. Brazil against Latin America here. KLG's final match here. And Int's their final one as well. Looking to go even with Hard Random at that 4-2. And we'll see whether KLG can put a little bit of a spanner in the works.
Yeah, so we see very aggressive start coming out of Ints. They've stacked up as 5 after Janna was able to get a ward down at the entrance of their jungle. So they're going for the invade through here. See whether they can get it done. As we see
for something
around the corner, KLG trying to go for the mind game.
Yeah, not sure what they're waiting for. Of course, we know that there is absolutely no one in the vicinity. He's going to be Reggie going for just a one-man wander, slithering throughout the jungle there. But KLG finally with a 5-man stack. No vision at all from Ints, so they have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, so what they were hoping is that Ints would actually invade on the blue side. They don't. They invade on the red side, and all of a sudden, KLG have no idea where anyone is. They don't know what lanes they're approaching. You can see people spamming recall animations. It looks like the lane swap will be secured. Worse yet, Reggie might even face check some members. We'll spot out Scion on that side of the map. And they will also secure the early invade coming through.
Sorry, I know it's very, very serious, but there are some backs being spammed. Gragas is going to start over on the opposing side of the map, though, taking down this red buff. Very aggressive. He's all alone, but just knows exactly where everyone is, or mostly where everyone isn't, as there are so many deep wards coming through from Ints. So this is going to be a successful steal on the red. Just going to smite that one away. We'll see whether he takes the little camps, as Yang is going to die, but ladies and gentlemen, that was intentional. The puppy's going to suffer the wrath of this dead Scion.
Yeah, so able to get in there, gets the execute, gets an early death, but will be able to pick up a camp for himself. Maokai can do the same, already has done so actually, picked up the Wolves, so we'll be able to go now into top lane. And we're going to have the standard lane swap coming through. We see this a lot with Maokai Scion. I think Scion's a little bit better of a 2v1 laner just because he can put that shield on, max the decimating smash. He shoves out waves so hard. It's impossible to shove that guy off CS unless you get aggressive really early on level 1 and 2. And AD carries aren't used to doing that, to be honest. They prefer to freeze the wave, get it zoning, try and get CS in when you can. If he's just able to pick up experience, he gets to the level 3 mark and he just crushes down minion waves.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. And decimating smash, now that it's getting leveled generally, as just based on the fact that that Roar of the Slayer has been nerfed just a little bit, so not
mana
as
costs.
fun as a max.
Yeah, exactly right. The mana cost just went up so high, and if you're using it as your primary farming tool, which you have to in a 2v1 lane, it just is so hard to utilize to get all the CS. Decimating Smash, on the other hand, real easy. You just walk up to the minion wave, put your shield on, that Soul Furnace, yep, do that, and then hit it.
And it's hilarious to watch.
That was beautiful.
That was basically a perfect rendition of exactly how it works, right? Lean back a little bit and then fall over.
Perfect rendition. You're complimenting yourself a little bit too far there, Atlas.
I was being facetious, my friend.
I want some more effort put into a little bit of a Scion cosplay before I give you a perfect for that performance.
Okay. Well, look, let's just not continue. I'll do a lumberjack impersonation sometime later. Of course, my personal favorite skin.
Yeah, it chops down the tree as well. The
exactly. It's so
through.
good because Maokai Scion, such a common lane. Almost as good as Rumble burning down the tree in the top lane as well.
Exactly right. The thematic counter picks. As we take a look, the players actually all really comfortable here. They're just leaning back. No one looks overly worried going through here.
They look like they want to play some League of Legends.
Yeah, they certainly do. Happy to get into the game, which we will be getting to you shortly, guys. Sorry about the pause. But in a team fight situation, you see pretty good late game scaling coming through from INTZ. They've gone pretty much all in on that. They've got the Gragas, the Scion, as well as the Jinx in the late game. They've gone for a little bit more pick for Ari. As we take another little bit of a look at the standings, you see Bangkok Titans up there on the top. Chiefs currently sitting in third. They have won the head-to-head with INTZ. So if that is how they end up, which they can't because they each have to play another game, so good luck with that one. That's where it would finish. But if Chiefs and INTZ win their outlying games, we have that crazy four-way tie at the top of the brackets. And that will be the teams that go through. So if the favorites, although you'd probably call Bangkok Titans at this point favorites over the Chiefs. So if favorites win and then the Chiefs upset, and realistically, Bangkok Titans are only playing for seeding at this point, so you think that they might not be willing to show everything in their last game.
That's a very good point that we haven't touched on just yet.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot.
Yeah, I'm saying that we haven't spoken about it, Spawn. Not questioning your intelligence.
So that means that will be the locked-in slot for some tiebreakers.
Well, hopefully for any Chiefs fans there, the Bangkok Titans try their very exciting look, I don't know what strategy they're going to be running. Maybe Garen Shan bottom lane.
Yeah, exactly right. But then on the other side, if Chiefs, Ints lose and Besiktas are able to pick up a win, all of a sudden you have this crazy three-way tie for the tiebreaker of who gets into the playoffs with two teams. So it's going to be absolutely mental. There's games going everywhere, and that's, I guess, the beautiful thing about the round robin with 7 teams is that standings become so close and confined, especially when you have a day where everyone beat everyone. I mean, Chaos Latin Gamers took a game off hard random, just randomly yesterday. Really does throw everything into the works. That wasn't deliberate.
Yeah, I know, but it was awful, irrespective of whether you meant it or not. But yeah, well, exactly right. Hard Random looking pretty good heading through as far as their standings result is concerned. But Bangkok Titans are looking fantastic, and it's going to be really frightening for the Chiefs moving into their game. But let's get back to this one. Ints taking on KLG. KLG really wanting to have an effect on how this tournament bracket is going to work. Julius Tito, who was a fantastic Gragas earlier on, is going to be heading down. Some vertical jungling now going to be started off by Bear.
Yeah, so Bear actually prepped that one very early, tanks some shots, but that's going to put Julio Zito in a fantastic area where he'll be able to pick that up without much help coming through, get solo experience. Now Bear recalling, going into the top lane to help out Helior, who needs to be careful because there are a potential 4-member turret dive, and Sion, he has this cool mechanic where you can kill yourself and then still go for the dive.
Yeah. Although it is possibly going to give away first blood, he does do that.
Yeah, it gives away first blood, but what do you get in response? You get a kill, you zone off 2 minion waves, you pick up a turret for yourself. You know, I'm giving up first blood 10 out of 10 times if that is what I get in response.
That's why. All right, wondering why you're always feeding in our solid.
Oh, don't even go there, Atlas.
It's a pretty smooth excuse. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to use that one. Why did you die? Oh, no, so that I could deny minion waves, etc., etc. Not too bad.
I didn't know they lane swapped in bronze.
I'm not quite that bad, but you're pretty close. Zycro. Oh, my goodness. Speaking of ridiculous things.
Julio Zito, this is a triple kill. If we've seen anything, it's the fact that Rek'Sai can go off.
Yeah, he's going to bounce up a couple of members here. Gets exhausted, but he's going down so low. Does flash out of the way. Beautiful double play. Revolta, he's ignited. He's burning down, but not going to die. First blood to the Jinx in amongst it all. Picks up a double as the casual excitement comes down. Now has double buffs. Helios going to die, and it is the horrific start for KLG as Macau has destroyed this early game.
But Jockster take a bow. First with the NATO, knocking up the Rek'Sai, then the perfectly placed exhaust.
We were mentioning the fact that Janna fantastic in lane very early on.
So Abel, that was a team fight. So very good team fighting support coming through there. And you see exactly why. The disruption and the exhaust was huge because Julio Zito all of a sudden couldn't get all that famous damage down that we're used to coming through from the Rek'Sai early on. Didn't get the auto attack reset through there because of the attack speed slow as well. And all of a sudden you have a 3-0-0 Jinx who is ready to take over a game at 5 minutes. And that's not what you're used to saying about a Jinx.
Yeah, well, this is true. But when you've got a BF sword at 5 minutes, things looking pretty damn good. 1,500 gold the lead. And that is actually meaningful here at 5 minutes into the game because that's a large percentage of the gold that has already been accrued.
And, you know, one of the times that Jinx starts outright winning lanes is when she picks up the BF sword.
All right.
And it's normally when about the 9-minute mark that you go back, get the first shop in, pick up your BF sword. When you get that at WoW.
Oh, my goodness. The flash chompers. Bear's going to die for the 4th one for Macau, who ignores him, lets the red buff take it, and changes his mind, wants to kill Zycro as well. And Macau really knows how to play
up here as well.
Bed. Yeah, Revolta looking for something. Preyseeker's going to find him as well, considering the fact that that passive was there for Julio Zito, but
he also spotted the ward over the wall, so able to at least get some control back over his side of the map. Zycro going to come back down. Needs to be careful here as another...
This was already an awful lane, though.
Yeah.
Like, an awful matchup.
Yeah, it certainly was. As we said, when you get the BF sword, you normally swap back. You're able to get the good matchup. He got it like 5 minutes early, and from there, it's just going to be bad news as now Tokkers is also coming down.
Yeah, he's flashed over. Bear's still level 1. This looks awful. Both summoner spells now blown. Zycro with a nice spell shield, but that is not going to be enough. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Yang picks up a kill solo. And Revolta's taking down the Dragon. This is probably one of the most accelerated games that I have ever seen.
Yeah, they're also going to grab probably a turret for themselves because they have a Jinx with minigun and BF Sword and Janus Shield like ripping through that turret in the bottom lane. So that's nearly going to go down at the 7-minute mark in a 2v2 lane now.
Good news, though. Reggie's got a CS advantage.
Yeah, Reggie got a CS advantage. Julio Cito just killed Yang in the top lane,
True.
so able to pick up something in response. But KLG, they're already 3,400 gold behind, and Ints just look dominating.
Ints look like they've got something to prove. Again, having some pretty decent breakfast. I mean, we said this about them yesterday, that things must have gone right for them in the morning.
It's the sleep.
Yeah.
Sleep is good.
Well, I can tell you a thing or two about that spawn. As Macau, he's able to just completely zone away. Picks up the bottom lane outer turret. Julius Tito looking for Tockers, but not going to find it. Did still have the flash available. Tremor Sense just going to let them know exactly where the Ahri is. Also their eyes, as we are going to have first evolution to come down from Reggie in this lane. So a little bit of health back to be gained from that Twin Fang.
Yeah, so able to sustain a little bit better in lane as we see Revolta peeking his head in as well. Ultimate not yet available for Tockers. They just want to sweep out that pink ward that Reggie placed down, waste some of the gold on the map, and we'll be able to do that. Reggie doing the smart thing, cheating towards the top side of the map now that he knows where Revolta is.
Yeah, and Macau actually wanting to rotate through.
Yeah, because he wants to pick up every turret now on the map. He's already got boots too and a pickaxe versus just a pickaxe, AD carry versus AD carry. It's a ring and a ruby crystal coming through for Helios, so he has absolutely no chance of standing toe-to-toe. Julio Cito goes in.
Yeah, he's looking for Jox to hit either Storm. Not going to be able to do too much, as the red buff able to definitely get rid of this Janna from the jungle side of KLG. But Macau, this is just so scary for KLG.
It certainly is, but they weren't able to... Oh, wow.
Oh, the Flame Chopper's here as well. Helio just sort of very worried about what to do. Super Mega Death Rocket locks down the kill. And this is supposed to be the tank in the top lane, but how are you supposed to be at 9 minutes into the game? How can you weather the storm of BF Sword, Pickaxe, Boots too?
Yeah, exactly right. And they've transferred Siren into the bottom lane. He's died once, but he's also picked up a kill for himself. Already has some armor coming through there with a little bit more of a cost-efficient build over the Catalyst of the Protector, which is, of course, great sustain when it's built up.
And it's good when you're sitting in lane and you need to sort of heal off some harass, but
yeah,
Helios just going to get outright killed over and over again by Macau.
Yeah, so there's no way they can stop this. And Macau, he's rotated, taken the second turret now in the top lane. Before 10 minutes into the game, it's like a 7,000 gold advantage coming over to Ints, and they might be... Julio Cito going so aggressive. Why aren't they fighting?
Yeah, they're looking for something. On the hunt has been popped. Reggie going to pick up the second kill, for KLG. Joxter is falling low. Yang right in amongst it. Macau getting the rockets off, though. Doesn't pick up the first kill just yet. Gets excited, but there's the ultimate decimating smash. Doesn't quite find it here as Reggie coming through. The exhaust goes down, flashes out of the way, but Tockers wants to pick up the kill. Doesn't get there. Zycro, can he find it? No. Legendary is Macau at 10 minutes into the game. And that's pretty ridiculous for a Jinx.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he fires
Super
off the
Mega
rocket
Death Rocket
to the
from
base.
downtown. Will he get it? No, it's not going to be able to get anything.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, they were on the fountain.
Yeah, no, but Reggie, he was really low before, so
yeah.
he was just trying to go for it.
There was a time when he was low.
But Infinity Edge and Boots 2 finished up at 10 minutes 41 Atlas. That is absolutely mammoth coming through from Macau. We saw him nearly fall down because a very good team fight actually coming through from Reggie. Was able to get a 3-man Petrifying Gaze and get the first kill in that fight with some very good Twin Fangs coming through there. But in the end, it just wasn't enough. And you feel that with this large of a lead right now, Ints can rotate through and continue to wreck structures.
Yeah, and you can see Macau definitely building to his playstyle here as well. He's picked up a couple of gloves. He really wants to be punching the members of KLG. You saw him right underneath that turret on the top side of the map, wants to be taking down these structures. And I really like that as far as cost-effective extra critical strike is concerned, because he could have picked up the Avarice Blade, but he doesn't care about money. He wants effective stats because he's winning the game already.
Yeah, exactly right. And he's able to use that gold to go for fights right now as Revolta. He has the zone, forces people away from the turret. Macau's going in again.
Yeah, he's got excited. Look at that first attack as Revolta throws out the ult. Nice flash from Bear is going to get him to safety as he's forced to go back now. Julio Cito heading through the jungle, but man, KLG most definitely on the ropes, and this is a little bit early to be talking about that because it's a 9,000 gold lead at 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah, exactly right. They take another outer turret with a smooth transition into the bottom lane. Warning shot coming through from Tockers, and whoa!
What? That's insane. Half the health.
That was wide auto attack with the rocket. That was pretty impressive.
No, that was filthy. Well, that should be illegal. Leocito is going to get the knock up here onto Yang, who's got a frozen heart. Leocito, you're not going to do anything. Look at the damage from that decimating smash. Accurately named here as this Rek'Sai is in a whole lot of trouble. Another one comes down. Yang is going to get collapsed on by 3 extra members of KLG. He's going to die. Bear picks up the kill. Leocito survives. But when you need 4 people to get rid of... Oh, another rocket. We're looking for it. Picks up the Rek'Sai. He saw it go past his AD carry. Leocito, come on, man.
What do you want him to do? Fly somewhere? He doesn't have flash. It moves real quick.
What?
He hasn't even got
saw it
boots.
halfway up the mid lane. Petrifying Gaze, though, in the mid lane, ladies and gentlemen. The shutdown on the Jinx comes through. They trade AD carries. Death Sentence not going to find the mark as Monsoon doing a whole lot of healing. Reggie, consistent damage available now, gets exhausted yet again. Jockster, though, right in amongst it. Reggie gets rocketed back into his team with that explosive cast. Leocito trying to pick up Tockers. Nice double knock up, but this Ahri also pretty fed. Brilliant charm. The double kill now for Tockers, the mid laner, as he's looking for a little bit of the credit for this victory. Bear, yeah, I don't know whether you're going to be able to contend with this Hillbilly Gragas. He's got barrels for days. He wanders away from you because cool guys don't look at explosions. And the Thresh once again going to fall down.
Yeah, so the thing is, right, that right now they didn't have that much of an impressive scoreline before they started that fight with Macau falling down. But they just had so much standing gold over the whole map with all 6 outers coming through that even Reggie, who's farmed pretty well, is 2-1-1, just can't fight them because there is so much standing gold that has gone across.
That's
onto
a
the
Luden's
Echo
Tockers.
Yeah, he's pretty ridiculous at the moment. Probably
he's a bit of a big deal.
He has a lot of money to actually spend because when you compare Luden's Echo to Archmage,
Archangel stuff.
Yeah, Archangel stuff coming through there, relatively similar gold values, and that's already been finished up by Reggie. You think 4-0-4 with 6
Yeah, he's got another
down?
needlessly large rod.
So he had another 1,600 gold.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at
That's
all.
just fun.
It certainly is. Julio Cito's going to find Yang, but Yang doesn't care at all. He does pop the ultimate, though, so...
Can he get around the corner? Oh, he braked.
Doesn't quite get there. Macau on his own here in the jungle. Does need to be careful. Takes away some popcorn chickens, but that is all he's going to get. And Ints with a gigantic lead. Almost 13,000 at this stage. Now looking to try and find their way into the base. There's the aggressive play from KLG. Chompers go through. Zycro actually getting... Oh my gosh. The Rocket of Destiny not going to get a crit, but the Super Mega Death Rocket's blocked by Bear. Tockers in the meantime going to take down Julio Cito. Jockster with the Flash Nado as Bear's going to get rocketed down. Tockers picking himself up another one. 6-0-4 for the Ahri, and the mid laner now getting a piece of the pie as Ints with 2 dead looking to try and find an objective they can take. At 15 minutes, it's hard to take down an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, it certainly is. Recall time is not so
friendly.
Recall, yeah. Death time, as I'm talking about, not so long at the moment. And they're trying to push in it. Wow.
Oh, what? Reggie flashes over his own ultimate, outplaying himself just a little bit and is going to die for it. As Zycro throws out a boomerang, just thinking it would be really cool if we had a snake.
So we tried to animation cancel that and get the full length on it as Tockers gets locked up.
Yeah, nice boomerang to come over as well as Zycro does use a decent spell shield, but gets knocked back into the Ints lineup onto a Lantern. Bear is pretty good at the Thresh. Don't know whether it's going to save them this game. As the base has been broken, Ints are going to be able to do a lot of damage to this Nexus turret. KLG going for the desperation play. Julio Cito goes down low, but Maokai, he's going to die. Bear gets taken down as well. Tockers, he's the legendary one now. Jinx, of course, the early game carry for our Brazilian lineup. has fallen off a little bit, and it's Ari's turn.
Yeah, able to get in there. They've also got a minion wave crashing into that mid lane turret. They'll be able to take down a second inhibitor at 16 minutes. And
speaking of 16, it's a 16,000 gold lead.
Yeah, that is absolutely mammoth, Atlas. Baron hasn't even respawned, but how do you deal with 2 waves of super creeps at 17 minutes into the game? You don't have enough AD or AP to do it.
Baron isn't even going to get the memo for this game, I don't think. He gets a day off.
Well, when you arrive 20 minutes late to a party consistently, you're going to miss some of them.
There's no need to bring that one back up. I'm pretty sure we've suffered enough. It was 20 seconds. Not used to things being 20 seconds old. Okay? At least I didn't say years. Julio Stito not even going to be able to find a raptor camp on this map as KLG, they're scrounging for anything. Somehow Ints have managed to pick up a couple of dragons in amongst all of this action.
I think they did it by killing it. I'll have to confirm on the replay, but
look,
fairly certain that's
you don't want to jump
out.
to conclusions, Spawn. Reggie going to lock down some of these.
The collapse potentially coming through. There's 5 members in the top lane covering Reggie. 4 members actually, but all of a sudden, Ints, they're like, we're not falling for that one. We'll just kill your base.
No. KLG, they've noted the fact that, yes, the top side of the map, things are looking okay. We call this the ostrich treatment, when you just ignore the obvious problems occurring on the map. There are super creeps in 2 of their lanes. Top lane's looking good. Yang, though, he's going to engage. There's a decimating smash. Zycro gets locked down, but Helior, he just explodes. Super mega death rocket. That's an execute, not used to do damage at full health, but man, it still looks good as Ints, they're going to take down the final remaining Nexus turret, and it's a victory at minus what the heck? It's not even 20 minutes into the game is what I was trying to explain. I'm getting a little bit too excited because our Brazilian lineup are looking terrifying.
Yeah, so Ints secure themselves into the playoffs with that win. 4-2 they finish out, and they absolutely crush the Chaos Latin gamers.
My goodness.
From Latin America to be able to do that one. You see Hugs all around. They're relieved now to be able to get in there. And no longer do you want to watch any play Ints at all. Like, they were the favorites coming in. People thought, okay, maybe they've dropped a couple of games. Maybe we overestimated them. They look pretty damn good.
Yeah, I now understand all of the fear coming through because I just don't understand. How does Jinx get triple kill that early on in the game?
Yeah, so it was all about their support player, Joxer, able to get the knock up onto the members, stop the engage, then got the exhaust down onto Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai so potent in the early game, just wasn't able to do enough, and the split target came through from KLG. They didn't burst down 1 member. Ignite, unfortunately, wasn't as good as Exhaust that early on in the game, and they were able to run away with it. All of a sudden, Macau, who's the beneficiary of Jox's good play, fantastic supporting coming through there, is 3-0-1, recalled, picked up a BF sword, and then just roamed around the map and crushed down every structure to the point that Tockers was like, all of a sudden, I have completed items, I'm going to kill people.
Yeah. And it was very, very scary. But one thing I'd like to note about that level 1 that came through, Julio Stito was sort of walking up towards the members of Ints, and in the end he flashed defensively, but if he had have flashed into the knock-up, things could have gone a whole lot differently. Yeah, we do have the replay.
Yeah, let's take a look at it, and I completely agree with what you're saying. So you see Bear, he's very low, but that damage is also shared between Macau and Joxter. So when we roll this one out, you see Julio Stito's coming in. His flash is available, as you said. So right here, if he had have flashed onto all 3 members, he would have got the immediate knock-up.
Yeah.
So that's without a question. All of a sudden, you've knocked up 3 members. You're getting your big AoE across all of them. Instead, roll it out, and you'll see what exactly happens. He gets in close. He gets knocked up. Then he gets exhausted under all 3 of them. So all of a sudden, what could have been an instant knock-up is delayed. He gets chunked out, and then he gets exhausted even more critically. And Helior and Bear, they just can't do anything. It's 3 levels 3 versus a 3, a 2, and a 1. And they have to burn flashes away. The Ignite prioritization, not the best. Revolta able to get out. All of a sudden, kills start falling. Able to get back underneath the turret. Unfortunately, Julio Stito just ran away. Then with the red buff, you can't escape a Jinx. She's going to burn you down. And once again, they leave the kill for Macau. One of the things that we criticize teams for is early game especially, people start smashing buttons when kills are concerned, especially when they're secure kills like that. Instead, very good communication coming through from INTZ. They get all 3 of them onto the exact member they want.
Yeah, well, it's exactly right. And admittedly, Jinx has a lot of early damage just with that minigun. The fact that you have the switcheroo there, you've got the ability to get AoE if you want, but you also have the stacking attack speed. You actually have a lot of damage at level 1 for an AD carry.
Yeah, but she's going up against the highest base damage in the game, which is Maokai. So impressive victory to say the least.
Yeah. He didn't have a Doran's blade
We do
spawn.
have another replay coming through there. Stop mentioning that build. As we see, this is a solo kill onto Thresh. So straight away, they come back into lane, and Macau goes berserk. If we roll this one out, he gets right in his face straight away.
That's
as
a
soon
level
as they
1
know
Thresh,
that they're
by the
going
way.
to kill Bear, the knock-up comes through. He flashes, gets the chompers down, and then tears through him. As you mentioned, he lets him burn to death as well, just for some more stylish points. Uses the additional time to force Zycro out of lane. Getting the damage down on Sivir, just as important as killing the Thresh there, because Sivir all of a sudden had no health, was forced to recall around the turret a couple of times, then Ari flew in at level 6, killed Bear again, so Bear's died 3 times, he's still only level 1. And just across the map, anywhere that Jinx went, there was just no reply coming through from KLG. Reggie actually had a fairly good game in the mid lane on Cassiopeia, whilst the rest of the map sank
He was
quicker than
wondering what
Atlantis.
the heck was going on.
Yeah. It was absolutely horrible coming through from everywhere else. But he had a relatively good game. In the jungle fight especially, he got the 3-man ultimate across. Looked like he was actually going to turn it around.
Yeah, it was looking fantastic. Of course, got exhausted in that particular fight. You have to think that was a lot of the reason why KLG didn't look a little bit better at the end. And if they had have managed to take that fight, that would have been absolutely unbelievable, because having sort of fallen
killing
so
an
far
8-0-1 Jinx outright is pretty impressive when you've just been forced to farm in the mid lane against the Ahri. So credit to Reggie. He really was trying to do good things for his team. I think KLG, credit to them overall, because they did try to fight fire with fire. And with such an aggressive lineup with such as INTZ, you really do have to go head-to-head with them. I think that teams will be, I guess, afraid to do that. But if that goes the opposite way, all of a sudden you've built this snowball up for yourself. And they definitely did have tools to be able to win that first engage.
Yeah, well, it's true. And we'll see whether Julio Stito has learnt. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have an interview.
You just had the most convincing victory in the whole tournament. And did you guys expect a victory like this, or was this a surprise for you as well?
I think it was a surprise, actually. We didn't expect to win like that with that comp, because it was an scaling comp. So usually your spike is at like 25 minutes or something like that when you had to have some items. But this game, in the early game, they was just very sloppy. So we could get like, I got a triple kill at like 3 minutes or something. And I just got a BF sword, so the game was out of control.
So you just made it in the semifinals. Which team do you want to see as your opponent?
I don't think I have a preference. Everything on the same is good. So, yeah, I don't have a preference. We will study the team we're going to play against, and we'll be fine.
So, you guys are so hyped up in Brazil in the social media. Is there anything you want to say to your supporters, to your fans?
I just want to say, keep supporting us. It's very great to have you guys doing that. And we will make you proud again. I already say that, but just reinforcing it.
So, thanks so much for the interview. Now we're back to Zenit.
And Macau there just saying that, yes, we had a scaling comp, but if I get a BF sword at 5 minutes, all right, we'll just roll with it.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, that just gets the scaling going even earlier. Jinx, she's great when she does pick up that BF sword. Even better if you get it at the 3-minute mark.
It'd be really cool if she could start with it. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be Ince picking up another victory, looking brilliant today. Looked brilliant yesterday as well. But after this, we do have the Chiefs taking on Bangkok Titans. This is going to be a massive game that decides a whole lot of things there in the top of the standings. I'm not going to go into it, but we are going to have a short break, and we'll be back very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberian. We're here for our 4th match of the evening. The Chiefs going to be taking on the Bangkok Titans, and the Bangkok Titans sitting at 4-1, a massive opponent for the 3-2 Chiefs. And this is where the Chiefs' ability to get into the playoffs is on the line.
Yeah, exactly right. If they win this game, it will be a 4-way tie for all of the teams making playoffs, which puts us in some crazy tiebreaker situations. However, if Bangkok Titans win, Chiefs will drop down to that 3-3 mark, and we keep mentioning you don't want to be there. Bangkok Titans will go through at 5-1, and it will be whether Besiktas lose the last game of the day versus Detonation Focus Me to tell us who get into the playoffs. If they win that one and Chiefs lose, goes to 3-3. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which way you look at it, for the Oceanic viewers or for the Turkish viewers, it will be Besiktas that have the head-to-head going through there. Freudian slip there, sorry guys. So it will definitely be everything on the line with these last 2 games. Chiefs really need a win.
Hashtag unbiased. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of hashtags, if you are, unlike anyone here, an Oceanic fan, use that hashtag IMOCE just to give them your support. They're going to need all of it that they can get against the top team, and hashtag IWCI as well. Regardless, just use that just to let us know exactly what's going on. We do want to hear from you guys, and man, the Chiefs, they've got a really difficult task on their hands.
Yeah, they certainly do. And I really want to know what your guys' thoughts on is who the 4th strongest team in this tournament is. If there is anything that has been highly contentious, it's who is the strongest team right now. Is the Bangkok Titans, who we are about to see, or is it the CIS team? Is it Ince, who just had a crushing performance? Who deserves it more out of Besiktas or the Chiefs? Really is all still up in the air.
It's all up in the air, and we'll see right now whether the Bangkok Titans, what look like to be the strongest team here, are going to be able to take down the Oceanic Titans as well. I mean, we certainly know that these guys are able to run through the OPL looking fantastic, but here on the world stage, 3-2, still with a positive record, but not having exactly the best time over here, not able to run the clean sweep like they have domestically. But the Bangkok Titans have banned away LeBlanc, Oriana, and Morgana here, so a lot of power picks still available for the Chiefs. They're going to take away Zed, Hecarim, and Gragas. And Warlock now with the opportunity of the first pick. We'll see what he takes away here. Maokai is still available, one of Swiper's personal favorites.
Udyr is still available.
Nunu is still available.
All of the bans we used to see against the Bangkok Titans have been thrown out the window, and maybe this will unlock 007X.
Well, I guess if you're not going to ban away both of his champions, you may as well leave them both up.
Yeah, because you can't pick them both.
Exactly.
Unless you think one is stronger than the other, in which case scenario sucks.
Unless you're the red side and you can pick both of them.
Yeah, let's not touch that one.
I'm not sure what would be better. Udyr top lane Nunu jungle or Nunu support Udyr jungle.
I think they're both pretty bad situations, as Nautilus is actually picked up first for Warlock.
I like that pick
going
away.
into the bottom lane for Moss. And we'll see Swiper hover a Tryndamere once again. His favorite champion is very well known for the split push Tryndamere coming through there. They run it with the TF, so would be surprised to see a blind pick, but if you see a TF hop up, might be the strategy that they're going for.
Yeah, the 1-3-1 extraordinaire.
Yeah, well, they actually use it a little bit differently. They use it to get the Tryndamere ahead, because the idea behind the composition is you just get the Tryndamere that obnoxiously farmed that no one can go with him. So they use the TF not to split push with him, but to repetitively gank the top lane.
Yep.
And then just catapult Swiper into an advantage.
Well, we've certainly seen when Swiffer does manage to pick up that TF, he does spend a heck of a lot of time there on the top side of the map, making the enemy top laner very uncomfortable. This time around, though, the Chiefs looking to pick up some comfort picks. Maokai there yet again for Swiper, and Raydir going to be on the Lucian. Very comfortable picks here for the Chiefs, and we'll see what the Bangkok Titans are going to pick up. G4 hovering the Cho'Gath yet again.
And very ambiguous picks coming through for the Chiefs. They haven't given anything away from their team comp. both go into 2v2 and 1v1 lanes well, but they also are okay in the lane swap. So keeping it nice and open, they're securing a power pick for Radier as well. We saw his Lucian last game, probably feeling very confident.
Lloyd was also very strong on that champion.
But it does mean that Lloyd can take Graves. One of the earliest counter picks to the Lucian was being able to take the Graves into the lane and bully him around early.
Yeah, 007X thinking about the Gnar here. Of course, no jungle is being considered whatsoever for either team so far, unless Maokai is going to be heading in there. We have seen that in other regions recently, but probably not going to be happening, as Swiper very, very happy to take that one. And Lulu is going to be another potential option. Callista picked up for Lloyd. We saw him go absolutely off on that champion.
Yeah, he certainly did. Able to really take it to KLG in the first game of the day on that champion. So see whether he can do something similar. The Lulu pick is an interesting one. Doesn't win lane for G4. Will probably neutralize it. Don't know if it's going to be Warlock or Moss that picks it up as well. Is kind of that three-way flex pick that comes through. But I would be very surprised if it was in the mid lane, because Swiffer, with how dominant he's been, he seems to be the key to the Chiefs' success. Lulu doesn't really add that much gank potential, and that is not going to be a pick because he doesn't play Ziggs ever. Ziggs, Yasuo, the two champions he doesn't play.
That being said, Rosie does play Ziggs.
Please never mention that series.
What? It's happened.
It did, and he won.
He did. So, look. Serious pick. 7 seconds to go. Swiffer still hovering over the Ziggs. Radier yet to make up his mind. It is going to be the Nunu pickup here for Spooks, and Rosie is going to lock away the Nami here. And this lane, as far as the 2v2 is concerned, is terrifying.
Yeah, it's certainly a very good lane. Also has a knock-up. You have a steroid to get Radier going in the late game. Turns Lucian into that hyper carry from Nunu. Also some very good zone control and peel. Does lack a little bit on damage, so they're waiting for the counter pick on Swiffer, but it needs to be a high threat, consistent damage mid laner, but also has to bring some CC, so we'll see what they can get going.
High threat, consistent damage, CC, Swiffer. Pretty sure an Ahri could be an opportunity here.
Ahri can be an opportunity. Although it looks like it's going to be picked away, actually, by G4. So we'll have to see what the choice is from there. Zed has also been banned by the Chiefs. So that's another one of Chief Swiffer's laners that he likes to take into the Ahri matchup. From what we've seen him play, Vladimir probably an option that can come through, although doesn't have the CC component. And Nivea is the other one, although does very poorly in lane.
But should they ever opt into that Vladimir-Nunu combination, they'll never be able to gank J4.
Yeah, exactly right. It's
G4. Oh, God.
Yeah,
why did he play Jarvan?
Not a great lane matchup coming through there. We'll have to see exactly how it works out. Rosie's favorite champion, Zyra, being hovered here. Twisted Fate is probably the option that I'm going for right now that they will pick just to try and get some pressure in other areas of the map. I feel that if they win Spooks' Radier's lane matchup hard enough with Lucian, they should be able to snowball the game. On the side of Bangkok Titans, they lack damage.
Yeah, they do. They're going all around that two-threat comp.
They have a top lane Lulu and an Ahri. Lulu not going to really provide that much damage. It will be a lot of utility, and it's a Kassadin being locked in.
Oh my goodness, Swiffer going back to the Kassadin. This guy was notably one of the best Kassadins in the region. Had one of his most famous games trying to solo carry on that Kassadin against what was Team Immunity that turned into the Chiefs before he was even on the team. Almost managed to clinch a victory against the team that was far and away the best in the region. And man, back on the champion again. We'll see how he goes. Of course, this was before all of the reworks that have gone through, but Swiffer, we'll see whether he can make it happen. And as far as the lane matchup is concerned against Ahri, how does this one work out?
Yeah, Kassadin actually does relatively well against Ahri early on in the lane. Able to just go the flask, continue to cure out of lane. CS is under turret, fine. Ahri isn't one of the champions that really does give Kassadin a headache. It's the lack of Azir, Orianna, these guys that early on in the lane really do bully him around. So it should be relatively okay. In saying that, if he ever gets ganked and blows that flash early, 007 can just repeat gank. No gap closer until level 6. Even then, it's very short. Udyr is actually really good against Newcastle because the Rift Hop doesn't get you out of range of the bear stance. It's just absolutely freaky how quickly bear stance Udyr can run. And we've seen 007X's Udyr is fantastic.
Yeah, 007X's Udyr is terrifying to deal with. He becomes so incredibly tanky in the later stages of the game as well. And we look at this comp, they've got a top lane Lulu who is going to be an absolute
the facilitator
menace.
for it, able to speed him up and get him into the back line, then make him the one huge super tank. Also has the Nautilus to lock down key targets. You see exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to make Udyr run into the team, absorb a lot of the damage, then pick off the guys around the edges.
Yeah, and also force the Chiefs to use their cooldowns trying to get rid of the Udyr, and then Lloyd just runs over the team fight on the Kalista, and we'll see whether it happens. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be very soon onto the Rift with the Bangkok Titans taking on the Chiefs. The Chiefs, one of their last opportunities based on how this tournament is going to end up with our final game to get into the playoffs. The Bangkok Titans now playing with nothing to lose, you have to think. 4-1, they're already guaranteed a spot.
Yeah, they're guaranteed a spot just playing for seeding. Chiefs, if they lose, they rely on Besiktas to also lose. So we'll see exactly how it works out as we just have a little bit of a showdown in the mid lane.
Yep, Radier probably going to win that one as far as a standoff is concerned, considering the fact that he has both of the guns. Not too bad. 007X hanging around here in the brush, and I'm not going to talk about what his Phoenix stance looks like this time. Got a lot of feedback, and I believe it was Duck, and I said something about a beak, and Duck doesn't have one of them.
No,
He's
they
got
have
a bill. Just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Producers are saying that he thought I wasn't going to talk about it. But look, I did. Come at me. Lloyd, standing in the tri-brush here, just spotting out what's going on. No deep ward's going to come through for either team just yet, as the Chiefs actually sending their bottom lane very deep already.
Yeah, so they're going to look to maybe effect a freeze. Kalista might look to pick up a camp for herself, try and get that early CS advantage. Does it very well if she takes W. Of course, that percentage health coming through there when Moss also auto-attacks the same thing. But
yeah,
Rosie might look to stop this by himself. No, just gets a ward.
Yeah, and G4 going to be all
he's going for the solo mission in the bottom lane. Rosie, don't get caught.
Looking to annoy these guys. Lloyd able to get a bit of damage down, but Moss, you can see, who was tanking up this Krug, is down to 300
like
health.
4 extra shots for it. That's really nicely done by Rosie. Going to try and zone the lane even further. Radier able to push out nice and early as Swiffer takes the return damage out of that one. Going to have to burn some extra consumables. G4 pushing in early. That really is your only option against something like a Kassadin, to just repetitively shove him in, try and auto-attack him under turret.
Yeah, and Swiper doing the best that he can to handle the range coming through from this Lulu. 007X.
In a duck stance, I believe that one's called, Atlas.
Oh, is it the duck stance? Oh, wow, that sounds a little bit interesting. It looks a little bit more like a parrot to me, Spawn. Swiffer able to clear out these minions here in the mid lane. G4 takes another Null Sphere.
And wow, the Chiefs able to get ahead early in the lane just through the fact that they were able to disrupt the Krug taking. That really is Kalista's power point in the 2v2, getting the level 2 first and being able to utilize it. Now Lucian completely bullying.
Yeah, and that was some Uzi-esque piercing light as well over both of the members of the lane. Beautiful stuff. 007X looking to head towards this top side of the map. He's just going to take down the Rift Scuttler there as the adorable little turtle. Franklin hanging around that river. He's going to turtle stance up some of that damage to come down from Spooks as well, who's just hopping around on this Yeti.
Yeah, so you see Moss trying to absorb as much of the damage as possible early game. He has the additional potions as well as the shield to come through. Has hit level 3. They're going aggressive.
Oh, Dredgeline not going to find it, though, as the Titan's Wrath going to get auto-attacked down here by Radier, who gets a whole lot of farm here on his way through to being aggressive. Picks up these caster minions, but the Bangkok Titans unable to get done what they wanted to in this lane. You have to think on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, but still going to scale up nicely. There's not really much kill threat coming through from the Chiefs, so they miss maybe an early kill potential. It was equalized, but in the end, not much really going to come through in benefit of the Chiefs.
Yep, Force Pulse is going to help get a little bit of damage down here as the Ignite very early. G4 blows the flash, the charms there as well. The flash from Swiffer, first blood for the Kassadin, and things going beautifully for the Chiefs early on.
Yeah, so able to get in there. They pick up the first blood. A good gank coming through from the Nunu as another hook misses, and Lloyd bounces forwards.
Yeah, look at that Tidecaller's Blessing doing so much work. 300 health now on the Kalista as the Yeah, like you mentioned, the Tide Caller's Blessing, so much extra
All of
damage.
a sudden, 007X behind Swiffer here in the mid lane. He needs to be careful.
Does he?
Yeah, he does, because he doesn't have flash. He used it to go forward. Udyr really strong at this part of the game.
Yeah, but it was just the level 3 Udyr. Goodness me. Maybe it's because he looks so adorable that I'm sort of not worried about it.
Yeah, never underestimate Udyr.
No, well, if he's in any skin that is going to help you underestimate him, it is certainly that one. Some mind games coming through from 007X. Swiper going to continue clearing out this top wave. The sustain of Maokai very helpful as he has a 4 CS advantage in this bully lane. Spook's going to get charmed up.
They're just trying to shove the wave out and try and get him a free back in here. Not going to be able to do it if they stick around. Wow.
Yeah, Radier actually getting some damage down. Very low on mana, though. The Ignite down on Moss as Lloyd trying to get some extra shots in. Rend not being used. Hasn't pulled the spears just yet. And they were unable to finish the kill onto Moss.
Yeah, but in the mid lane, they were able to shove out with Nunu as well as the Ari. Now Udyr coming down, trying to pick up another Rift Scuttler for himself. So that's 2-0 count. Udyr going off on the Rift Scuttle.
Yeah, massive Rift Scuttling. Going down for Bangkok Titans. That is definitely in their favor.
And wow, a Sheen has been picked up early out of Swiffer. As maybe a gank coming through from 007X. Oh, this is dangerous.
Yeah, very early Relentless Pursuit as Radiant is going to have to use the heal and the flash. Spook's coming down, but he's not going to save his AD carry. They're trying to get what they can, but Rosie's burning down, is able to survive here as Spook's trying to get out as well. But the Bangkok Titans pick up their own kill here on the map.
Yeah, they're going to maybe be able to grab their dragon as well. Nort could tank that one up, decides not to because their mid laner was back, but that was a misplay by Rosie. In the end, he missed the bubble completely. There was 2 targets standing on top of each other, and he didn't hit either.
Well, also the Relentless Pursuit into the Callista was probably a little bit unfortunate as well.
Yeah, but there's no vision there. You can understand what he's trying to do. He sent someone back. At the best, it's a 2v2 with the jungler there, and they thought that Spooks was closely enough, but in the end, you just can't afford to miss point-blank skill shots, unfortunately.
Damn it. I'm never going to be good at this game. G4, though, might be in a bit of
Swiffer needs
trouble
to be
here.
careful that he doesn't rift walk forward. There is a Nautilus waiting in the wings.
Doesn't quite have that depth charge just yet. Of course, Moss only level 4, so can't use the guaranteed CC. And a Kassadin pretty difficult to lock up. Of course, Riftwalk, yeah, you need to get it on cooldown, but now doesn't have much of one of those.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't, but with that rotation up into the mid lane, Moss has been able to, wow, going aggressive as Swiffer. Might have been caught out. Everyone collapsing, actually.
Yeah, it is a 3v3 here around the river, but they are just going to trade a few blows and then head back towards their respective lanes. G4 able to shove this one out very effectively as Swiffer utilizing this Sheen to try and pick up some farm. Moss making his way back down.
Look how tanky the Nautilus is.
Flash dredge line here as well as Radier getting exhausted. Rosie trying to heal himself up. The teleport to come through, but Moss has already locked down the kill. Lloyd stacking up the Rens. Radier picks up the kill, though. Spooks actually is the one that locks that one down. No vision for Moss, but the Titan's Wrath is going to pick it up. It was actually the ears. Now just the ultimate to come through from Spooks, but it's not going to be enough. 007X, beautiful timing, and the Chiefs forced to back away. They had a beautiful early stage, but the Bangkok Titans able to fight back.
Yeah, so they pick up 2 kills onto the support. All of a sudden, Moss getting huge. Swiper head in hand, got his teleport cancelled there by the Lulu's Wild Growth, I think it was, actually. So heads up play coming through. Wild Growth on cooldown, probably going to be the Wild Growth.
Yep, that'll be it.
Yep, so heads up play coming through from Warlock there. That could have turned around massively if the Maokai could impact, but in the end, couldn't get it done.
Yeah, not able to happen. Warlock doing some work there on the top side. Now has the CS advantage, but nothing really to report just because these top laners able to farm out against one another relatively effectively.
Yeah, actually the fact that Maokai can stick in the lane so well is credit to Swiper. Lulu is one of the biggest lane bullies, especially when there's been no jungle pressure top from either side. Being able to stay within touching distance really is an impressive feat. And we've seen Warlock, he's pretty comfortable on these bully champions.
He most certainly is. Spooks starting off his blue buff as the Sentinel is going to spot out what's going on. 007X now heading around.
They're all trying to collapse on this one and pick it off. There might be a fight over this.
Yeah, Swiffer is going to come around and secure that blue buff, but the rest of the Bangkok Titans, they're paying a visit. The Chiefs know. Nice vision available for them over the side of that one. And the Pierce not going to be found
Yeah,
onto
they're still
Radio.
waiting for Swiffer in his jungle.
They're looking for something, but Swiffer's got Rift Walk. He's not too worried, and he's got a blue buff now as well. He can stack that one up to no end.
Yeah, they certainly did zone him off some creep zone, and because Radio and Rosie's still pushing out, they're in danger of this 2-0-0 Nautilus now, who's having a brilliant game. Moss wanders through there, takes out a ward for his trouble. Already has a Sightstone. Look how tanky he is.
Yeah.
As Udyr, that is no hope.
Optimistic gank attempt by 007X. Bangkok Titans looking to try and get something going on, but Spooks is here in the lane.
And
for
now
the
that
Chiefs.
blue has been started up for Bangkok Titans, Chiefs looking to rotate into an early dragon. Rift Scuttler was taken, but they just might be able to burst this one through.
Yeah, and they've got the consume as well, just to make sure that they can secure this one. Spooks starts by eating off the dragon, but you can see it's going down very, very quickly. And the Chiefs, easy early dragon.
Yeah, so in the end, 007 stuck looking for a gank in the top lane on what is a very low swiper. Might be able to make that one work, but a good ward did go out. Lulu ult still not available, so this is a very risky play.
Yeah, Swiper might be in trouble. 007X is going to get sped up. It's going to be hard for Swiper to get away. Does still have the flash. Another Bear Stance Whimsy comes through, but Swiper just wanders lazily towards his inner turret.
Yeah, exactly right. And probably Spook's going to be able to walk through this one, pick up the CS for himself. As you see, they're actually proxy farming that one away. Instead, they decide to let it go down. Bangkok Titans, 1,200 gold the advantage early on in this game. Every lane really winning. Top lane now by a long margin, 100 to 74. So Lulu really getting a bully on at this point. Goes back, picks up the Morellonomicon. And it's only really Swiffer that has any advantage in the 1v1.
Yeah, Radio is up in farm, but like you mentioned, of course, the kills and assists are working out here for Lloyd so far.
But they've actually collapsed in on 007X.
Yeah, they've found something, at least an Ice Blast to head down onto him as Spook's able to have a bit of a giggle on the Yeti. But having a Kassadin that's been unharassed in this lane.
Spooks may be in trouble as well. He finds a pink ward that was zoning around. Rosie is also rotated up here in the mid lane. He's been pinged out. A lot of attention now on Swiffer. We said he's the catalyst to get it going, and Chiefs seem to agree with us because all of a sudden everyone is in the mid lane.
There's a whole lot of people hanging out here. Swiffer able to clear out this minion wave fairly easily. G4 going to pick up the cannon creep with that Orbit Deception and return the wave. And Swiffer, wow, the Force Pulse really starting to do some work. But he needs to be able to get these auto attacks down onto Ari if he really wants to make use of this unorthodox Sheen pickup.
Yeah, so did go for that one early. Really hasn't been able to make it work, I agree so far, but is starting to whittle through. Ari probably in kill range if he's able to get one more combo with that Ignite. So decides to go back.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is that, I beg my pardon, the Netherblade with the Sheen is something that you're not used to calculating in the mid lane. So G4 may not necessarily be ready for how much burst is available from this Kassadin.
I certainly think that he would have a very good idea of exactly what Kassadin can get done under that turret. And you look at Ari's passive just doing work. Some brilliant last hitting coming through from G4. Gets him back within 1 CS. And instead, it looks like Swiffer trying to go for a worm. He's actually dodged every ward in the top lane. Is in now behind Warlock.
Yeah, Warlock does have to be careful here. The Twisted Advance already coming through. Ventral Maelstrom here as well as here's Swiffer with the Riftwalk. The teleport trying to come down. Will he get out? No, the Arcane Smash cancels the teleport. He loses the Summoner spell and his life.
Yeah, so they're able to get a second kill over on the mid lane. Intelligent pathing, understanding where the wards are. Unfortunately, gives up pressure on the other side of the map. And now Callista able to shove in recklessly. And Moss looking for a dive.
Yeah, he's looking for something. A lot of damage going down here as Radiant gets exhausted. The heals there as well. 007X coming in under the tower. The Fate's call to get Moss out of it as Swiper. He's teleported in, but he's in
Luna
trouble.
on the way.
Yeah, Rosie trying to get some work done. Spooks coming around here as well. This could be the cleanup of the century for the Kassadin as Swiffer trying to get over there. Picks up his first kill. G4 though is going to lock him down. Picks up the shutdown as well as Swiper still in amongst it. Spooks able to escape, but Swiper can't. G4 with the double, and Rosie is trying to escape from this as well. And the Chiefs, it was a decent effort, but unable to do it. And it's not over yet, as G4 is going to pick up his third for the exchange, almost his fourth. as 007X picks up that one.
So an absolute nightmare for the Chiefs. Bangkok Titans get a much better trade out of that one. Might even be able to pick up the kill. They will, as Warlock now joins. And that was maybe a late teleport coming through here. Let's see. Straight away, actually, it was called. So just very good communication and willingness to throw the dice there. Bangkok Titans, they come out ahead.
Yeah, really nicely played. And they pick up the first turret of the game as well, so really securing themselves a gold lead to the tune of about 4,000. Swiffer back into this mid lane now, not with the advantage that he once had. He's got the Rod of Ages, but that's come through at 15 minutes. It needs to stack up to really be that power spike, and Ari almost has Abyssal Scepter as well as the Morellonomicon.
Yeah, so Ari did a very good job to pick up 3 kills in that one. Also got the shutdown for a little bit more extra gold. So in a very good spot. They're now once again trying to challenge for this blue buff. They've got 5 members still on the bottom side of the map. Maokai is back top lane trying to farm away. They're going to lose another turret.
Yeah, the mid-outer turret is just going to fall down. The Chiefs, I believe, thought that they were going to try and contest the blue buff, so they moved everyone over there. Just turns out Bangkok Titans, they'll take the objective that's available.
Yeah, exactly right. So able now to pick up a 4,000 gold advantage.
That was so rude, 007X.
Just slapped the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, it doesn't even take him down. That was just cruel and unusual. Lloyd, though, is going to steal away a Gromp here as well. The Ren, now in range, locks that one down. It looks to me like he's going to be building the Bloodthirster into the Hurricane, but wants a bit of everything as he moves towards it.
Yeah, certainly looks to be that way as G4 now in the mid lane. Ping Swiffer, AFK. You see that he's still very much respecting the Kassadin player. But Swiffer also now level 10 to level 11 needs to be careful.
Yeah, the Spirit Rush is at rank 2 now as well. Swiffer's actually going to Rift Walk in again. G4 in a bit of trouble. Them. Yeah, the flash to come down as well. The charm was available. Spook's looking for it. G4 going down solo. Spook secures the kill. Rosie coming in here at the same time. Spook's running for the hills the other direction as 007X getting chased down. Tidal Wave to come through. Depth charge there, but Swiffer able to Rift Walk out of the way. Rosie gets hooked. Moss gets smashed back by Swiper, though. It's a decent Aqua Prism, but doesn't find anything. Swiffer picks up another one as Moss falls down, and Bangkok Titans are not sure what they were really going for, but it wasn't their prowess generally in the collapses.
Well, they're actually chasing a Nunu halfway across the map. So top laner decided to go for the Nunu, and looks like Spooks might even be able to suicide here. Yes, he will.
Oh my goodness.
And they pick up
so
a dragon
cheeky
for it as well.
The Chiefs answer back beautifully here. They're down almost 4,000 gold, 5,000 gold, something like that. But they've netted themselves the second dragon of the game to nothing, and they haven't taken any turrets yet. So that's a lot of standing gold here on the map. This game a whole lot closer than the gold would otherwise let us know. And with a 4-1-1 Kassadin, things looking scary for the Bangkok Titans in that regard. But everywhere else, the Bangkok Titans looking huge. And Lloyd, he's got a Bloodthirster now, and the Callista definitely ahead of this Lucian. And the Chiefs used to playing with Radiant being fairly ahead in a lot of these games so far at the IWCI.
Yeah, so Radiant not having the early start he will want, needs to be opportunistic in picking up some kills, you feel, to be able to catch back up with Lloyd. Has finished off the Infinity Edge now, so has some crit going for him. Maybe he'll get lucky, but Bangkok Titans is actually winning out in most parts of the map. It really is only Swiffer that is ahead. Spook's having another fairly decent game. 4 out of 6 kills he's been involved in, but the carry player is only the mid lane right now. And you can't say the same thing about the Bangkok Titans. Lulu doing meaningful damage right now with a needlessly large rod
40%
and a 40% CDR. Callista definitely accelerated ahead as they're starting to try and go for some picks. And with all the extra gold they've picked up from turrets, it just means that everyone is going to be stronger on the Bangkok Titans lineup.
Yeah, and they are able to rotate around to defend their outer turret in the mid lane as well. They're playing brilliantly around their objectives, denying them away from the Chiefs as Moss is going to get a slow onto Swiffer. But the Riptide not going to be quite enough to get rid of this Kassadin just yet. 007X going to find a tree in the jungle. No surprise there as G4 is going to clear out this wave.
So I think the Chiefs actually scale better than Bangkok Titans here. The reasoning for that is because Bangkok Titans don't really have many gap closers outside of Ari and Moss if he lands a perfect hook coming through. And if they use the Nunu ultimate correctly, 007 as well as Lloyd are going to struggle in these team fights to get onto meaningful carries. So they will scale up very well, both teams. I just think the advantage because of lack of gap closing on the tanks for Bangkok Titans means that late game, there should be an advantage for the Chiefs. But a 20-minute Dragon is being started up here. Already the pings go out.
Yeah, there is a ward here. The Bangkok Titans haven't effectively swept this. The sapling goes over the wall, and what were they thinking?
Yeah, well, they just threw the dice. What did they lose for it? Absolutely nothing. So why not try and grab it? Radiant might be able to grab one turret, but that's the first turret of the game going over to the Chiefs, and it was definitely worth the risk. If you're not going to take any damage to it, why not try and secure an objective?
All right, I hadn't thought about it that way. I just thought 20-minute Baron, pretty dangerous idea. But the teleport in behind Radiant here from Warlock might be a little bit overexcited as that crit was disgusting. Aquaprison not going to find Warlock, but he's going to think twice before trying to go that aggressive.
Ari now joining the fight from the side. Meaningful ultimate down in the form of the Wild Growth. Chiefs looking like they want to stick around and fight, but now back away might look to get a pick. No, everyone just successfully disengage.
Yeah, and G4 not willing to get out of that
the turret, so once again, Chiefs got absolutely nothing from the risky Baron play.
Yeah, but there are still a whole lot of members here on the bottom side of the map. The Chiefs going to take down a pink ward and might be able to do some work in this mid lane as a little bit tardy.
Ballista Lulu has stayed bottom. That is a lot of power in the bottom lane to shove down waves. But Chiefs, they've proven they can go.
Yeah, G4 just going to get destroyed here. Radiant picks up that kill. The turret going to go down, and they're not stopping.
That is all of the wave clear off the map. They will continue to go in.
Yeah, actually, Dredgeline going to get Moss to safety here as 007X going to try and save this turret, but another minion wave comes through. They're going to trade it for the inner turret in the bottom side of the map. Swiper going back now as Swiffer was tanking up that turret. Radiant, though, free hitting is going to secure that, but the inhibitor turret now under fire. Swiper, he's under there trying to get some work done, and the Bangkok Titans, they trade one turret for two.
Yeah, so in the end, the Chiefs get the better of it, and they have the flank coming through. Lloyd as well as Warlock in very deep trouble.
Oh, yeah, Spooks coming through. The Blood Boil is there. Swiffer, he's going to catch out the Callista as he gets over the top. Warlock now in trouble. No Wild Growth available. Swiper with the Ventral Maelstrom. Radiant again flashing forward. Lloyd, he's getting culled down. Moss with a Dredgeline, not going to find it. Wild Growth off cooldown, of course, 40% CDR, pretty handy. Moss out of mana completely. And the Chiefs, they can't find the kill.
Yeah, they're not able to get it. They successfully chase away, burn a lot. There was just too many spears in Swiper. He was like, guys, if I get rend, I'm nearly dead at this point. We're going to lose our tank. We have to abandon the chase. So a good call. They trade effectively back down to a 4,000 gold lead for Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, really nicely done. But this game most definitely on a bit of a knife edge. And having the inner turret down in the mid lane going to be good for the Chiefs, but that's an extra one that they lost. The Bangkok Titans, every time the Chiefs go for an objective play, they have an answer.
Yeah, they certainly do. And they took the really important bottom lane turret at this point in the game. One more turret in that lane opens up Baron, and we've already seen that they're willing to pull the trigger on that one. Chiefs open up the map for their Cassidy at this stage by taking down the two mid lane turrets. Mid lane really good at allowing you to rotate to other side lanes if you're able to get them pushing. But if we've seen anything this tournament, it's that the Chiefs really need to work on their side lane control.
Yeah, and sort of their strategic play as well. They seem to have been making some odd decisions around the map. I'm talking mostly about their previous match. But managing to take down the inner turret in the mid lane and then moving forward, grabbing some picks there as well. This is the Chiefs that we know from the Oceanic region.
Yeah, it certainly is. So they're willing to roll the dice as once again, 007X needs to be careful there. Although he is a hugely tanky Udyr. He has the Merc Treads as well as the Locket finished up. 20 CS above the Ari. And they're going to grab their first Dragon of the game, uncontested.
Yep, not going to be able to do anything about that, are the Chiefs, as Bangkok Titans now able to rotate around. Chiefs are going to get at least vision control around the Baron, but that Dragon falls and the Chiefs don't really get anything done for it.
Yeah, they're looking to push in top turret, actually. There's a huge minion wave up there. There's no other waves prepped for Bangkok Titans, so they'll be able to pick up a free objective in response. Maybe the call will come to shove out mid lane extremely hard or start up the Baron. Swiffer needs to be careful because his team's getting collapsed on. He is nowhere near them.
His team's pretty quick. They have the Aqua Prism for the speed up as well.
Yeah,
but we'll see whether they can get
Ari?
out. Yeah, probably not. Does actually get knocked out of the first portion of that Spirit Rush, but that's not going to stop him. Charm onto Swiper. He could be in trouble. Depth charge. Swiper in amongst it. Gets a massive knock-up, but that is not going to be nearly enough, and they lose the top laner for the turret.
will come out straight away from the Bangkok Titans. They've shown that they're willing to throw everything at that objective. They go down to it, not willing to start it up.
Yeah, not happening just yet. The Chiefs did have a ward in the back of that pit, but I'm as surprised as you are. I would have thought that as soon as they managed to make it a 5v4 situation, they would have gone there.
Yeah, well, they used a couple of really important ultimates. The Nautilus as well as Ari ultimate burnt in that chase.
True.
So maybe felt that the counter engage coming through from the Chiefs would be huge. Not to mention that it would take a very long time to still do at this point in the game. Udi are very tanky, but without really a lot of damage items built up on their main carries, not going to fall incredibly quickly. As we see a needlessly large rod now picked up for G4 in that mid lane. He is an absolute beast on Ari. This is twice Ari has given Chiefs a headache coming into these games, and we'll have to see how this one does fare in the late game. 26 minutes in. Feels like we are approaching that. Still a very healthy lead coming through from Bangkok Titans. The Lulu pickup has actually been instrumental so far in moving them around the map incredibly quickly. So we'll have to see whether Warlock can continue rotating his team around or whether a mistake will be made and the Chiefs can capitalize.
Well, the Chiefs have been able to whenever one of those has been made so far, but Bangkok Titans, they haven't been doing it very often. They have been very, very well coordinated with their plays so far.
Gank Rush set up.
Sapling sort of just wondering where the Baron is. Not sure how he missed it. There's another ward going to be sent over the wall. Bangkok Titans going to start off this dragon. They have a lot of secure.
Base.
Yeah, he's trying to get back here, but the Bangkok Titans do disengage.
They didn't know that. If they had any deeper vision, they would have seen that Lucian wasn't there on the approach, and that was a go button call for Bangkok Titans to engage.
They would have needed a whole lot of vision in their Nexus to be able to see where Radiant was.
Okay, so the way you do it is you actually ward the approach, and then you count how many members are walking towards Baron, and if there's only 4, it means that the 5th is in the base.
Or it means he's getting red buff. You don't necessarily
red buff, Atlas. That's exactly what I just said.
All right, got it. Well, maybe around the corner. Not entirely sure. Bangkok Titans, though, they do disengage. Oh, get your head out of your hands. Come on, you got to pay attention to what's going on here, Spawn. Rady going to take away the Wolves.
Actually, now it's the Bangkok Titans committing 2 members into the bottom lane, so maybe the Chiefs can look for the engage here. If they show Lloyd, I'm sure they'll be willing to pull the trigger, wisely back away. And both teams now very much respecting each other. This is a really big game for both of them. Bangkok Titans, they want that first place. The Chiefs, they want the playoffs, and they've started it up.
Yeah, and they have a lot of Baron secure, assuming the Callista isn't able to get the spears into it. I like this pick, but the Bangkok Titans, they are collapsing in on this one. Moss taking a lot of damage as G4 using that Spirit Rush to get around. Nice knock-up to come through, but Moss, he's got the ultimate from Lulu, but he's tanking so well for his team. 007X
Lloyd
trying to get in amongst it. Warlock flashing forward. Lloyd really wants to get something going on, but Swiffer, Riftwalk gets him out. That Sapling, brilliant slow as the flash goes over the wall. Swiffer is going to be able to use that Riftwalk to get to safety. Spooks
is down. He's not going to be able to get out of this one.
He is a very quick Yeti.
But if they need to get back right now, because if he dies, the Baron call is going to be made, and they need to be able to respond accordingly. Warlock as well as 007X are there. Lloyd started it up. That's a weird call.
Yeah, Swiffer is still around this Baron. Rosie's down as well. Spooks still taking them on a merry ride, but oh my goodness, Swiffer goes down.
Yeah,
this could be the Baron.
Ooh.
Chilling Smite going to come through. 007X not going to be deterred too easily as Rosie does have the flash available. Dredgeline to try and get Moss in amongst it. Radiant trying to pick up the jungler. Lots of damage to come through. Picks up the kill with a beautiful aggressive play as the teleport comes down from Swiper. He's trying to get the work done, but nice shield to come down. Radiant falls. Lloyd picks up that kill. Wild growth on the Callista, perpetually slowing this tree. Rosie may just fall down on the offside, but Lloyd unable to really close the gap, and the Chiefs, a bit of a monumental failure there.
But two of the members survived on absolutely nothing, Atlas. Moss and G4 are on slithers of health. That was just a knife edge call coming through. Radier going so deep, and it nearly paid off. One more crit, and that was a completely different team fight. But you got to give it to the Bangkok Titans. They have been absolutely dominant. Whenever there is an advantage to be able to eke out of this game, they have got it every time.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. But one thing that can be said for the Chiefs is that they stopped the Baron.
Yeah, exactly right. Stopped the Baron. Nunu fell down. They're also looking to pick up a third Dragon, although with two members on the top side of the map, probably not the best idea. 007X, he is an absolute monster. He is so tanky right now. And they're going to be able to pick up the second Dragon for themselves, equalize out that objective. They've got a 6,000 gold lead as well.
There's no armor on this Bangkok Titans team, Adam.
Yeah, but they've just got so much effective health coming through. They don't need armor right now.
Yeah, I guess Radier is sort of the only one that is going to be doing any of that physical damage.
So itemized for the MR as well as a lot of health. You've got the wild growth coming through, making one of your members a tank no matter what. As Warlock and G4, they've started to zone, and once again, the Baron is started up.
Yeah, the charm not going to find its mark as Rosie gets...
Oh, the ultimate burnt from G4 already. This is horrible news for Bangkok.
Yeah, the culling to come over as well does soften up a lot of the members of the Titans. There's a nice force pulse from Swiffer. Is going to be used. The Chiefs, once again, successfully stop a Baron.
Yeah, so in the end, they're able to force them away. Do they start it up themselves and hope the re-engage come through? Because Ari without ultimate, much less scary.
Yeah, Rosie coming through here as well. Does miss the Aqua Prison as the Chiefs have started it up. Fate's Call has been used. Swiper and Spooks are going to get locked down. That's the tanky members. Beautiful Orb of Deception gets them so low. Rosie trying to peel for Radier. Spooks uses the ult, but Swiper's going to fall down. Radier going super aggressive. May have gone too deep as Swiffer gets underneath. 007X going to fall down. Radier with the hero play, but is going to fall down in the end. Swiffer is basically dead, trying to rift hobble away from this one. The charm doesn't find the mark. He's looking for it. Rosie, ebb and flow, not enough. Swiffer escapes, but he's the last man standing.
And that's going to be the base broken. Bangkok Titans finally do it with another fantastic team fight. And that was this time without the Ari ultimate. Chiefs probably thinking their best window to get into this one. Weren't able to get it done, and the first inhibitor falls.
Yeah, first inhibitor down, 8,000 gold now the lead for the Bangkok Titans, and with super creeps heading towards the base, things are looking a lot worse here for the Chiefs just because that Baron that they were dancing around, not as safe an option here if they want to hold on to their Nexus turrets.
Yeah, exactly right. So with the super minions pushing in mid-wave, they really have to be able to crush that one down. Bottom lane outer not being taken is so important at the moment because it means the lane reverses so much more quickly, pushing in their favor. So there is just a lot of pressure now on the Chiefs base. They're 8,000 gold behind or somewhere about there.
I'd give you that, Eston.
Yeah, not a whole lot of tanky stacks being built up on Swiper so far. He's fallen very far behind this Lulu, who's honestly having an absolute blinder of a game. Props to Warlock.
Well, Warlock also
everything that's been going on, just making everyone on his team that little bit better.
Yeah, and Warlock's Lysandra game made us think maybe the opponents of the Bangkok Titans would be able to find somewhere up there in the top in order to capitalize on, but
it's not
happening
again.
This time. Oh, this Rend is going to do so much
has to
damage.
fight.
They're trying to get in there. Spooks doesn't manage to get it because Rend is just too huge, and Spooks is going to die for it. It was a valiant effort, but the Chiefs lose their jungler and the Baron.
Yeah, so Chiefs' hopes now of getting through to the playoffs look like they rest solely with Besiktas up against Detonation Focus Me next game because all of a sudden Bangkok Titans have 20 seconds. They have a huge creep wave in the top lane and Baroned up minions. Everything going against the Chiefs right now.
Yeah, it's looking like a very difficult victory if the Chiefs want to pick it up. And with Lloyd so powerful on this Kalista, has been such a power pick for this guy. And look, he's just so scary. Now with double lifesteal as well as the QSS, he's just going to be so hard to take down. The culling going to be used by Radier, but these melee buffed up minions are just so huge. Look at the shields, and that turret melted. Moss and 007, a huge frontline Spooks trying to be the same, but he's not going to be able to. The inhibitor going to be taken down as, man, the Fate's Call has been held onto. Moss getting right in amongst it. Radier going down solo, gets smited, trying to get some work done. He's able to get some consistent damage at G4. He's so incredibly low. They've gone with the 2 tanks falling, and the Chiefs, they tried to get it done. Look at the low health bars, but just unable to. Haven't picked up a kill just yet as Swiffer, he's dancing around. Pierce doesn't land. Dredgeline lands on the wall, but at the moment, the Baron buff just too strong.
Yeah, base is broken, but they have to fight. They're going to fall down without it.
Yep, 007X taking a lot of damage. Lloyd getting chunked through. Beautiful Aqua Prison, but Radier's going to fall down. Swiffer as well. Super low once again, and the Nexus falls. The Bangkok Titans make it 5-1.
Yeah, they secure top seed and do it in very emphatic fashion. You see the huge grin coming across there from Warlock, and wow, that was an intense game. Overall, you probably couldn't ask for more from the 2 teams coming in. Very team fight heavy focus coming through, but Bangkok Titans, much better execution in every team fight.
Yeah, really looked beautiful. And you have to hand it to Warlock. He looked uncomfortable on the Lysandra early on today, but that Lulu play was super clutch. And you mentioned the fact that a whole lot of the members of the Bangkok Titans in a lot of those fights survived on slivers of health, but that was because these Whimsy shields were coming through at exactly the right time.
Yeah, they certainly were. The shields were on point, not to mention the wild growth in the last team fight that kept G4 alive when Swiffer dove in. There was just everything he could do possibly to win the team fights. He was always the one throwing out. Was used as a good initiation tool, the re-engage coming through. It really was about Moss and Lloyd in this game just being supplemented by the rest of the team.
Yeah, it was just a little bit unfortunate there for the Chiefs. All hope is not lost just yet, ladies and gentlemen. They are 3-3, and it's all about our final game. If Detonation Focus me manage to take down Besiktas, then we may be in for an opportunity here, but that could be difficult. And man, I mean, the Chiefs, they looked great on day 1, but just the floundering in day 2 may have just put the last nail in the coffin.
Yeah, exactly right. Not able to get that win there on day 2 really did hurt them against the CIS team, and they looked very impressive. When you look at this leaderboard, 5-1 now for the Bangkok Titans, 4-2 for both INTZ and Hard Random coming through. Whoever this last game decides what the 4th team to join them is. It'll either be the Chiefs at 3-3 with a head-to-head record over Besiktas if they lose the game.
No, they do not have that head-to-head.
Oh, no, they don't. 2-4 if Besiktas lose. Or if Besiktas win, they go up to 3-3 and they have the head-to-head, so then they sneak into the playoffs. So everything comes down to this last game. But if we get back to this game, we have a replay to show exactly how Bangkok Titans were able to win this one. So Ari's ultimate is burnt. Chiefs feel like they can start up the Baron one more time, so they give it another crack. When you see the engage come through, as we roll the tape out, it's onto Swiper as well as Spooks, and you think that is great because the tidal wave, it knocks everyone up. Consistent damage on the side, but the tanks just fell way too quickly. Warlock all of a sudden is on the back line. He's giving out those huge shields. You see G4, he's just not losing any health to Swiffer, who's tried to re-engage on him like 3 times.
Yeah.
Rady is forced to hit 007X because of some beautiful positioning. And if we continue to roll this one out, you see that they just completely zone out Rady. He's only able to hit tanks. They are just able to streamline to him on the top side of the map. Finally, he gets a good target in G4, but the shields are still there. They're able to get through. The teleport, I believe, comes through very sneaky here from Warlock. Once again, just a heads-up play, and he ends up taking out Rosie. And that was really the team fight that secured it for me because it showed that the Bangkok Titans just understood how to fight around these objectives on the next level to the Chiefs. The Chiefs threw everything they had at them, but the Bangkok Titans just were able to get it done in those very gritty mid-game team fights.
Yeah, and the Bangkok Titans also knew exactly how to play out their team comp as well. They were using everything correctly. They were working like a cohesive unit that had used those champions together before. They honestly looked like a team that didn't have a sub-support player.
Yeah, exactly right. And you got to hand it one more time to Moss. He came up huge in lane again.
Yeah.
They even went for that turret dive where they were able to pick up like 3 kills for 1 off the back of it. That really started the snowball because if you remember, that was where Ari picked up a 3 kill and a killing spree off Swiffer to shut him down as well. The map looked like it was going to be taken over by Cassidy at some point, but they fought and crawled it back every inch of the way, built up this lead, and then from there just ran over the top of them.
Yeah, it just looked like the Chiefs, every single skirmish going slightly in favor of the Bangkok Titans, no matter what they could do.
Yeah, exactly right. And Bangkok Titans, they picked a really cool team comp to go with.
Yeah.
They had these facilitators to get the Udyr in, and I really think that Udyr is a fun champion on this patch, because if you have something like an Orianna, something like a Lulu that can get him onto the back line, it's really important to be able to do that, and they do it well.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we have Warlock alongside with an interview.
It feels great to be number one, but, as long as we advance into the next round, it doesn't really matter what place we get.
So earlier today you made a Kalista choice and then you won the first game. Then you made another Kalista choice and carried the game. Do you expect any bans on Kalista?
I'm not sure we should expect any bans, but I don't really have any comments on it. If they can ban it, we have other champions as well, so it's really up to the opponents.
Okay, so you made pretty unusual picks, so should we expect any other interesting comps from you? Like Cannon and Kalista?
Well, we just pick whatever we think works for us. So even if they're unconventional or even if they're meta picks, we just pick whatever champion we think suits our team, and yeah.
So you will either play with Chiefs or Turkey. Which one do you prefer and why?
Actually, I don't really mind, but wait, is the Turkish team and the Australian team going to play the tiebreakers if they win?
No, if Turkish team wins over the Japan, they will play.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't really mind, but just, for home ground, let's hope I'll play the Turkish team.
I think you're going to play your own game, whether it's Turkey or Australia. So thank you for the interview. Now we're back to...
And Warlock there with an interesting interview, not wanting to give anything away at all. Wouldn't even let us know whether he assumes anyone's going to be banning away that Kalista from Lloyd. And I have to let you know, Warlock, that I think that might actually happen, because Lloyd's Kalista is ridiculous.
I don't think it will. I think his Graves is actually better. The more Kalista games you can get on it, the less you're going to be killed by this Graves flying through there. So I don't actually think it is a ban that they will get thrown to it.
That sounds terrifying, Spawn, because that's anything. No, that last game's anything to go by, man.
I'm telling you, hit Nunu, hit Udyr, because 007X, he looks much more exposable than Lloyd. Lloyd looks fantastic.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what I meant. But, of course, yeah, that Udyr and the Nunu, probably something that they want to remove. The Nunu didn't look so good coming from the Chiefs, but the Udyr was fantastic. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more game in this group stage coming up. It is going to decide everything, whether it's going to be the Chiefs or whether it's going to be Besiktas. Besiktas are going to be taking on Detonation Focus Me from Japan right after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. I'm Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberi, and the final game is upon us.
Yeah, it certainly is. It is Besiktas, the home team, coming up against Detonation Focus Me. This is the final game of the group stage, guys, and determines who will be the fourth place seed going into the playoffs, pretty much. Will it be Besiktas if they are able to pick up the win and end 3-3? Or will it be the Chiefs if by some miracle Detonation Focus Me are able to pick up their second win of the tournament and carry that through?
Well, not necessarily by some miracle. They did manage to get their interesting double AD comp with this pseudo-hybrid Corki going, and it looked very impressive, but you have to think that maybe based on their performance with the same comp against the Chiefs, it may not necessarily work again.
Yeah, certainly. And you know that composition does look good that they run. I think that the Corki needs a Trinity Force to make it work, so he crushes down those structures a little bit harder. But you're exactly right. They controlled the map well. They're able to move around. I also think Udapon picked up Siva more as a pick away from Radier as opposed to something that he wanted to play himself. So I expect him to go something more that is a duelist, because Vayne really was the linchpin of that composition that they did get their win. So there definitely are tools for them to be able to use. Seros and Udapon need to go berserk, you feel, against Besiktas, but it is very much an uphill battle because home crowd advantage, fighting for everything. You expect Turkey are going to be looking to bring their A game, and honestly, the Japanese team, they're just fighting for pride now.
Yeah, and the Japanese team, nothing to lose here as well. And we heard them talking about this before, the fact that, we just want to have fun now on the Rift. We want to pick champions that we really like playing. And our Turkish side, Besiktas, are going to be playing with everything they've got because this is playoffs for them. Whereas Japan, they can just muck around.
Yeah, exactly right. They don't really have to run a specific comp, Japan. Maybe that will work for them. Maybe it will work against them. I think there certainly are some questions going in here. I'm looking for Theocles to really go berserk for his team coming into this one. We saw him have a very good Gragas game. Sorry, all junglers just look alike at the moment. Had a really good Gragas game coming in there. I think that he is kind of the one of the linchpins of the team. When he does well and is able to carry through the mid game, they actually play very well.
Yeah, and Nadius as well, it does stand out for me at the same time based on the fact that him and Yuta Pongo have a very similar champion pool. They both really like these sort of short-range AD carries. I mean, you think about Vayne, but then there's also, the Corkis, the Sivers, the Lucians, the Graves. These are the AD carries that these guys really like to play.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll see whether they do run head-to-head into the matchup or whether we get another lane swap. Bonzen hasn't really impressed too much coming into this. I think that he had a couple of good Shyvana games. In their losses, he hasn't looked really that impressive. In the Shyvana game, he got massively tanky. Not the one against the Chiefs today, but the one that they were able to win yesterday.
Yeah.
And really a lot of pressure on him to step up against Saldrin, who's had some fantastic showings, particularly on the Hecarim, but I think that will be banned away.
Yeah, you have to think that the Hecarim probably going to move to that stage where he's going to be permabanned this time around. You can see these are the standings locked away already. Bangkok Titans, hard random, and Ints. But Chiefs and Besiktas still fighting it out. Sort of the Chiefs not fighting anymore, but they're waiting to see whether Besiktas are going to get taken down by Detonation Focus Me and whether they're going to get through or whether it is going to be Besiktas managing to pick up that 3-3 and then winning the head-to-head.
Yeah, they won their head-to-head in the Vladimir game. They picked Ari. Energy went berserk. Was able to really carry that one through with some good vision denial. So honestly, fate was in the Chiefs' hand. They had the opportunity to go head-to-head with the Turkish lineup, and they weren't able to beat Besiktas. And now that they played first and were able to go up against Bangkok Titans, lost that one in a very, I think in the end it was a convincing manner by Bangkok Titans is a fair way to put that game. Warlock in the top lane went berserk. So they can only sit back and hope now, but home court advantage to Besiktas, you would expect them to get this one done.
Yeah, well, this is true, and most definitely the favorites moving into this one, but we have had upsets throughout this group stage. It's been sort of a bit of a ride of not knowing exactly who's going to be able to take any of these games. A lot of these teams are able to be stacked up against one another fairly accurately.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's a clash of styles, I think, so that when you do see some upsets coming through, it's more that certain metas, I guess, don't mesh
that's a good point.
Particularly well, and I think that the dueling focus that can come out of Japan, I was expecting them to actually cause a couple more upsets. I didn't expect them to go through to playoffs, but I expected them to sit maybe where the Chiefs are now, around the 3-3 mark, because not very many people just want to fight you as much with their AD carry. Most people like to guard their AD carry a little bit more than what Detonation Focus Me do.
Yeah, and Detonation Focus Me sort of playing with reckless abandon a lot of these times. Yudapongo found himself caught out of position, but if they were ahead, these sort of situations could be caught unawares instead.
Yeah, exactly right. So we saw him dancing around in vain on the bot lane in their win. I expect him to go to something similar. He lost on Ezreal, which is one of his favorite pickups. Also hasn't had a great showing on Kalista that we expected him to pick up a little bit more than what he has. But Nadius honestly plays pretty good mid-game carry. So a lot of, I think, what Udapon will get going is, I guess, dealable by Nadius if he does get the mid-game he's looking for.
Yeah, we'll see whether they do as we hop into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. The first ban going to be that Nautilus LeBlanc taken away from Seros. We'll see whether it is going to be an Azir ban to come through as Zed's going to follow Energy, not going to see that one. And Kalista away from Yudapongo, and that is an odd one for me.
He's a fantastic Kalista player.
Well, I
Played it
assume
throughout
that's
his
why it was
playoffs. He builds a really weird item building. He goes like Blade of the Ruined King, QSS,
Yeah, the Randuins?
Hurricane, Bloodthirst, Randuin's Omen. It's kind of his build that he goes,
Interesting.
which is really fun.
Almost as fun as his Essence Reaver Ezreal.
Yeah, hopefully we never see that.
No.
As
What are you
Hecarim now
talking
taken
about?
off the Rift. Gragas soon to follow as well.
Blue side Hecarim ban.
Yeah, so obviously not wanting to play that one in the top lane. Bonzen has shown that he prefers the Shyvana, so why not continue to run Shyvana if that is what you prefer over the Hecarim?
It's a very good point. We'll see what they are going to lock in for the first pick. Of course, there are a lot of champions available. Janna is there. That is one of them. Is going to be locked away immediately. Does leave a few things open. Tholdren hovering over the Riven.
Yeah, it does like to pick that one up. I am not expecting it, however, with Shyvana still being able to run around. You just get boots to in a Sunfire Cape, or that challenging smite in the case that you take away the smite. Wow, that was a bad sentence. You're able to duel very effectively against Riven is what I'm trying to spit out.
You got there in the end, I believe, so you were absolutely fine. Tholdren actually continuing to hover this one, not mixing it up too much. You can see serious faces on our Besiktas lineup as Theocles yet to hover anything, and we'll see what they decide to lock away for the first couple of picks. Sejuani is there for Theocles if he wants to grab that one. Lulu's available as well. We saw, of course, Warlock do fantastic things. A few Lulu players on the Besiktas lineup, but Theocles thinking about Nunu here, and with Morgana as well, this could be a massive Nadius in this game.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Maybe they go for a Razor Puppy comp and just match fire with fire. Nadius versus Udapon in that bottom lane. We see the Shyvana coming through for Bonzen. I expect that to be locked in. It's a very safe blind pick at the moment. Not many things can force Shyvana off farm. In fact, I can't think of anything off the top of my head that really does it.
Astra, though, thinking about heading over to the Rek'Sai. She is most definitely a very good early skirmishing option and does have a whole lot more gank pressure than a Nunu does.
Yeah, it certainly does. So we'll see whether he can get into lanes early and affect it, or whether Theocles can dictate the pace of the jungle with some good counter jungling, with some good counter ganks, and Ward Vision just being able to set it up there. In the top lane, Bonzen, the third game in a row, picking up Shyvana, looking to be that huge tank. And I've been waiting for this, Atlas. The Azir is picked up with a Nunu in the lineup. It is so deadly, the attack speed. You can throw it on Nadius, but you can also throw it on Energy now.
And that's looking to be a top lane Morgana too.
Yeah, it certainly is, with a huge black shield coming out there. I think that's dangerous because it will be very easy to actually kill if you are.
Well, there's also Bonzen. I mean, there is going to be no pressure.
They don't pick it up, so they go with the Ahri and they go with the Gnar.
Okay, so it is going to be a support Morgana. Gnar, still a second to go, is going to be locked in here for Tholdren in the top side of the map. So much better option there than Morgana, because that Shyvana is going to have to pay attention to the Gnar.
Yeah,
maybe.
Still doesn't. You pick up boots too, Ninja Tabby, and then you just farm out the wave and leave. The thing about Shyvana is she doesn't deny CS more, that she just pushes the lane in extremely hard, then goes elsewhere and tries to get more farm than what you can, especially in the 1v1. I think if they 2v1 it, it will be a little bit harder, as Udapon is actually hovering his Vayne now into an Ahri pickup, and that is incredibly brave. Not to mention the fact that Theocles has one of the best answers to shutting down a hyper carry in that snowball.
Yeah, that snowball almost impossible to deal with, especially when you're a Vayne wanting to stack that attack speed very early on. Of course, often wants to go for double attack speed items as Kazu thinking about what he wants, and with a Azir available, it has to be locked away. But what I didn't mention, Vayne locked in here for Yudapongo.
Yeah, so Yudapon, he's able to pick up the Vayne again. Still has the Summoner here. We'll see if he swaps over to the exhaust when we see who the AD is, and it will be Lucian. And this is strange to me because Vayne actually deals with Lucian very well. Throw in the fact that Lucian Morgana actually isn't that strong of a lane, and all of a sudden, the Janna Vayne lane, which should never win, is in with a chance in a 2v2.
Yeah, and it is going to be locked away. Of course, one of the reasons why Vayne does win that lane, the Piercing Light able to be tumbled out of the way of, that's a lot of damage done.
Yeah, so if you play it particularly well, even if he clicks on you with a Piercing Light, you should be able to get out of 100% of the damage that comes through with that one.
Yeah, precisely. But Nardius more than comfortable on that champion. Seen him on it before, so making sure that he's on a pick that he's happy to use. And I guess having the culling there as well, able to deal with minion waves very effectively. Of course, being able to get a lot of damage done in a team fight from a long way away is going to be helpful, especially against the zoning power of an Azir. So I sort of understand that, but we'll see how it does work out as Besiktas with a bit of a raise the puppy comp almost, but it's only really the Morgana Nunu here that are going to be helping Lucian out.
Yeah, exactly right. So he's got some support tools there, able to shrug off some of the CC that will come through, although there's not a lot of hard CC on the lineup of Detonation Focus Me. They're more of a, once again, a split push lineup with Seros trying to wave clear in the mid lane. Good disengage tools from everyone now. Kazu, he's got the disengage from Janna. We already spoke about how hard it is to dive Rek'Sai because of that knock-up. You throw in there the fact that the Emperor's Divide can come through and shove everyone off, and the fantastic wave clear that comes through from Azir. Once again, don't want to mention it, but it looks like Detonation Focus Me are running a 1-3-1.
Yeah, that does seem to be the thing. And one thing I do want to note is the fact that Absolute Zero is probably never going to be channeled for more than half a second, because they have so many options to remove it.
Yeah, exactly right. They've got a lot of like little knockbacks and displacements and things that can really upset.
Knockbacks? They got Monsoon Emperor's Divide. That's pretty big knockback.
Yeah. If you were a Janna in range to hit the Monsoon, you're probably not doing your job of peeling for your AD carry.
That's a good point.
So I was thinking more along the lines of maybe Shyvana jumping through him and knocking him a little bit, or a Condemn, Atlas, as opposed to the huge Monsoon that, for some reason, Janna and Nunu are bumping heads in a team fight.
Hey, well, Nunu probably going to be running at the AD carry as fast as he possibly can. If Janna's doing her job, might be near said AD carry. But we are going to be onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Detonation Focus Me taking on Besiktas for our final game of the group stage. And don't look at me like that, Spawn.
I didn't look at you like anything. The stat comes through from Besiktas in the top lane. You see, it looks like Detonation Focus Me looking for the 2v1 lane. Bonzen gets away with the burnout. Going to be able to jungle very well with that early game. Has the smite, of course, as well. And we see the ward actually killed.
Yeah, not too bad. First CS down here for our Besiktas lineup. Locking that away onto Energy, securing the 10 gold. Not too bad. They do get the vision
but
here.
They only get the shallow ward, and because Detonation Focus Me already passed that one, probably going to be able to secure the lane swap. So even though they have an okay lane against Dumbledore as well as Nardius, they're deciding to stick in the lane swap, try and build Yutapon up to a very carry-oriented position. And because they have the smite advantage, they actually double jungle really quickly.
They certainly do, and it looks like Detonation Focus Me, they're the ones that opted into this lane swap. They'd already sent their AD carry and support topside, and the deep wards came through from Besiktas, and then they sent their bottom lane bottom.
Yeah, so they weren't able to see anything. They just chased away the Shyvana. As we see some dances and some laughs coming through from Thaldrun and Theophilus.
Oh my goodness.
Probably the two most annoying champions in the game.
Look, Lux has got a pretty frustrating laugh as well, Spawn.
I actually like the Lux laugh. I think that clip of the repetitive Lux laugh with the lasers flying everywhere. Did you never got linked that?
No. My friends actually like me, apparently. Energy, though, taking a lot of poke here, taking a lot back there at the same time, but Energy gone down to half health in this mid lane just by one Sand Soldier. Astro and Bonzen are going to be heading towards this red buff,
and they're going to tear through this jungle much quicker than Thaldrun and Theophilus can. Shyvana, one of the quickest junglers by herself. You throw in the fact that Rek'Sai is probably the quickest jungler at the moment, and he just got an absolutely devastating tear.
Yeah, they've already taken down those Raptors, is now heading over towards the Wolves as well.
The hard push came in through from Besiktas, and they sent Kazu back very early. So all of a sudden, this is a huge creep wave Bonzen can pick up, and he's no threat of being dove, really. That's a mistake by Besiktas.
Yeah, and he casually wandered out of both of those skill shots. Of course, Piercing Light semi-skill shot, but still didn't get hit by it. Able to pick up all of the experience mostly, and a couple of creeps as well.
Yeah, so far Bonzen probably ahead in this game over Tholdren, you have to think at the moment. And in the mid lane, Energy going extremely low. He's burned through both of his potions already. We've seen people dominate mid lanes on Azir. You push incredibly quickly, and you can take down turrets really well. Might get a early dragon coming through here, though.
Yeah, and Saros, his power pick in that mid lane so far, as what I've seen coming through from Detonation Focus Me, has been that Azir. His first game, despite the fact that Detonation Focus Me didn't win, he still dominated that lane.
Yeah, he certainly did look good, and wow, he's looking fantastic right now. Has the Ignite available. Thought he might have wanted to go for that one, but Nunu is able to pick it up. They might even get Tholdren into the mid lane for some extra experience, and that will be a good thing coming through for Besiktas.
Yeah, Theocles and Tholdren, they do come around, of course.
You don't want to commit over hard to that one. There is a Rek'Sai hanging out as well, Theocles.
I'm not even sure whether Astaroth was even spotted out there, as he's going to get knocked up. Is Theocles slowed down by the red buff, forced to use the flash?
Tunnel wasn't used for Astaroth. Why did he not flash over the wall and continue to fight him? Would have probably been able to get the second knock-up through had the red buff. I don't think Nunu could have survived.
Well, not going to be the case. Of course, did have the Blood Boil, so maybe that was a reason why.
All of a sudden, Syros is extremely low on mana and didn't get a back through, so he needs to be able to go back. Just wants to pick up that cannon creep that thankfully followed him through the river. So,
yep, safely able to take down that one.
The Cannon Whisperer. As Tholdren actually chooses to teleport into an extremely frozen lane.
Interesting. And Bonzen actually going to get caught by that Dark Binding. Kazu decides he wants to share in the damage of the Piercing Light. Not optimal, because you can't share it. You're just going to both take damage. Bad news. 22 CS though for Bonzen, only 9 here for Tholdren, who's finally made his way back towards this lane, trying to push it into Yutapongo, who's not really offering too much, able to get at least an empowered auto attack from that tumble.
Yeah, he maxes that one first coming through there just to reduce the cooldown, help with the CSing under turret as well. As we see, once again, another bind landing through there. As Bonzen, he's picking up a lot of farm. He's 30 to 10 pretty much if we compare laners, as Kazu actually nearly face checks a bind coming through from there. They've got Rek'Sai on the bottom side of the map though, so we'll see how exactly that one works out.
Yeah, Astaroth still hanging out there in the mid. Energy needing some attention there as he lands a nice combo with the Charm and the Orb of Deception, but cannot eat the spears from these Sand Soldiers, which are just unrelenting there in the mid lane. There's the E as well. Get himself the shield. The solo kill attempted by Saros, but the flash from Energy is going to get him to safety. Saros, the command attack doesn't get the auto, and Theocles at the perfect place at the perfect time gets first blood.
Yeah, so not able to pick that one up, and all of a sudden the mid lane, which was going so well, a huge CS advantage was picked up off the back of that one. Saros went aggressive when he had the lane frozen on his side of the map. He's going to miss out on 2 waves, and that's just horrible news for the Azir player.
Yeah, very, very bad. At least Astaroth able to pick up some of the farm there in the mid. Yutapongo as well here on the top side. Able to push in Tholdren, who's about to go to the Meganar, so not going to look quite as squishy as the mini one that he was in the form of before. And Theocles now just going for a bit of a trip throughout the enemy jungle.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we mentioned how Rek'Sai would be looking to get aggressive early and affect the map with some ganks. It's actually Theocles that's able to get it done first time round. So credit to the Nunu player of taking an advantage of an over-aggressive mid laner there. As we see the lane swap coming back through, getting the Shyvana back in the 1v1 now that the Barmy Cinder is picked up. Have to see whether they can get anything done down there as Kazu trying to stop Nadius from backing.
Yeah, Eye of the Storm actually doing a lot of work there under Kazu, who's tanking up some creep damage, but he's going to notice that Besiktas going to be heading back to base and just frustrates them a little bit.
Stops them both actually, so now they can't back, otherwise they'll lose a creep wave. And it looks like Rek'Sai dragged the creeps up as well, so they can get a relatively deep freeze here. as Seros, he's continually trying to bully this lane, but he's fallen behind in creeps.
Yeah, is trying to now attack them down as the Arise is going to come through yet again. There's the E into the Charm, though, as Energy not going to take the last auto attack. Oh my goodness, can't Spirit Rush through that as he tries 2 times and isn't going to make it either time. The Ignite is going to net him the kill, but that was pretty cute.
Yeah, that was definitely a good Spirit Rush. You could see that, Spirit Rush, Emperor's Divide. You could see that's what he was trying to do the entirety of the time. If we watch it out, you can see as soon as he goes in aggressive, he was trying to set it up. He just couldn't get behind him to get him into the turret. In the end, when Energy went aggressive, able to nail it there. And it really was just a very good Ignite at the end that traded it 1-for-1, but probably in Azir's favor.
Yeah, good news for the Azir player as Theocles now in trouble. Kazu's here with Asterore, and the Nunu is gonna fall down. Does smite the Raptor. The flash from Asterore. Is he gonna get it? The Charm comes down. Kazu picks it up. Asterore, though, has to be careful. Howling Gale doesn't find it. The knockup's there. Asterore, that passive is stupid as it's healing him up, but it's not gonna be enough. And Energy answers the 1-for-1.
Yeah, so they're able to get 1-for-1. Better yet, they're getting some turret damage in the bottom lane. Unipon actually trades extremely well with Nardius there and able to shove them off the turret, but needs to be careful.
Unipon has not been careful this entire tournament as he pops the ultimate there, going aggressive 1v2. The Ignite's down, teleport's coming through, beautiful flash. Can he get it? One more auto attack, gets him the kill. Unipon is a god as the Soul Shackles come down as well. Bonzen makes his way into the lane, but how did that happen, Spawn?
Yeah, so able to get the 2v1 because he was just positioning between the creeps and Morgana. And what does Morgana do in this situation? She tried to walk up to get the Soul Shackles, wasn't able to get it done because it was shoved back straight away by a very good Condemn. And Unipon just with a sick 1v2 outplay.
Yeah, beautiful play from the Vayne player. And I did not think that Unipon was going to be able to do that and proved me wrong beautifully.
Yeah, and you see with a huge creep wave crashing into top lane turret, Doldrin has to go back up there. Teleport pretty much wasted. They're going to be able to pick up a dragon with their top lane half dragon. So Shyvana committing
Oh, yeah, I don't like it.
a crime against her own race, but they'll be able to pick up the equaling dragon for themselves, although it looks like they want to fight.
Yeah, Theocles looking for something. A couple of smites are here. Nice Monsoon going to get rid of the absolute zero there. Eat that one, Spawn. Theocles taking some damage here from Seros as Energy gets a nice Orbit Deception over the top. Kazu trying to get some work done. Nice Howling Gale, but look at the zoning potential from this Azir. He's out of mana, so they're not going to be able to answer too much.
But
in
that's
the Dragon.
a 4v5, and they lose out on the Dragon. Meanwhile, top lane, Doldrin was able to pick up everything. So they get the world in the end, Besiktas. A very good turnaround by forcing the fight.
Yeah, and Seros just completely out of mana. Couldn't offer anything else to that fight.
Yeah, exactly right. But now Doldrin, he needs to be careful that he doesn't overextend here. He got a nice ward, actually. That's what he was walking past for. So he's able to stop up Unipon, who goes to where the most farm is. If anyone has red dot syndrome, it is this guy. He plays so selfishly around the map. But if he's going to be able to carry his team, probably needs to do it.
Yeah, and he's on Vayne as well as Bonzen.
Oh, you're in trouble.
Yeah, actually Dark Binding does land, but Dumbledoge, it doesn't matter as he's going to have to use the flash. Is able to get out of there, and Nardius not going to be able to spend any more time in this bottom side of the map. Bonzen able to clear out this creep
all
wave.
of a sudden, because they were looking for a dive on Bonzen, which really isn't realistic on a Shyvana at this point in the game. They don't even get to take down the turret. Nardius is in trouble as well. He doesn't have any summoner spells available. Gonna have to be careful that he doesn't get soloed out. And Doldrin, he's about to transform.
Yeah, speaking of soloed out, as soon as Doldrin uses the wallop here, Udapongo is probably going to try and condemn him against the wall.
Yeah, actually didn't look for it at all. I thought it the exact same thing as you. Soon as you saw the wallop come out, you thought he was going to use it as, wow, Kazu caught.
Yeah, he got ignited. That Foxfire is going to be enough with that Spirit Rush from Energy to get in the kill.
Into top lane as well. Unipon needs to be careful, although it might just be the blue buff invaded on. No, it's not even the blue. Gromp being taken away.
Yeah, Seros does have the blue buff. But Energy really starting to take over here. Does have the Abyssal Scepter. Dumbledoge now in trouble. These supports finding themselves in sticky situations, but Dumbledoge is going to be safe. Udapongo does need to watch out for Theocles.
Yeah, he's actually overcommitted here. Doldrin walking that way.
Interesting
Maybe
that he
gave the
uses the
gank
scrying
away.
up top.
Turret falls meanwhile in the bottom lane, so they're able to pick up the first real meaningful gold objective on the map. They've also got 2 dragons for themselves, Besiktas, so they've started the game off very nicely, you would have to say. 1,000 gold advantage and probably map advantage at this point as well, although Vayne farming very nicely, and so is the Shyvana when you compare it to Tholdred.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. So the farm advantage going in favor of Detonation Focus Me, but a lot of the objective control and especially the coordinated play going in favor of Besiktas. Kazu going to get spotted out, but the disengaged Queen probably going to be relatively safe.
Yeah, definitely will be. As we see Utapon once again trying to bully Tholdred in there, gets a tumbled auto attack, looking for another. Wow, that's half his health.
Not badly done at all. Silverbolt's going to be propped there on that one at the same time, so high health not going to be an issue to deal with. Tholdred still going for the Hex Drinker when was dealing with the Vayne.
So he was,
but of course, into Bonzen, it's a good idea.
Yeah, so what happened is he saw the swap back and he committed to that over probably something like a Phage because of all the magic damage that does come out of Shyvana early game. It was a good early game pickup, but now he's in a lane swap situation. Isn't so great. Also, that Giant Belt, very confusing. Get the Warden's Mail first because you're against a Vayne at the moment.
And Warden's Mail still works fantastically against Bonzen as well, because slowing her down probably going to be a good idea.
Yep, and Azir, if he ever gets an auto attack on you, affecting that guy's attack speed, always good as well. As we see Syros continuing to try to pressure in this mid lane, has lost out on a lot of it. Kazu giving over a kill didn't help as Dumbledore trying to protect Theocles' jungle.
Yeah, he's going to throw out the Dark Binding, not going to find Asteroid though, but he is going to back away. Theocles probably wasn't going to lose that red buff because, of course, Consume pretty good in combination with the Smite for locking down these neutral camps. Asteroid, though, heading towards this bottom side. Lucian getting a bit of free farm now, but Blade of the Ruined King and Berserker's Greaves built up for Udapongo.
And they're giving him the red buff as well. He's looking to go into full duelist mode here. Has been able to pick it up, so we'll see exactly what he can get done.
Yeah, Seros, though, does use the ultimate. Doesn't really do anything there as Energy able to get through it before it went off.
Black
Seros
Shield
just
was
gets
actually
caught
on Energy this time, so all of a sudden you can dive through whatever the heck you want as Tholdred going for the 1v1.
Yeah, Bonzen actually getting ulted into the wall there. Udapongo gets caught at the same time. Nardius trying to throw down the auto attacks. Dumbledore's needed one more auto attack, but it's not going to be enough as the Vayne gets caught and destroyed.
Yeah, so all of a sudden Besiktas' hopes into playoffs looking very good as the Detonation Focus Me lineup collapsing all over the map.
Yeah.
Syros fell down, Utapon fell down. It all happened within about a minute of each other, and all of a sudden it doesn't look like they have many answers to what has been fantastic vision control coming out of the Turkish lineup.
And you can see the bottom side of the map as well. The inner turret now under fire as Bonzen and Kazu trying to do some work onto Tholdred, who's about to transform into that Mega Gnar. Nice hop to get him over the top of these two members of Detonation Focus Me, and he is going to be safe. Of course, probably wasn't going to die anyway. Not a whole lot of damage there on that top side of the map with the support and top laner, but still able to escape.
Yeah, so Nardius now going back. They've picked up both turrets in the bottom lane, so it's 2 turrets to 0. Top lane turrets still standing. Tholdred still working on that one. So game definitely not over yet. There are scaling lineup coming through on Detonation Focus Me. Long lanes is actually good for Vayne, not so great for the other members coming through there, and they do have good anti-siege. But the problem is that there's a very snowbally lineup coming through from Besiktas. The earlier they get ahead, the better off they're going to be because of the likes of the Ahri, because of the team fight that will come through from the Gnar. So if anything, they really need to start picking up maybe some more kills coming through from the Detonation Focus Me lineup.
Yep, Seros is going to find Theocles here. Dumbledore, in fact, was waiting off in the wings, trying to get a cheeky Dark Binding to try and lock down this Azir yet again. Dragon now, another opportunity for Besiktas, the third of the game for them.
You feel that they have to fight this one. The exhaust will be down for Gnar in the top lane, but they don't go for it at all. Felt like that's a little bit of a missed trick.
Yeah, and Theocles was at half health there as well. They possibly could have got a bit of work done onto this Nunu, who doesn't have any resistances, just made up of health at this stage. So sort of looks a bit deceptively tanky with the sort of large health bar, but is going to still melt, especially to a Vayne. But Utapon more than happy just to try and extend that gold, that CS lead by going for the 1v1 here in this bottom side of the map.
And he's still looking for it with the ult on. Now probably has to back away because Nunu's also in his lane.
Yeah, the culling comes through as well. Nice creep wave positioning going to help Yutapon, but Nunu, the bane of Avane's existence, condemns away Nadius, trying to go for the 1v1. There's the flash as Nadius is going to flash afterwards. The tumble doing some work. Asterore going to stop Nadius from being able to engage closer. And Kazu with the Eye of the Storm saves the Vayne.
Yeah, so in the end, Yutapon has to use both summoner spells, not willing to on the side as wow. That's a lot of damage coming through. I thought Syros might have gone aggressive there.
Yeah, could have gone for the E, of course. Has looked not afraid to do that. As, oh my goodness, there's the E, the flash into the Emperor's Divide with the Ignite, but Spirit Rush used just in time by Energy.
Yeah, so Energy gets both summoner spells out of there and doesn't fall down. With the Abyssal Scepter actually deceptively tanky as we see Bonzen working on the top lane turret, trying to get that one in their favor. They haven't been able to pick up any objectives so far in Syros. You're in trouble.
Dark Binding comes through. That locks down the kill there for Nadius in the mid lane. The Lucian starting to do some work. 2-1-1.
Yeah, certainly is. He's caught up in CS as well. Has been able to avoid some of the pressure coming through from Yutapon in the bottom lane. Will scale up nicely with the crit build coming through as well. So overall, very promising sides as Theocles looking for Shyvana now, able to clear out some tunnels.
Yep, the Gromp Queen, though, able to lock that one down. Theocles went for the run around, but just going to put down some wards as Nadius going very aggressive. Kazu takes some auto attacks, and that Light Slinger passive helping Nadius do a whole lot of extra damage as Besiktas take down the outer turret in the mid.
And they're not stopping. They can continue to go here. They actually force Rek'Sai as well, away as well. And Syros still not back in the fight. Now coming back, they'll be able to get this.
Oh my goodness, Kazu does use the Monsoon, but it's not going to be enough. Energy takes down the Janna as Syros now as well.
They can still go again because Syros now is chunked out. They can find a minion wave. No, it doesn't look like they can, but they are going into the top lane.
Yeah, they are going to rotate top. There is a minion wave heading down towards there, so they will be able to clear out the remaining one for Detonation Focus Me. In fact, I believe, no, was that the culling? No, it was the culling was used before. Asterore now looking to try and help out, but Bonzen may need to ult out. He does. Detonation Focus Me trying to get here to the inner turret. Of course, it is going down low. Yutapon continuing to try and clear out the bottom side. Successful hold, but Kazu gets caught. Nadius, beautiful piercing light there. Syros trying to get some auto attacks down.
And all of a sudden, Energy is in the bottom lane, so able to get back there. Will be able to clear out the minion wave as well. So Yutapon doesn't get anything. They give up 2.5 turrets for only getting 1 in response. Also give up a couple of kills, and now all of a sudden 6,000 gold is the advantage for Besiktas.
Yeah, and Yutapongo actually going for another...
He goes, yeah, Blade of the Ruin King into Bloodthirster is the build that he went yesterday.
Interesting.
Yeah,
so the double lifesteal, a bit Callister-ish.
Yeah, gets a double lifesteal. It's a very good duelist build. Also gives him some defensive items. Doesn't have to commit to something like a QSS to feel relatively safe in the duel. So I actually like it as a Vayne build coming through. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I like it as well. I think that focusing on being a duelist is fantastic in this game, especially when you kind of want to be split pushing. You want to be having people come to you, because Yutapon does look fantastic when he's in these sort of low member count sort of exchanges. He got that fantastic 1v2.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, the way he uses it is he stealths up and tries to get the condemn. As we take a look at the standings, of course, this is for the 4th place spot. Besiktas, if they win it, will move up to 3-3, equal with the Chiefs Esports Club, but ahead in the head-to-head. So Oceanic's hope is really on the Japanese, whereas Besiktas, they look commanding at the moment. And
they do.
In charge of their own destiny, look like they want to seize the opportunity with both hands.
Yeah, well, they are certainly trying to, and they understand that it is all on the line now. This is exactly the time where they need to be pulling out all of the stops to try and pick up this victory. Detonation Focus Me, they've picked up a whole lot of comfortable champions as well. So the Azir in the mid lane. Syros, I mean, he went for some overly aggressive plays without necessary vision, but still looking very, very strong on this Azir, despite falling a little bit behind based on ganks.
Yeah, he certainly has fallen a lot behind at the moment, and we'll have to see whether he can make it work out in the late game. Of course, Azir going to continue to scale extremely well. Ahri does rely a lot more on pick control.
Yeah.
Azir also is very good at keeping a hyper carry safe in a team fight. Of course, Vayne can dance in and out of the wall, whereas, as we've seen demonstrated very successfully from Energy, you just headbutt it if you try and get through if you're the enemy team. So I like the team comp they've put together, but I just think that they've fallen slightly too far behind to make it work.
Yeah, they are looking to probably scale a little bit if they can, but it's looking like the scaling not quite going to be happening to the way that they want because, of course, Nunu helps Lucian scale incredibly well. Gnar is going to be fantastic irrespective. So it's a frightening situation if you're a Japanese fan or if you're an Oceanic fan as well because the Chiefs' hopes riding on Japan and they're not doing so well this game.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look like it. But, you know, you mentioned the scaling, and they kind of have huge scaling on their lineup. Shyvana as well as Azir and Vayne, probably the 3 best late gamers in all respective roles. Shyvana very, I guess, underrated in her bruiser capability of being able to solo out AD carries. So we see Bonzen continue to farm up. Has been able to get a lot of CS. We'll have to see exactly how they make it work. But Besiktas, they're in firm control.
They most certainly are. Asterore trying to get some wards around this Baron pit. Not quite as much Baron focus as we had in our previous game, which was started up at about 20 minutes. But not going to happen this time around. Stinger and that Morellonomicon completed now for Seros. 30% extra cooldown reduction going to be helping that attack speed here for Azir.
Yeah, see whether he can make it work for anything as the pick squad. Good vision control actually on the bottom side of the map coming through, and Asterore needs to be careful.
He does. Does get informed that he was spotted out by that ward, as Energy is going to come through here as well. More vision available, and Besiktas just really strangling out Detonation Focus Me, because they've got so much vision.
The way you stop a hyperscaling comp is just make sure that they can never pick up any farm. They take away the red buff, they take away all the CS. As Nadius takes a little bit of damage, but they're in for a fight.
Yeah, Dumbledore's looking for the ultimate there as Kazu breaks it. Dark Binding not going to find the mark either as Charm goes wide by Energy. Theocles just running around like a weird-looking robot, and Besiktas, they went for something but couldn't find it. Udapongo, nice outplay. He's going to use the ult, but oh my goodness. The Gnar into the wall. There's the condemned. Dumbledore's actually taking some damage. Oh my goodness, that was close. But the Culling's going to tear him apart, and Azir in the meantime does fall down as well.
Yeah, so able to get the Azir with some lack of vision coming through as Syros was trying to save his AD carry player. They actually don't start off the Baron, so it's just going to be 2 kills for no objective picked up here, but the gold advantage ever growing for the Turkish lineup. 8,000 gold ahead exactly at this point in the game, and some huge carries. Ari 6-1-1, Lucian 4-1-2 has that Infinity Edge Static Shiv and Boots 2 combo built up already at only 23 minutes in. So he's an absolute beast, and they'll pick up their 4th Dragon of the game in only 23 minutes.
Yeah, and when you don't have the scaling advantage, picking up these Dragons a fantastic idea. Having a gigantic gold lead also going to be helping out our Turkish team. And Theocles, with all the secure in the world, they're going to lock this one down. And Besiktas have just looked so strategically strong in this game, and they know exactly how to play this one out, based on mostly this exceptional vision control that they have around the map.
Yeah, exactly right. So able to get it done as we see Bonzen continuing to clear out farm lanes. He's nearly got his Randuin's Omen, so he's building towards that one. As Udapon has maybe overextended for some farm in the top lane, although no one really here to make him pay. Lack of vision does make it extremely scary for him to come up this far.
Yeah, Dumbledore actually looking for a Dark Binding up here.
He fancies a 2v2 again.
Yeah, there's the ultimate to come down. Is he going to be able to dodge away from the Dark Binding? Nice Sonya's Hourglass from Dumbledore. As Bonzen's going to come through here as Thaldrin, the last auto attack to come through. Dumbledore, oh my goodness, Udapon thought he was going to be able to pick that one up as the last few creep shots are going to come down onto the, oh my, that was so well calculated by the Vayne player. Udapongo able to pick that one up, heads back towards his top side. Nice tumble, but the Gnar ult into the wall. Thaldrin still has to be careful, but Theocles and Energy, they've made their way in. Absolute Zero secures it, and Besiktas make it a 1-for-1.
Can they catch the Lucian in the mid lane though?
Oh, Nadius picks up a kill on the support. Asteroid flashing on top of the Lucian, and the shutdown here for the jungler.
So in the end, 2 for 2, the bottom lane falls on both sides of the map. Shutdown available as well. Energy.
Yeah, Energy looks for it. Nice Emperor's Divide as Energy might be caught out here just a little bit. The flash over the wall. There's the shield coming through from the E. And the shutdown from Seros. I told you he was a god on this champion.
Yeah, he's very good and able to get it done in the end. Picks up a shutdown. Not willing to call him a god. He's got a score line of 2-5-2.
I've been talking up his Azir this whole game, and I feel like that was the time where he's proven that he's good at the champion.
2-4-5-2, able to win a 2v1. You know, I'll say that he definitely read the situation better, but a godlike performance is something that I'll reserve for other Azir players. As he is able to pick up the shutdown at least and move his team into a better position. They've closed it to about a 6,500 gold lead. Besiktas still definitely in the driver's seat, but as we keep mentioning, scaling is there for the Japanese team.
Yeah, and the Japanese team's still not afraid to make plays. A lot of the things that we've been saying about some of these teams here has been the fact that they haven't been willing to make aggressive plays during this tournament. But that's not the case for Detonation Focus Me at all.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. They want a 1v1. They want to outskill. Don't look really great in the team fights. I think that's where Besiktas have it. And if they just group up and force objectives, I don't know whether Detonation Focus Me can go with them. But in the 1v1, in the 2v1 even, Unipon and Seros look real good.
They certainly do. 2-5-2 though for Azir, not necessarily being represented in the scoreline all that well. Has picked himself up that Void Staff now with that Morellonomicon. Probably wants some more flat AP and that Death Cap to come through relatively soon. Unipon, again, just pushing up in this top side. He's going to actually back away, so Spidey Sense is tingling here as there is so much vision for the Turkish team in this top
but
side
have
of the
they
map.
started up Baron? They've got very good vision over that area. They can get in there and all of a sudden, Asteroid, wow, don't check that brush.
Yeah, he isn't going to. Tremor Sense didn't see the stopped members there in the brush, but he's going to find out with the Prey Seeker.
Yeah, so able to fire the Prey Seeker in, wait until it hit and then backed away. So good move coming out there. I'm surprised Energy didn't commit a little bit more, using maybe the Spirit Rush to get out there and try and get the charm, but in the end, it means that nothing going to be happening. And the longer this occurs, the better off DFM are. If they're able to continue to stall out this game, get Shyvana split pushing, 0-0 and 1, 44 CS up. It's already in a position where no one's going to really kill Shyvana. But in a minute 30, they have the 5th Dragon available to try and close this game out.
Yeah, and the Sun Turret now erected here for Detonation Focus Me.
He builds them really quickly. Turrets, they should take a while to set up.
Yeah, I know. And look, not sure where the Sun is as well. I mean, Sun pretty big. That is a smaller turret than the Sun, but Besiktas setting up for this Dragon. 1 minute and things could go horribly wrong for Detonation Focus Me, like you just said.
Yeah, certainly would. If they are able to pick up the 5th Dragon, you feel at that point, Energy catches anyone, they completely explode. This guy has been able to pick up the Luden's Echo as well and is in an absolute monstrous position as once again Darkbind misses. Nunu actually clearing out some wolves, I believe. And on the side of Detonation Focus Me, they're going to have to deal with that bottom lane eventually, although they're currently sending Shyvana back to base. So, no, cancels the recall, goes and grabs the bottom lane.
Yep, Sun Turret about to fall down. Unipon going to try and clear out some of this.
Kazu back, however. That means that they don't have very much vision over this area. 30 seconds until Dragon number 5 is available for Besiktas. Teleport just not available. You think it might be up in 24 seconds. It's going to be a very close thing. Able to run out regardless. Top lane is the worry though, because there's a huge creep wave pushing in. They need to send Shyvana up there to deal with that. Unipon's probably wanting to grab it himself as...
Oh, the catch onto the jungler. This could be the big deal. Besiktas trying to take down Asteroid. He gets slowed down. Theocles trying to come through, but a nice tunnel. Going to get Asteroid to safety, but it is going to mean that the jungler very, very low. Needs to be able to go back to one of these tunnels. Void Rush is available. Seros gets caught, but Besiktas not pulling the trigger just yet. The inner turret falls down on the top side, but Detonation Focus Me have to ignore it. They need to fight for this dragon right now. Oh my goodness, there's the massive ult to come through, and Another one. Look at all of the damage that came from that Nartholdron. Very, very low as Bonzen's going to fall down. Instant double kill for Dumbledore. It's going to be the Lucian picking up a kill. It's a whitewash so far. In fact, already done for Besiktas. Man, that was quick.
Yeah, the ace comes through. They pick up Dragon number 5. They will move over to Baron most likely and pick up every objective on the map. Now an 11,000 gold advantage. And Besiktas have probably just secured themselves a playoff spot and sank the Chiefs all in one fell swoop.
Yeah, really beautiful play coming through from the Turkish lineup. They got on top of the Vayne with the Gnar ultimate, and Thaldron, he's been able to do that every single time.
Yeah, certainly has. And Atlas, the only thing better feeling than probably beating one person out on the Rift is being able to win a game and then beat 2 teams at the same time. That's probably a pretty sick feeling coming through for the Turkish lineup.
Oh, most definitely. The 2-for-1 deal that you'd expect to get from a supermarket. Instead, you get it from Summoner's Rift.
How did we get to supermarkets? You're hungry.
2-for-1 deals.
Could have been anything.
Oh, come on. I just feel like domestication jokes are funny.
So there is a 5th Dragon. There is a Baron buff now coming through for Besiktas. The siege is definitely on in the mid lane. Can probably dive. And Udapon, he's still overextending for CS, trying to eke out every single bit. There is so much armor build up, and he doesn't have the attack speed, so probably does need that last Whisper next. As Siros still trying to secure the base for his team. Nailed by another bind.
Yeah, Seros is most definitely dead. Nardius picks up that kill. Energy looking for Udapongo. Look at the burst damage from this Ari. Picks it up. Another going to fall down as Astarore's dead. And the Dragon's Descent is going to get Bonds into safety, but the base can't Dragon's Descent. And man, Nardius, that was disgusting damage.
Yeah, sick damage coming out of Nardius. They're pushing through here. Have the very tanky member in Thaldron just tank up the turret. They'll win it here, Besiktas, and all of a sudden, they're in the 4th seed for playoffs.
Yeah, they're going to be going up against the Bangkok Titans in the semi-finals as well. Going to be a frightening game, but coming off fantastic momentum as the Nexus fall down. And Japan, they're going to be going home. They were already out of the playoff contention, but the Turkish lineup, the home team, are going towards those semis.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they did it, as you said, emphatic fashion. Controlled the Dragon, had that timer on the game. If you're against a scaling lineup, doesn't matter. Just pick up the Dragon, continue to fight over objectives that you know you can win. Then in the end, they rolled over the top of Japan.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a fairy tale story here as well. Besiktas 2-3, looking like they were potentially not able to get a spot in those playoffs if the rest of these teams picked up the 4-2, but managed to clinch a spot based on a head-to-head against the Oceanic lineup. And now we'll see whether they can get past the top team here in the International Wildcard Invitational.
Yeah, exactly right. So we have the 2 games. It will be the Bangkok Titans taking on Besiktas. 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3 will, of course, be INT versus the CIS region. I believe, actually, Hard Random picked up that 2nd seed coming in there. So 2 huge games, best of 5 from now on, guys, and it's going to be extremely exciting League of Legends.
Yeah, it's going to be massive, and we'll see exactly how this one's going to roll out, because, of course, seeing multiple games from these teams against one another is really going to give us a whole lot more information.
Yeah, exactly right. Best of 1s on one side. You can definitely, I guess, throw some oddball strategies out of there, but the best of 5 is where we really learn a lot about these teams. We'll see whether the momentum can continue or whether we have some big upsets.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, that means that's all from us today. And man, what a huge day 3. We are going to be back tomorrow with the semi-finals action. So come see us then, same time, for more International Wildcard Invitational. But on behalf of myself, Spawn, Pastry Time, and Papa Smithy, of course, who weren't with us today but have been casting throughout the rest of the Invitational, and our whole production crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.